Mr. Clerk, you ready? All right, good morning. Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the May 21st, 2024 City of Coral Gables Commission agenda. Thank you so much for allowing me the privilege, again, in this commission to serve you. As always, as I've mentioned before, there's multiple opportunities for everyone to have their voices, their thoughts, and their ideas be heard. You can either come to the podium and speak. You can call in via Zoom. We also have opportunities to speak on every single one of the items, not only during the moment for public comment, which is in section C. So there's multiple opportunities to have your voice heard. And if you'd like, I think all of us have office hours. Mine are from Fridays, starting at 2 o'clock and usually ending by 5:30, 6 o'clock. So you're more than welcome to stop by and meet with your elected officials. To get the day off started in a great way, I'd like to invite our friend, Pastor Jeff Sullivan, to join us from the Granada Church. Pastor, it's always great to have you. Thank you. Please lead us today in a benediction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be able to come and pray together. Our prayer will be guided from Psalm 25. God says, God leads the humble in what is right. He teaches the humble his way. All the paths of the Lord are steadfast love and faithfulness for those who keep his covenant and his testimonies. Let us pray. God, we come to you with gratitude, first of all, because you have really given us such a beautiful place here in the city of Coral Gables. It's an honor to be here. It's a privilege. It's a joy. And Lord, you have blessed us with great prosperity and beauty surrounding us. Lord, you've given wonderful people in our community. So much human good and potential is here in our city, and we're so thankful to you for that. So God, we ask that you would guide into our hearts a spirit of compassion, to care for one another. Help us to be good neighbors, to love one another. Lord, grant us this humility that you spoke of in Psalm 25, as it is our pathway to wisdom and to goodness, and Lord, into the way that you would guide us in our decisions today. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Pastor, as always, thank you. We send our best wishes to your congregation, and we look forward to having you again.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. And by the way, thank you for hosting the governor last week. It was an amazing event, great turnout, and you made the city look great. So thank you for that. Take care. To lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, Vice Mayor Anderson.
Put your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item on the day, presentations and protocol documents. Item A1, presentation of a proclamation declaring May 2024 as National Historic Preservation Month in Coral Gables.
Good morning. And we do have some members here in support of the historic preservation. I'll read the proclamation in, and you can then come up and say some inspirational words to us about historic preservation and how it bestows so much value to our community. And you're very timely on walking in, Mrs. Carbonell, for this proclamation. So I'm glad you're here during this proclamation. Whereas the National Trust for Historic Preservation has declared the month of May as National Historic Preservation Month, and whereas the theme for 2024 is People Saving Places, to shine the spotlight on everyone doing the work of saving places in big ways and in small, By celebrating people saving places, it will inspire others to join the national effort to preserve America's historic places for generations to come. And whereas the City of Coral Gables has established a historic preservation program to protect and enhance the considerable historical and cultural legacies of the city. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as Mayor of the Coral Gables, along with the members of our City Commission, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as National Historic Preservation Month in Coral Gables. So before we take some photos, I know there's some folks here that would like to speak on this topic and about the value of historic preservation in our community. So Clerk, has Mr. Urquilla, do we have any speaker cards on the issue, or does anybody?
No. Anybody would like to join us? You can fill your speaker card out after, if you'd like.
You can speak first and then fill in the paperwork later.
Well, why don't, I don't know, would you like to speak first? Okay. Well, I'm here representing the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables. And this is, seems like it was just just a few days ago that I was here and we had this presentation last year. And of course, being a city that has historic in its DNA, it's very fitting that we do remember each year and celebrate National Preservation Month. So it's a year-long effort, year in, year out, but it's good to really appreciate it, at least this 1 month, that it's an important cause. And I'll be here again, I think it's the next item, which I'll go a little deeper into a celebration that's happening this month. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our friends from the Villagers, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you very much. My name is Kelly Shield. I'm here today with the Villagers. The Villagers has been dedicated to the preservation of Miami-Dade's historic sites since 1966, when our members were instrumental in saving the Douglas entrance, which was to be demolished for a shopping center. Our group has awarded over $1.5 million in grants to further our cause. We believe that the conservation of landmarks in historic neighborhoods is essential both economically and culturally. In fact, the Villagers founded Dade Heritage Trust in 1972. An example of historic preservation's economic impact is tourism. The number 2 reason people travel is to experience history. And despite what you may have heard, Coral Gables has a long, rich, and diverse story to tell. Visitors love your residential neighborhoods with wide tree-lined streets and historic homes, as well as the Biltmore Venetian Pool and Merrick House. This year, the Villagers awarded over $100,000 in grants to many worthwhile projects, including a few in the Gables, such as Merrick House, Plymouth Congregational, Coral Gables Women's Club, Coral Gables Prep Academy, and the Sanctuary for the Arts. We know how busy you are, and we would like to offer our services and resources to help you understand issues related to historic preservation. If there are any eligible historic sites that you would think would benefit from receiving grant funds, please reach out to us so we can assist them. Thank you.
Okay, so before we take a picture, City Manager and Mr. Urquilla had asked that by next meeting, we have an update on the historic preservation study for the North Ponce area. Has a contractor been retained? Have we set aside the money for that item? Because it was about a year ago that this commission voted for that resolution that I brought to move forward, and I'd like to see it reach fruition sooner rather than later. I mean, this is not a huge area to study, but historic preservation is critically important to our city. And rather than doing this, one building at a time, we need to have a cohesive study done. Our staff doesn't have enough time to do this. That's why we asked for it to be outsourced. Okay? So who of you are going to come up and have some photos taken for this?
All of them. Come on.
Why not? Let's make it a party.
We should probably go down there since she can't come up. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just go around her.
Been here twice, so.
I haven't seen you in a while. So we don't charge parking on commission. We don't charge. If you get a ticket, bring it to my office. I'll take care of it.
Serious?
Seriously, I'll commission me today. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
First,
Item A2, recognition of 2024 DOCOMO U.S. National Symposium taking place at the University of Miami. I'd like to invite Carelia to please join us, and I'm going to read the certificate of recognition into the record. Whereas from May 29th to June 1st, 2024, everyone can experience one of the country's richest collections of mid-century and postmodern architecture entitled Streams of Modernity, Post-War and Postmodern. The 2024 National Symposium is a collaboration of DOCOMO US and the DOCOMO US Florida chapter. And whereas the symposium seeks to promote a broader understanding of the accomplishments of post-war and postmodern architecture and culture in a regionally specific context, such as South Florida, the Caribbean, and Latin America. And whereas the DOCOMO US National Symposium is the primary event in the United States for professionals to discuss and share efforts to preserve modern architecture and meet leading practitioners and industry professionals. And whereas the symposium was developed as a result of the DOCOMO US Board of Directors annual face-to-face meeting, DOCOMO US hosted its first national symposium in Sarasota, Florida in April 2013. Held annually, participants in the cities across the United States, offering participants the ability to interact with and explore a wide variety of significant modern architecture and sites. And whereas the 2024 National Symposium is a joint partnership of DOCOMO US and Florida chapter, along with the University of Miami School of Architecture, Florida International University, Friends of the Miami Marine Stadium, Dade Heritage Trust, and the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables. Therefore, I, Vince Lago, as the mayor of the City of Coral Gables, along with the members of the City of Coral Gables Commission, do hereby extend our warmest measure of gratitude to the symposium and DOCOMO for showcasing From Coral Gables to Concrete, the moderns of Coral Gables, 1960 through 1980. Carelia, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, first, as I mentioned, it's National Preservation Month, and this is so fitting that this year our DOCOMO, which is an international organization that their advocacy is for modern architecture, and has chosen Coral Gables to hold its annual symposium. So it really is an honor, and I'd like to introduce Charlotte Van Moos, and she is part of the DOCOMO US Florida chapter and also a professor at the University of Miami.
I just wanted, I'm co-president of DOCOMO Florida, and on behalf of DOCOMO Florida, but also US, I really extend our gratitude. It means a lot to have the support of Coral Gables. And also thank you for all your hard work for
Well,
the cause.
I certainly, I think it is an honor for us, and the point is that Coral Gables is not just Mediterranean. Obviously, we're many styles, and we're very diverse in our architecture, and modernism is really now coming to its, just deserves. So I just want to thank you, and I hope to see you at some point at the symposium, even if it's just a hello. So we'll welcome all of you.
The registration is still open until tonight.
Yes.
So, and there's some local discounts. So
Yes.
if you're interested, please look it up online. Plenty of information.
Well,
Thank you.
you'll have compliments of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, first off, Carelia and our friends from the University of Miami for being here. You're always an advocate along with the villagers. What you do for the city is to be commended, and you're always front and center when we talk about any type of historic preservation. So I wanted to appreciate, being that force that all of you are, all the villagers who are here, the ones that are not here with us, the Coral Gables Historic Preservation Society. I think it's incredibly important to make sure that we acknowledge the efforts that your organization does along with the villagers here in this community. So I appreciate you bringing this to our attention. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
And it's an honor to be here with you on behalf of the commission. So thank you for that.
All right.
Let's take a photo with the certificate, if we may. Item A3, presentation or proclamation declaring May 2024 as National Water Safety Month in Coral Gables.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a time of year that people start going out to the water, and it's important to talk about water safety. Recent events have shown us that it's not just about being in the water in the pool, but also out in the ocean, making sure that you're careful and always alert for watercraft and for people in the water. So whereas the city of Coral Gables recognizes the vital role that swimming and aquatic activities play in maintaining good physical and mental health and enhancing the quality of life for all people. And whereas the residents of Coral Gables understand the essential role that education regarding the topic of water safety plays in preventing drowning and recreational water-related injuries. And whereas the city of Coral Gables is aware of the contributions made by the recreational water industry, as represented by the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance, National Drowning Prevention Alliance, the National Recreation and Park Association, the World Water Park Association, the American Red Cross, and Jeff Ellis and Associates in developing safe swimming facilities, aquatic programs, home pools and spas, and related activities providing healthy places to recreate, which contributes to the quality of life in our community. And whereas the residents of Coral Gables recognize the ongoing efforts of the Venetian Pool lifeguards and the Venetian Aquatic Club volunteers, who have dedicated 65 years to the prevention and elimination of drowning and other catastrophic aquatic events, and to further educate the public on pool and spa safety issues. And whereas the residents of Coral Gables understand the vital importance of communicating water safety rules and programs to families and individuals of all ages, whether owners of private pools, users of public swimming facilities, or visitors to the city's very own Venetian Pool. Whereas the Venetian Pool and its lifeguard staff were awarded the prestigious Gold International Aquatic Safety Award, presented to only the top 20% in the world by Jeff Ellis and Associates, for consistently exceeding their criteria in aquatic safety and offering the highest degree of swimmer protection. And whereas the Venetian Pool lifeguard staff performed a total of 53 active water rescues last year, each of which resulted in the prevention of a possible drowning. Now, therefore, we, the City Commission, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2024 as National Water Safety Month in Coral Gables.
Carolina, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Vice Mayor and Commissioners and City Manager. My name is Carolina Bester. I'm the Deputy Director for Community Recreation. And with me here today, I have my top leadership, Jose Villar, at the Venetian Pool.
Good morning.
And it's also his birthday, so I'm going to give a little plug.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
But I want to share with you guys, this is a very, very important initiative that we do year-round, and it's not something that's really credited to one individual. It really is a team. And we have two amazing teams here with us today. We have the Venetian Aquatic Club, who has made it their lifelong mission to prevent drownings through swim lessons. And they have been here 65 years. They're celebrating their 65th anniversary this year with us. They're a team of about 120 strong volunteers, and they make it the priority to teach swim lessons all summer long. And then our second team is represented by our lifeguards. It's our youngest workforce in the city of Coral Gables, and probably with the most responsibility in our city, because they really are here not just to react to a drowning, but to prevent a drowning. And I'll share a little quote and story with you guys. Not too long ago, I was asked, why do we need lifeguards? We have one of the most prestigious and amazing fire rescue teams in our city with one of the most prestigious response times. And I had to remind the individual, I said, the reason we need our lifeguards is because we don't have time for the response times. It's 3 minutes before the heart stops beating. It's 5 before irreversible brain damage. And we had 53 rescues this year, 2 of which required that our staff perform medical services to those individuals before fire rescue got there, and we were able to initiate the transfer. That's how important our job is. And we couldn't do that, of course, without the amazing leadership of Jose and his team, Anna and Darren, who's with us today too. But if I may, I want to invite the entire 2 teams with us up here for a photo. Of course. All right.
Thank you. Happy birthday. Thank you. I appreciate it.
We tried. I tried to just couldn't distract us, huh? A4, presentation or proclamation declaring May 19th through the 25th, 2024 as Emergency Medical Services Week in Coral Gables.
Good morning. Whereas emergency medical professionals provide medical care to victims of sudden life-threatening injuries and illnesses, often under stressful conditions and in high-risk situations to save lives. And whereas Florida's residents and visitors benefit daily from the knowledge, skill, and judgment of paramedics, emergency medical technicians, firefighters, educators, administrators, emergency physicians, emergency nurses, and others who encompass the emergency medical services system. And whereas emergency medical personnel must rapidly assess, manage, and effectively provide care in unpredictable situations requiring life and death judgments. And whereas Florida's emergency medical services, EMS, teams unselfishly serve on the front line of healthcare when responding to man-made and natural disasters at the local, state, and national levels. And whereas it is critical that the general public be made aware of, understand, support, and effectively use its local emergency medical services systems. And whereas recognition is due for the emergency medical services system for its countless accomplishments and contributions towards the improvement of public welfare through healthcare, medical transportation, injury prevention, education, disaster response, homeland security, and other initiatives reducing healthcare costs and saving lives. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim the week of May 19th through the 25th, 2024, as Emergency Medical Services Week in Coral Gables.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning, Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission. I'd like to start by introducing our medical director for the last 17 years that joined us today, Dr. Fred Caraff. He is the cornerstone of EMS. From its inception, we've always worked under the guidance and authority of a physician. He is an emergency certified physician, and he is a great guidance to our organization, to our success. Even during COVID, some of you may remember that he took on being our medical authority, so I welcome him. EMS Week was proclaimed by President Ford at the time. It's pretty interesting that in our lifetime, we think it's always been around, but provided it's really only a 50-year industry. It started as a study, as an experiment to really mitigate deaths from motor vehicle accidents, that at the time, it had been noted that the same amount of Americans that died on the war theater in Vietnam had died in the roads of the United States. And that was basically the inception of EMS. In the last 50 years, we've gone from a industry that was supposed to help people that were injured as a result of traffic accidents to really being the primary health provider in the community. We've seen facilitate advancements like STEMI alerts for those that are having active cardiac heart attacks, strokes. Just 10 years ago, if you had a stroke, you were disabled for the rest of your life. Through our assessments and treatment in the field right now, most of our stroke victims are in an interventional facility in less than 30 minutes. That's a significant impact to quality of life for those victims, whether it's heart attack or strokes, but a significant impact to our nation for healthcare, provided that those individuals just a few short time ago would have probably been disabled and incapacitated to have the quality of life that they had before. So in the last 50 years, there's been a monumental quantum leap into what the original thought process for emergency medical services was to where we are today. And it's a system that is benchmarked throughout the world. So thank you for recognizing us today.
Well deserved.
Thank you, Chief. No. Anyone else? All right, let's take a quick photo. Thank you. Item A5.
So item A5, during EMS week, every year we recognize one of our rescue crews that performed above and beyond the call of duty and had a significant impact on the community or a certain patient. To introduce this year's crew, I'd ask Chief Jones to come up, who is our chief in charge of EMS.
Good morning, everybody. It is certainly a privilege and an honor to be able to give the inaugural Dr. Jim Hirschman Award today. This award is designed to be given to individuals that has excelled in their medical performance, as the chief has stated. Jim Hirschman was a longtime medical professional, a doctor that served as our medical director for over 20-something years and completely innovative across the country for what we know today as EMS. Prior to giving this award, I'd like to ask our current medical director, Dr. Frederick Kiroff, to give a few words about who Dr. Hirschman was.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. I have the pleasure of talking about Jim Hirschman. I'm your only second medical director. Jim Hirschman was your first medical director. Jim was a cardiologist by training. He was an innovator for EMS. At the time in the early 70s, advanced cardiac life support was only performed by physicians. Paramedics did not do advanced cardiac life support. They knew nothing about doing EKGs or rhythm strips, et cetera. Jim brought all of that out of the hospital and gave it to the paramedics. So when paramedics arrived on the scene, they could do all of those things that we take for granted at this point in time. He was an innovator. He was consistent. He was passionate about EMS, and we think it's worthwhile to have his name as the name of this award. So thank you very much for allowing this opportunity to honor this group of paramedics today. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
And this award today specifically is being given to individuals that responded to a cardiac arrest call that occurred at Coral Gables Hospital. It was a City of Miami employee who was taking a physical agility test. Long story short, he ended up in the Coral Gables Hospital. They called us to transfer him to another facility. While there, this patient went into cardiac arrest. Our crews arrived, assisted with the cardiac arrest, and was able to bring this person back to life. If you guys would recall, a few months ago, that individual came to visit us here in the commission chambers. So today we'd like to acknowledge these individuals as the 2024 recipients of the Jim Hirschman Award: Lieutenant Muslera, Lieutenant Melito, and Firefighter Martinez. Firefighter Martinez is unable to be with us today. He was just recently married. So we want to honor and congratulate these individuals today for their hard work and what they do for the city of Coral Gables.
Please join us for a few words.
Absolutely.
Well deserved.
Good morning. I just wanted to say thank you. Truly appreciative of Chief De La Rosa. He's always encouraged us to go in above and beyond. This is one of those calls where it's not cookie cutter. It's something that I've never seen in my career, walking into a hospital, working hand in hand with doctors and nurses. So I'm just very appreciative that I have a chance to make a difference in this community and in that person's life, and every day touching people's lives. That's it.
Anyone else? Thank you.
One more. I want to paint a picture, and I'll take a moment of your time. Paramedic jumped on the stretcher of the patient who was in cardiac arrest, straddled the patient and performed CPR. Paramedics took over the CPR and resuscitated the patient. And the patient is not only alive, but fully functional at this point in time. So it's a scene out of a TV show. You know, cardiac arrests are stressful. Jumped into it, jumped onto the patient, and saved that patient's life. So this is a remarkable thing that they did. So hats off to you all.
Thank you.
For item A6, I'll ask our city attorney to take over.
Thank you. Mayor and Commissioners, thank you for allowing me a moment to thank and bid farewell to Assistant City Attorney Naomi Levy Garcia, as today is her last City Commission meeting as an Assistant City Attorney. As you know, Naomi has dutifully served the City of Coral Gables for over 12 years, from serving as an intern in then Mayor Kaysen's office to working under the manager's office and leading the city's legislative agendas and managing intergovernmental affairs, to finally joining the City Attorney's office full-time. Naomi's contributions to the city have been meaningful and will have a lasting impact. During her tenure leading the city's legislative affairs, she has accompanied elected officials on numerous trips to Tallahassee and Washington, D.C., and her efforts have helped the city receive over $12 million in appropriations and grant awards. As Assistant City Attorney, she has drafted significant legislation, served as counsel to city boards, and has been the legal point person on various city initiatives. Naomi achieved board certification from the Florida Bar in City, County, and Local Government Law, and has been recognized by the Florida League of Cities and the Miami-Dade County League of Cities as a home rule hero. But above all else, Naomi is a consummate professional who has tirelessly pursued the best interests of the city. Naomi, on behalf of the City Attorney's Office, thank you for your service, and we wish you the best of luck in your next chapter, but please know that you will be missed. So we have a small token.
Naomi, if you could please join us.
Most I've ever seen on a single plan.
We'd be honored to hear a few words. 12 years. Thank you for your service.
Oh my goodness, it's been a long time, Mayor. I think we started together almost.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Christina, for the recognition. I could not have asked for a better place to grow my career these last 12 years. Coral Gables has truly been a second home. I went from a law student to a board-certified attorney, from young, wild, and free to a married mother of 3. I recognize how fortunate I've been to work for the city. My jobs have been complex and demanding, but I was never boxed in. I was able to evolve within the organization, and I was able to work directly with every single city department and with every single elected official since the time I've been here. It's a rare privilege to leave a place feeling like you've made a difference, but that's exactly how I feel. Together, we've accomplished so much good work together. We've negotiated new and cutting-edge infrastructure. We funded and secured parks, Salvador, Blue Road, Toledo and Alhava, Solano Prado. We've supported the business community with the small business grants and enhanced downtown maintenance. We survived Zika, streetscape, hurricanes, and a pandemic. We brought back native orchids, We advocated for historic structures like the Merrick House and the Venetian Pool, even the gondola building. We changed the educational landscape with the elimination of controlled choice, and we championed better access for our most vulnerable students. We fought hard for home rule, something I'm most proud of, on a myriad of topics, from tree preservation to workforce housing. We've worked on countless ordinances, resolutions, contracts, code interpretations, administrative orders, and yes, so many public records requests. And hand in hand with our elected officials over the years, we've brought back more than $12 million for community projects, something I think bears repeating. It's been a great ride. I'm so thankful. I'm trying not to be emotional. I'm especially grateful for my colleagues and for my mentors, past and present. I've interacted with every single city in Miami-Dade County and with every level of government, and I can tell you that our team is phenomenal. They're second to none. And so even though this change is bittersweet, I'm super excited, and I feel well prepared, and I feel inspired. And so I just want to thank you all for everything. And my office will be in the Gables, so it's not goodbye, it's see you soon.
Naomi, just a few brief words. It's been an honor to work with you. You have worked hand in hand with my office, with the city attorney, the city manager, the city clerk's office. We've worked diligently, like you said, in regards to a whole host of projects across the spectrum, everything from historic preservation to parks to public safety. But one of the things that I think was most important was the way that we collaboratively worked together in regards to addressing state representatives, senators, the governor's office. You know, things that for a long time were not a priority, it became a priority. And I want to thank you, along with members of my office, for, you know, really delivering on pretty significant numbers over the last 3 years. Those numbers have made a real impact in regards to funding here in the city. And I want people to remember that, because as we budget every single year, for example, this year, the city of Coral Gables only has $20 million for capital projects. But when you're able to bring $3-4 million, you know, those are massive numbers that can really make a big impact. Case in point, the gondola building. Case in point, you know, windows for City Hall. A lot of different things that we did that you have accomplished here in the city. So I just want to congratulate you. I failed in my efforts to keep you, you know, when you told me that you were leaving. But at the end of the day, you have grown as a professional and you're ready to serve. You're ready to serve in the private sector, which I think is going to be very well received as an attorney. And hopefully one day you'll transition into elected office, because I think we need more people like you in elected office. We need more people who are willing to serve and who are willing to give. And you have the experience necessary to not only lead in the private sector, but also to potentially, hopefully one day, serve in some capacity in the public sector as an elected official. So I want to say thank you for allowing me the honor to work hand in hand with you. You've provided an immense amount of guidance. You've always been patient. You've always been thoughtful, not only with me, but with my colleagues on the commission, but more importantly, with the residents. I don't know how many times we've done site visits, and the manager would say, listen, I can't make this meeting, go on my behalf to address this issue with some residents. And they were extremely contentious issues. And they're incredibly important issues, because every issue is important to that resident. Even though it may be an afterthought to some, to that resident, it's important. And what we're there to do is to make sure that we can be honest and we can, you know, reinstill that trust that people want to have in public governance. So I want to thank you for always being present, always being, you know, smooth sailing and never losing your cool, especially under a lot of pressure. Congratulations on your next steps. It's been an honor to have you and work with you hand in hand in the city of Coral Gables. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
So, Mayor, I just want to add, you know, my first couple of years in office here, you were amazingly prepared. We went to Tallahassee. You knew every single representative that we were going to go see, and you could tell us, you know, what were the issues that were passionate to them, and how we could best deliver our message to bring back more for our city. So I very much appreciated, you know, your guidance in Tallahassee. Although I had been to D.C. before for some of my clients, I had never had the experience in Tallahassee. So you were amazing, and you're going to be very much missed. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I want to, if I may, To echo the sentiments of the Vice Mayor, when I started, you tend to gravitate towards someone that's approachable, someone with wisdom, and someone that really gets things done. And for me, that was you. And I spent a lot of time in your office going through a lot of goals and issues that the city needed and wanted to resolve. And not only were you always approachable, but you always had this calm demeanor about you with a great deal of knowledge and your ability to multitask, because not only do you deal with the city officials, elected officials, the administration, the residents, but the state, county, League of Cities, you name it, you're always doing it. That's why I think you earned that name I gave you, Wonder Woman, because you really were Wonder Woman and you continue to be. And I just want to thank you for making at least my first few years here at the city a joy. And on behalf of the residents, we are a better city because we've had you all these years.
Thank you. It's so sweet. Thank you.
I remember the first time we met, Pat Salerno was still the city manager.
I remember that, yeah.
You had just started here at the city. And I got to work closely with you in the School Committee Relations Committee as you were our staff liaison. Even after you left for a short period of time, you wanted to come back. And you came back with Solange and you guys tag teamed. But a lot of things we got done, school choice issue, the literacy festival, a lot of that had your imprint in it because you worked with us to make sure we got it done. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to hearing from you. Hopefully, you come back to the city and not only do you get engaged, but there's a lot of opportunities here to serve in the city in one form or another. Thank you. Let's take a photo. Yes, of course. Please go on.
I wanted to say that, Naomi, you were one of the first that I met with when we started basically uncovering what the White Way lights were all about. And it was so convoluted, and the whole FPL agreement. And you and I, we sat and we went through all the different agreements, and you dug up all these, wonderful reports. So minutes from way back. So I really want to thank you because you really made that whole effort really what it is today, which is now they're all getting restored. But without you and all that research, I don't think we'd be here. So I really, really thank you. And you have a really special place in my heart. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. We have an individual on Zoom.
So, Mr. Mayor, Sam Joseph has requested to say a few words as well.
Sam, good morning.
Mr. Joseph, if you could please unmute. No, you're still muted, sir. Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commission, and Mr. Manager and Attorney. I'm sorry I couldn't be there, but I did have to speak on behalf of this item. Ditto to everything everyone said. I had the honor of meeting Naomi in 2015, right after the controlled choice issue and the restructuring of the SCRC. And the person that I met, the thoughtful, creative, absolutely brilliant, and dedicated public servant, has only grown more and more over the years. We could not, as Commissioner Fernandez says, we could not have done a lot of the things that we did on the SCRC without Naomi's guidance. And we will miss you desperately in the city, but we know we're going to be hearing of great things that you're doing out there. And I do look forward to seeing you around the city, beautiful. And the mayor is right. One day, you're going to be sitting on some dais making more lives wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for helping me and for helping the city beautiful. And I look forward to catching you and those beautiful children around town soon.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you very much. Let's take a photo. Item A7, recognition of Parking Director Kevin Kinney on his retirement from the city of Coral Gables. So today's not a 2-for-1 special. It's not a BOGO, buy one, get one free, but today we're losing two incredible individuals here in the city of Coral Gables. I'd like to first, if I can, Kevin, will you please join us? I want to read this proclamation into the record. So whereas Kevin J. Kinney graduated from the University of Oregon School of Law and practiced law in Alaska, specializing in contract and construction law for the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC, and other government entities. And whereas prior to joining Coral Gables, Mr. Kinney served 13 years with the Anchorage Community Development Authority as the executive director, while at the ACDA, Kinney managed the public parking system for the city and oversaw the development of multiple residential and commercial projects, including a new $120 million convention center. And whereas in February 2007, the city of Coral Gables appointed Mr. Kinney as director of the parking department. In this role, he manages approximately 8,000 public parking spaces, a fixed route trolley service and freebie, and the Coral Gables transit system transports 1.25 million passengers annually. In addition, he manages the block-by-block customer and custodial service program that operates in the Business Improvement District of Coral Gables. And whereas during his public service career, Mr. Kinney has been an advocate of public and private collaboration in the use of public facilities and partnering with businesses to support quality growth. And now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as the mayor of the city of Coral Gables, along with the members of the city commission, do hereby extend to Kevin J. Kinney our warmest measure of gratitude, while wishing him many continued years of blissful life on a well-earned retirement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate the recognition, although I have to admit that this concept of retirement or obsession with retirement kind of confuses me, but it does help me understand the words of a great American by the name of Fred Rogers. Mr. Rogers once said that I've discovered that the end of something is the beginning of something else. And so, life is life. And so I don't know that I'm ever going to want to stop living. And I can promise you that the passion I've had for my responsibilities at the city for the last 18 years, on June 3rd when I wake up, that passion will be there. It may be for something else, like my 1-, 2-, and 3-year-old granddaughters, but that passion will be there, and I will be passionate about what I'm doing. What I can tell you is something similar to what Naomi said. The hardest thing is leaving the team that this city has. I mean, there's people back there that I've been in the trenches with for 18 years. There's people back there I've been in the trenches with for 10 years, for 2 years. There's a few that it's just been a few months or even weeks, but it's easy for me to be passionate about what I'm doing because I'm working with people that are passionate about what they are doing. And that is really the only difficult part of this, because change is good. I mean, change is normal. The only thing for me is I keep telling my wife, I'm not retiring because I'm not ready to stop. I'm going to be doing something. And I can promise you there's 3 little girls named Harper, Hazel, and McKenna they may eventually get tired of seeing their pop-up, but they're going to see them a lot. So
So, Mr. Kinney, if I may, I just want to say thank you for your years of service to the city. You and I have had the pleasure of working together for 11 years. I think we've done a lot of good in the city. I think you've done a lot of incredible things. And, one of the things that we always get complimented for while we had a seat on the TPO was when I would speak to other municipalities was our trolley service. How impeccable it was, clean, how it ran on time, that we were the model, that we are the model. I want to tell you that one of my biggest legacies, you played a major role in. You actually made it happen. Extending trolleys to Saturdays, pushing new routes to University of Miami, to the Publix across US 1. And one of the most important things that I think that I want people to always remember about you. So one of the things that we faced together was extending the trolleys across US 1 to our friends in the Lola B. Walker neighborhood. Mm-hmm. And that was something that we worked on, and we faced some opposition. But we got it done. You got it done. And it's something that has paid significant dividends to a community that was underserved for a long time. I also want to congratulate you on, for years, we worked on modernizing the way people park in our city. From not only the parking garages, but also to going paperless, having the ability for people to use credit cards and transitioning from coins to a more modern system. And it's an ongoing process as we budget for it every single year. But you've had a long-term, mark here in the city, and I want to thank you because one of the interesting things, not only do you work for the city, but you also live in the city. So when, for example, a commissioner or myself would send you an email about one issue or another in the downtown that dealt with parking or dealt with a trolley, you were hands-on. You were always saying, let's meet in person, let's have a conversation. I would see you walking up the downtown on the way to meetings. And that to me is what governance is all about. All our employees, take a all hands on deck approach. But I enjoyed seeing you walk through the downtown as I drove from one meeting to another, or from lunch or from breakfast, and I would see you engaging with businesses. I would see you engaging with residents. You were riding the trolley. You wanted to see how things were going. You were looking at pay stations. I would watch you look at pay stations as you walked from one pay station to another. And that's something that I always admired, because you took your job seriously and you held yourself to the highest standards. So I want to, wish you the best of luck in your retirement. You and I were talking outside about, what is ahead for you. You talked about your beautiful grandchildren. You talk about traveling. You talk about what lies ahead, and you were excited about that. So I just want to say thank you again for your years of service to the city. Beautiful. We're a better place because you chose to join us. So thank you for that.
I will tell you that the walks around downtown probably will continue just because my dog thinks she owns the city. And she believes she needs to go out and check things out. But I will say that, the parking and mobility system in the city of Beautiful are the envy of many. We punch way out of our weight class when you talk about how we move people and how we encourage the commerce in the central business district. And it is in good hands. Matt, over the last year and a half, has become an exceptional mobility services manager. And bringing Monica in from the beach was a great move for the city. And I think there's only good things that are going to happen.
Thank you. Let's take a picture.
Mr. Mayor, before we move forward, we have members of the public asking to speak on this.
Perfect.
First, Jackson Rip Holmes.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you all for giving me a chance to try to pay tribute to Kevin Kinney. Mayor, I think you and I agree on this. He is trying to bring us the safest parking garage in the entire country, the mobility hub. And I could start crying if I start really thinking about how hard it's been to convince others to give us the safest parking garage in the country when our city depends on attracting female shoppers to Miracle Mile who are going to fund our city's tax base, 15% of it. But I didn't realize, I had done the research that the mobility hub, if it's approved with the modern design, the safe design, the see-through transparent design, will be this. I knew it would be the safest in Florida because it abuts my property. I have a reason to intensely research it. But it was Mr. Kinney who clued me in. No, it's going to be the safest in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I have on Zoom, Mr. Sam Joseph would also like to say a few words.
Mr. Joseph, good morning. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I appreciate the indulgence. Again, the city is going to be at a loss. We have Mr. Kinney is one of the most genuine human beings I've ever had the pleasure of being around. It's not very often sitting on the school community relations committee that you need to meet with the parking director, but we were having some issues at Coral Gables Prep with parent drop-offs and getting parking tickets from a lot that was owned by a nearby business. And Mr. Kinney came personally to meet with us and talk through the issue and figure out how to assuage some very angry parents and residents, and really made the situation just perfect for everyone concerned. And anytime I've ever had the opportunity to talk to him or meet with him, it's just been an absolute pleasure. I hope you enjoy Alaska, and I look forward to seeing you walking around town also.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
That's it, sir.
That's it. Mr. Kinney, so we also have a small token of appreciation that hopefully you'll place on your mantle, whether it be here in Coral Gables or in Alaska, over the fireplace. So let's take a photo. Mr. Clerk, we'll move on to public comment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, first speaker today is Richard Lara.
Mr. Lara, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak on a very important subject. As this Commission and the residents viewing online and in here personally, at the last Commission meeting, item number F16 was discussed. This was a resolution to authorize the city manager to approve and issue a reimbursement to the Actors Playhouse Productions. During that meeting, which was an ordinance, or I should say a resolution that was sponsored by Commissioner Menendez, he referred to an urgent need, as well as referring to the need described by him as to allow basically and mostly children with disabilities to be able to get to the second floor of the Miracle Theater. And for context, the city owns the Miracle Theater. The tenant of the Miracle Theater is the Actors Playhouse Productions. Mr. Menendez, Commissioner Menendez, says that he thinks there's a path forward to take care of this much-needed assistance. The Actors Playhouse is a party to a lease with the city, and the lease provides that any ADA-related issues, including compliance, are the responsibility of the tenant. That said, at the meeting, the last meeting, the only stated concern regarding this need to be able to access the second floor is that the current wheelchair lift didn't accommodate a larger wheelchair if it were powered. That represented the extent of the facts that were provided to this commission to be able to vote, as urged by Commissioner Menendez, to reimburse the tenant $41,000 to build a 24-foot ramp. Now, mind you, it was referred to as being a request for a reimbursement, but the tenant never paid a penny. So I don't know why it's being referred to as a reimbursement, but that's how it was couched. Now, this particular ramp happens to be one of the worst possible options for addressing what is an unknown issue, because the tenant never appeared before this commission, never stated why they have a need for a reimbursement or assistance of any kind. But when questions were raised during that commission meeting, none were answered. Yet, at the urging of Commissioner Menendez, there was stated that there was a time issue as well as a need to address a concern that had never been actually voiced. The city officials that were here at the last meeting stated that after inspecting the site, the wheelchair lift, if I can be indulged on a very important matter, that after inspecting the site at the Miracle Theater, which involved rising approximately the same space and height as these three steps that you see here before the commission dais, the statement made at the last commission hearing was that the lift is obsolete, it can't be fixed, it cannot be modified, and it cannot even be replaced. Nothing can be further from the truth. And let me state that the present wheelchair lift is functioning. I actually attended the Friday night performance at the Miracle Theater of A Rock Sails By. I also noticed that Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Castro were also in attendance on stage receiving, a few days after this hearing, awards from the operator of the theater. I observed patrons using the lift without issue, as they have done for many years. So with no specific or general explanation from the tenant as to why the city should fund any of this major project, let alone grant $41,000 of the taxpayers' money without discussion or even an alternate bid, all that was provided to this commission was a single page saying $41,000 is due. The ramp option discussed is not only the most expensive option, it's also the most disruptive to the floor plan, and potentially violates safety as well as standards for fire safety. Understand that if that ramp went in as proposed, it would eliminate the existing wheelchair lift and remove half of the present stairs that are being used presently to enter and exit the theater. Even if we were aware of what the problem is, which was never stated during this last commission meeting, $41,000 would still be horrifically overpriced for this ramp, not even knowing whether it's viable or even needed a ramp. The logical and financially prudent option would be instead to replace or modify the existing lift. Whether the problem involves convenience, ADA compliance, who knows? Because we've never heard or seen from the tenant what the specific issue is, nor was it raised by Commissioner Menendez when he urged for a vote immediately at that hearing. Were the lift to be replaced or modified, it would not only be the cheapest option, it would also avoid disrupting the flow of traffic, and it wouldn't disrupt the floor plan, and it would also represent the safest way to deal with whatever this problem might be. Pricing for a brand new lift would be substantially less than the $41,000 that was voted on at this last hearing to be paid to the tenant for a ramp. In closing, the commissioners who voted for this resolution, in my opinion, as a taxpayer, again, my name is Richard Lara, and I live at 1001 Coral Way. The commissioners who voted for this have shown a lack of care, in my view, or concern for the use of taxpayer money. Once again, they have not received or requested from the tenant a factual basis for the need of any payment of $41,000. And despite voting at the last commission meeting that there would be 2 additional bids provided by today's hearing, to my knowledge, not a single alternate bid has been sought or received. None has certainly been provided, and indeed, this issue is not on the agenda for today, inexplicably. Payment of $41,000, assuming no other bid is provided, to me, under these circumstances, would represent an abuse of the elected office and a misuse of the taxpayers' money. I am available if anyone on the commission would like to ask me any questions today or after this hearing, because I have visited the site and I know that there is a cheaper and safer and better way to go about this than simply having an urging of an unknown need and an unknown timing issue to justify the misspending of up to $41,000. I entertain any questions should anyone on the commission wish to ask me.
I have a question.
Certainly, Commissioner.
Since you were watching the same thing that we were watching, did you take the time to talk to Barbara about this?
I didn't have a chance to speak to Barbara about this, but I did observe not only patrons using it, they were using it without any issue. I watched people go in with the wheelchair. It took approximately 5 seconds for the wheelchair to go up 24 inches and then go right to their seats. Did you have a chance to speak with Barbara?
Yes, I did, and I recommend that you speak with her because some of the things that you're saying are inaccurate.
Would you name any of them?
I would recommend you speak to her because I don't want to put on the record things that are not 100% accurate, but I do recommend you speak to her. And I really, really hope you didn't take this opportunity to really attack one of my colleagues.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Did you do what?
I really hope you didn't take this opportunity during public comment to attack one of my colleagues because that's what it seems like.
Well, if you consider calling out what was a lack of factual predicate, no basis for voting for $41,000 as an attack, you're misusing the word attack. I'm a taxpayer. You are an elected official charged with guarding and safeguarding taxpayer money.
I recommend you speak to Barbara. And if you want, next time, come back and we can speak about this again.
Today, as in the last meeting, I have heard no factual basis to support an award of $41,000. Does anyone have a factual basis whether the tenant needs the money, whether the tenant has the money, whether the tenant has sought a grant or has sought a donation from anyone to put in a ramp? Do we know any factual basis other than the conclusion that they want it, so let's vote for it? 1, 2, 3.
Barbara is the queen of donations. Before she would even come up to any of us, she would look for other resources. This was her last. But if you could just take the moment to speak with her, I think you would opinionate different.
Well, I want everyone to know I'm a supporter of the Miracle Theater. I am in full support of the rights of the disabled, but I'm also a champion and a full supporter of ensuring that our elected officials do not misuse and misspend our taxpayer money. Nothing on the record last commission meeting and nothing today has changed the view, and not a single fact has been put before this commission to justify that vote. And if there is anything that you are aware of, Commissioner, that you're urging me to go speak to the Miracle Theater about, why don't you just tell us what it is?
Because I'm not going to put facts out there that are not 100% accurate.
Well, I agree
But
that
I
we need
did-
facts to be accurate. I haven't heard a single fact, though.
Number one, I wasn't the one who sponsored this item, but I did take the opportunity to speak to Barbara, and I do understand the necessity for it. But if you feel that $41,000 is too much, find me quotes that are a lot cheaper.
On that point, Commissioner, the specific vote that was taken, as taken down by the city attorney, was that by today's meeting, there would be two alternate bids. Two alternate bids would be provided by today.
Okay. And,
There has been
and
no, just a moment, may I
sometimes-
speak? Without interruption. There has been no bid provided today, despite the vote requiring that there be two by today. I do not understand why the tenant who is charged with coming up with a request supported by facts for a reimbursement has not appeared or provided the bids that you have voted needed to be provided today. Remember, this is not a procurement that the city is undergoing for improving or purchasing a product. A request was made for a reimbursement by the tenant who has the primary obligation to pay for it. So to come before the commission and say, I want $41,000, I would respectfully state they should appear and give cause. Some reason. None has been given, and you are now urging me to go find out on my own after 2 meetings without a bid. I would submit that since the motion was carried and the vote was that by today 2 bids needed to come in, this issue needs to be revisited and many more questions need to be asked and, more importantly, answered. I have no further comments. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being
Next
here with us.
speaker is Maria Cruz.
While I'm here, since I haven't introduced myself, is Mrs. Maria Cruz. And in case some people cannot remember, I took the time to have a shirt printed. So from now on, my name will continue to be Mrs. Maria Cruz, because my husband, whose birthday was today, will be very proud of the fact that I still are Mrs. Maria Cruz, even though he's dead. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Billy, don't worry about the time, because the previous speaker spoke way more than 3 minutes. So please, indulge me. First of all, these public comments have become campaigning moments. Campaigning moments. I'm sorry. We have somebody who's a candidate who announced his candidacy here and today has started attacking the person he is running against. Wonderful. I'm so glad that people can see that we're not interested in what's going on in the city. We're interested in, attacking, lying, doing whatever it takes. Hopefully you will get the support of the establishment again so that people can show that that doesn't help. Once again, Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, where I have lived since 1976. Maria Cruz, the one that comes here to every commission meeting, and when I've been unable to attend, I have done it by Zoom. I do not come here to announce my candidacy, even though some people have asked me to do so, because you know what? I'm a resident. I care about this city. I'm not here to run for office, to get the support from the establishment. I'm here to make this city back to what it was, the best. First of all, I would like to thank, and Mr. Mayor, I would appreciate if you pay attention. If you're not going to pay attention, I'll stop.
Got my full attention.
Thank you. And it's Mrs. Cruz, I'll have your full attention. First of all, I'd like to, but you continue playing on your phone. Remember, I was a teacher. When teachers spoke, people listened. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone, residents, employees, interested parties who take the time to watch the commission meeting. And I've heard wonderful things from people that claim that they wish they could be here, but due to the circumstances, due to the bullying, the threats, etc., they don't think they should do so. So I'm here to let you know that Maria Cruz is not moving away. I guess much to some people's disgust, Maria Cruz bought that house to be able to attend church, even when I became disabled, even when I have to use a wheelchair. I will be there, and I assure you that somebody will get me here too. Sooner or later, we will be here, and we'll make sure that we don't show up only when we want to showcase what we want to be seen and known. Okay? I think my name is very well known for good or bad, for those that like me and those that do not, but it's well known. My mother used to say, el papel aguanta todo. I couldn't come up with a good translation, so I'm going to give you my translation. And I saw Ms. Kaplan around here. He will tell you that I was his Spanish teacher. So I will give you the best translation I can. The best way I can describe it, if the mayor pay attention, so I'll continue, is that paper will take anything you write on it. Doesn't make it right, doesn't make it true, doesn't make it pretty. Whatever you write on a piece of paper, whatever you print, you color, paper will take it. And that's why I'm talking about this today. Our city continues to be in the smoke and mirrors phase. The residents, the employees, need to be careful when you read or listen to some of the elected officials continue to say everything is great in the city. We have no financial problems. I listen to the residents. More development will bring more money, more taxes. I want transparency and clarity. I'm here for you. I'm here to serve you. Wonderful words, but don't forget, because of me, you were able to fix your building. Because of me, you're able to open today, because those are said too. Take everything from the source, and when in doubt, take the time to watch the videos. And you can watch the commission meetings, you can watch the town hall meetings, and let me tell you, it's very interesting to watch here, sit here, and every other word is I, instead of we. Okay? We're not interested in saying what we have done, but what I have accomplished, whether true or not. When you watch those videos, it may be an eye-opener for you. And may I suggest that you also look into asking for financial statements, because it's important to follow the money. We're not in favor outside out-of-town developers, but we certainly accept money from any developer that gives it to us. And it is a very sad moment when even when the honorees talk, we have to stop and say how I did this and I did that, taking away from the people that really did. And I'm going to tell you something. The literacy fair was wonderful, but it was very, very shameful to have people waiting for the arrival of the king. And it was very shameful to hear that only one person had something to do with the literacy fair, because some of us that have followed the school committee know that there were other people involved, that Maritere Rojas had some part, that the school system had some part, that Ariel Fernandez, before he was a commissioner, had some part. But of course, we couldn't utter those words because, that would give credit to somebody who is not I. The only thing that we talk about in this city, and it's time for you all to wake up and smell the coffee. It is not an I moment. It's a we moment like we used to do. And let me tell you, I'm tired of people blaming the new commissioners. Well, first of all, Mr. Menendez is not a new commissioner. They forgot that. So we talk about new commissioners on the radio, newspapers, all the time. The new commissioners, I guess you left and came back. But the fact is that the new commissioners, the commissioners that have seen what's going on here, instead of criticizing them, watch their demeanor, watch their behavior, and you will see the difference. Okay, I'm sitting here and I'm watching them taking pictures. Things are being said. I see people watching and I see somebody on the phone. Okay? That doesn't show respect to the people that are here talking. And I'm sorry, I have the need to say that because I'm tired of reading, listening, and being told how wonderful one person is and not researching and not going back to the sources that you can verify how great. And shame on anybody who comes here just to do his political campaign for free, because that's what it boils down to. One page in Gables magazine, but you know what? Every time we come here to campaign, the whole city sees it, and that's wonderful because they see the reality. So have a wonderful day. I hope you continue doing what you need to do. I'm very grateful that you all take the time to do what's best for the city. And don't worry, everybody can see that. Smoke and mirrors has never worked. It will not work again. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
I only
Cristina Vidal.
minutes and 49 seconds. I still have time.
Mr. Clerk?
Cristina Vidal.
Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Just to make sure we correct the record, it was 3 minutes plus a 6:52, correct?
Yes, sir.
So it was 10 minutes. Mr. Clerk? Are you keeping tabs on how much?
I am not, sir.
You're not? Okay, but just want to make sure we start keeping tabs. So I want everybody to have their fair share to be able to speak.
Cristina Vidal.
Good morning. Thank you for being here with us.
Mine will be shorter. So good morning. Thank you all, and each and every one of you for your service. It's a lot of effort and a lot of work, and we really appreciate every one of you. My name is Christine. I'm here with my mom, Diana. We live at 301 Alessio Avenue, and it's a pleasure to be here because there have been developments in the community with regard to sustainability, and it is inspirational. Since last summer, an initiative has been incubating, and this is an ideal moment to build on months of progress by proposing a Coral Gables tree and mangrove working group. This working group is to be a collective, inclusive effort, to Mrs. Maria Cruz's point, that welcomes stakeholders and subject matter experts in a collaborative service to the community and to government. In early March of this year, a project concept note was issued by our family, reporting on months of due diligence and answering to the need for an updated tree inventory, which should be the immediate focus of a tree and mangrove working group. This concept note has been circulating, and if you have not received it, it is simply because making appointments requires time, but we'll get to you. The need for a tree inventory is an opportunity for the working group to contribute significantly to our quality of life and our fiscal well-being. It can ensure that deep consideration is given to the tools and methods for tree stewardship, natural capital accounting, and associated ecosystem service benefits. If these latter terms are unfamiliar, it will be the purpose of the Tree and Mangrove Working Group to make them meaningful and familiar. So thank you all, and we look forward to elaborating further on this beautiful initiative. This is a pending project in the city, and it's a great moment to do it because technology really supports us this time around. So thank you, and I look forward to seeing you all again.
Thank you.
And if you have any questions, sure.
I look forward to seeing you too. I didn't catch your last name now.
Vidal, V as in Victor, I, D as in David, A-L. And we've met.
Yeah, no, I know.
I've seen you. We did the mangrove planting during the pandemic, which was fabulous.
Right.
Yeah, that was really fun.
Let's catch up.
Yeah, super.
And I wanted to thank you and your mom. I know you've been working on this project for some time. We've met a couple of times to discuss this, and I think this is something we may be able to put on the agenda, maybe not next meeting, but in the July meeting, to have a little time for everybody to meet with them, so that we can have further discussion. This is something that we've talked about since the campaign, the need to have a real tree inventory where we can start planning for future issues that may arise, temperature changes that could affect some of our tree canopy. And I know you've been proactive in trying to find the best way to do it. I don't know if you had an opportunity to meet with the manager and our landscape management team, but I think
Not
that
yet.
should probably be the next step. And Mr. Clerk, if we could put this on the agenda for the July meeting, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
So
Thank
we'll
you
probably
very
also
much.
have ready at that time some background work I've been doing on our state statute and some proposed amendments to address some gaps that we have in order to be able to protect our tree canopy as well. I've been, as I know you all know, working with our wonderful landscape division on diversifying what our canopy is so it is more resilient in the future. But to be able to prevent trees from improperly being taken out based upon the current state statute and the lack of any opportunity for our city to be able to rebut reports that are lacking proper foundation is a major gap that's reducing our tree canopy. So I do want to forge forward on this.
Yeah, it's a vast topic, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I think everyone's going to enjoy it.
Mr. Vidal, first off, thank you for being here. If you would indulge me, would you mind meeting with Ms. Bell before you leave? I don't think you've had the pleasure of meeting with her, but she could go over quickly and just give you a little bit of groundwork on two things that happened years ago that were done already. It's a tree inventory for all the trees on the swale.
Yes.
And there's also a tree succession plan, which will give you an idea in regards to what is already budgeted every year, which I think is $200,000 a year in the budget. I don't have the budget in front of me, but from what I remember, it's a $200,000 reoccurring budget to, as trees are involved in, for example, an accident, a car accident, or dies, or lightning strikes, that there's monies in place already in the budget to replace those trees, especially the canopy. So if you would be so kind to meet with Ms. Bell, and you can have a quick conversation with her, and you can work together collaboratively on that effort, because I think you'll be very pleased to see that there's already a lot of information in regards to 40,000+ trees on the swale.
Yes,
40,000.
42,000.
40,000.
And I've begun, all my due diligence began last year, so I My concept note that you will receive, and I'll sit down and happily discuss it with you, was born out of a collective meeting October 5th of 2023 that included green space management, sustainability, IT, GIS, and other departments of our city. It's a very thorough, very deep, and broad piece of research that took me many months, but I did not do it alone. I stand here speaking, but it is a collective effort that involves stakeholders and subject matter experts at FIU, at University of Miami, at Miami-Dade, and at the national level. I'm interfacing with scientists in New York City, at Cornell Tech. They are the leading experts in the field, the designers of the Treefolio platform. So I am deeply, deeply knowledgeable, and what I'm bringing here is months and months of work, countless hours, interfacing, meetings, and yes, I know Dina. Don't know her as well as I'd like to, but we'll get there. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and I look forward to working with all
And
of
it
you.
fits in perfectly for the city as a Tree City USA, 34
Right.
years running.
That's
I
right.
think
We
that
have,
this is,
we have every reason to lead.
39. I said
We have every
39,
reason
sorry.
to lead the way, not only for our county, but frankly, nationally. So it's a great opportunity.
Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate your hard work.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mr. Clerk?
Humberto Silvestre.
Mr. Silvestre, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies. Good morning, gentlemen of the commission. Thank you. Thank you for serving. This is really tough. You guys are just hearing us out, so appreciate it. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me, Mr. Fernandez. Appreciate your message. I'm speaking on behalf of preserving the youth center field. It seems like we've aligned on that. I really appreciate that you guys have heard the community, right, have taken the time to understand the needs and kind of some of the things that we speak on. Also, Rhonda, thank you for piloting and leading the Sunday effort to open the youth center on Sundays. That's really awesome, and I appreciate that we'll have that youth center for us for an extra day. So I just wanted to follow up. It's a really great honor that you guys have acknowledged, and so we've kind of communicated that in the petition that we started, that we've been heard, right? We know that things aren't done, right? We're still trying to find an ideal place for the pickleball courts. Our message is thank you for preserving the field. We've met with the pickleball community. We support them. While it's not really our place to dictate where the fields will be at, we just support you guys in finding the best and optimal place that can be. And we just thank you for, standing up for the fields and trying to, find an optimal solution for everybody. So I'd really love to hear some of maybe your thoughts, Rhonda, one-on-one. Maybe if I can meet with you and Melissa, because it seems like from what I've heard from some of the commission, we're aligned, right? And this city is continually, used to be a place where we do 5-0 votes, right? We're all aligned and we're all unanimous. So I just wanted to thank you, congratulate you guys for hearing us, continue to work hand in hand. I know it's not done, right? I don't want to take up too much time. But something that I think was a little outdated though. I think from the Gables Insider, when was the May issue publicated? Was it like early in the month for the?
I'm not part of a Gables Insider, so I don't
Okay,
know.
I'm not sure.
In fact, I haven't even looked at the last few editions. So.
No, you're good, you're good. But it seems like there's really consistent messaging, right? So I just want to make sure that that is across the board, So
But
appreciate
I now that you're up here, I do want to correct. Coral Gables magazine did have an error in what they published. It said that there was a 5-0 vote to approve a facility at the baseball field. That is not the case. We had never voted to approve constructing any facility at the youth center. And like I talked to you, and I've talked to many members of the community that have come out to talk to me. We've actually had several meetings over the last 2 weeks with the manager's office, with parks, with our parking director, our community, Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce, to look for a place that works for everybody. And I think the Chamber of Commerce was a great opportunity because our parking department wasn't even realizing some of the needs that they had from some of the businesses who were there. So we are working on this. That's why it's not on the agenda today. I have committed to everybody that I'm working behind the scenes to try to find options, and then we will probably have a community meeting. That's what I'm working towards, so that we can work through those options and have a community discussion and get everybody's input.
Thank you so much.
So if you, the young ladies that are in the offices are commission aides, they can tell you when I'm available, because I am available this Friday, next Friday, I'm not sure, because I'm
Sure.
scheduled for jury duty. So,
Absolutely. Just thank you, guys. Thank you, Mayor,
Good
for
to see
leading
you on
us.
Friday. Send my best to your father. Thank you.
You guys are great. Just thank you, and we'll stay on it. We'll be diligent.
Take care. Mr. Clerk.
Lynn Bluestein?
Good morning.
Thank you.
So good to see you.
Thank you. Lovely to see you again. You bear with me just a second. Lynn Bluestein, 4330 Southwest 15th Street. My home in Little Gables for 35 years. And I think I'm going to need an extra minute and a half, if I may. Many thanks to those that answered my email regarding the exact language of the proposed straw ballot on annexation. This is exactly what will be on the August 20th ballot. Non-binding straw ballot question, possible annexation of Little Gables into the city of Coral Gables. Would you support the city pursuing the annexation of Little Gables, the area generally bounded by Southwest 8th Street to the north, Southwest 16th Street to the south, Cortez Street to the west, and Southwest 40th Avenue to the east, into the city of Coral Gables via Miami-Dade County's annexation process and absorbing all associated annexation costs? Yes or no? At the February 27th Commission meeting, a discussion of costs associated with annexation was brought up. You can watch it unfold on that meeting video, item H1. Scroll over to 7 hours and 4 minutes. There was lots of hemming and hawing about what the costs will or might be to the residents of Coral Gables. For those that might not be familiar with this old-fashioned expression, here is the definition. Hem and haw means to speak in an evasive, vague, roundabout way to avoid responding to a question or making a definite statement. It was then and only then that the last few words of the ballot question were added. Those last few words are absorbing all associated annexation costs. Well, from the November 14th Commission meeting presentation prepared by your staff, on the line of total expenses, it seems clear to me Coral Gables will spend $23,594,000 for just the first 5 years if annexation were to take place. I constantly read and hear all about the improvements and necessities and repairs that the residents of Coral Gables need and want, and the expenses that go along with those improvements and necessities and repairs. Dear intelligent and fair-minded residents of Coral Gables, do you really want your city to spend $23,594,000 on annexing Little Gables when you need this money for your own quality of life? Please do go out of your way to vote no on this annexation question. Expanding your tax base to include Little Gables will not be worth it to you in the long run. That tax base ship sailed last year with the very loud rejection from High Pines and Ponce Davis neighborhoods who resoundingly told Coral Gables to take a hike, and that's putting it mildly. I could say lots more, but I know my time is limited. My last item is a question for Mayor Lago. I watched your interview of April 21st with Jackie Nesprawl on Channel 6. You said something that I couldn't believe I was hearing. I listened to it a number of times. You were speaking of meetings with the heads of the Dade County Fire Union and the Coral Gables Fire Union. This is exactly what you said, and I'm bringing it up because I would really like you to explain this. Quote, and I met with these individuals. I met with the county at Cafe Abraci, and he told me you have two options. Option A is you allow us to absorb the City of Coral Gables Fire Department, and I'll allow you to annex Little Gables. Or I'll ruin your name if you keep moving forward with the annexation process. So, how did my life, my home, my future, and my neighbors, and my neighborhood become part of this seemingly quid pro quo exchange? Who was allowing what to whom? If these agreements and negotiations are actually taking place behind the scenes regarding annexation, I think everyone should just stop immediately and take a good look at this. So please explain option A. When one can eliminate any and all injustices, they will never have to worry about their name. And thank you for your time.
Let me respond to you. First off, this was already responded to with the gentleman, Billy McAllister, who's the head of the fire union from the county. I had multiple witnesses. He requested that meeting of me, and I said, let's meet at Cafe Bracci. He wanted to discuss what would happen in regards to services, in regards to the residents of Little Gables versus Coral Gables potentially taking over. He was very clear, and he threatened me on the record and said, if you continue moving forward with annexation, I will destroy your reputation. I said, listen, we're here to discuss about the residents and what we as a city would like to potentially engage in the annexation process. I'm not going to allow anyone to intimidate me. I mentioned this. This is the second time on this dais that I mentioned it. I said it in front of Mr. McAllister, who was here. This is old news. It was not an issue of quid pro quo, even though I know you would like to define it, and probably potentially members of this commission would like to define it as that. But that is furthest from the case. What happened was I was not going to allow Mr. McAllister to intimidate me. Now, Mr. McAllister is also part of the recall effort. He helped fund it, and so did us, another developer in this community. But at the end of the day, the residents of the city of Coral Gables will have a ballot. They will be able to vote moving forward. That was decided by Commissioner Menendez. They will move forward and decide whether to annex or not. It will be a decision of the residents. So I always am grateful for you to be here. You always have a platform and an opportunity to speak. But I just appreciate if we not try to muddy the waters and we try to truly tell the truth in regards to what the issues are. He tried to intimidate me at a restaurant, and I put it on the record here in the commission, and it was a question that was asked to me by Jackie Nesprall, and I spoke on the record. That's it. That's what it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Another little thing. The person that came up with the idea that we needed to display something on the language that associated to cost was me. And I did push very hard for numbers to be there, but there's a certain amount of characters that are allowed to be on the ballot. That's one. And number two, I really, really wanted numbers to be there, even if it was only the numbers. But finance told me that they're not 100% accurate, and it could be misleading.
This was your presentation from November 14th.
I know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
And you.
Mr. Clerk?
Jackson Rip Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, good morning.
Thank you. It's a great citizen public comment forum. I want to thank our new city manager, Amos Rojas. He's the reason I'm here. He has reopened City Hall to the voters, to the residents. And the sad story is, before you came, I wasn't here because it's like a torture chamber. But anyway, so I want to get into two important updates that I think are of interest to every person on the dais. I said once in the past, two great news items that Citizens United could be proximately overturned. There's a setback there. I want to give you the update. And then I also said that another great news item is that the governor of California was suing big oil. And so maybe we're not going to all drown after all by sea level rise. If we can bank, it's like a battle of survival. Who survives, the oil companies or Coral Gables, where we get flooded out forever, you know? And so our hero, my hero, is whatever else he does, right or wrong, is the governor of California suing big oil. All right, so we've seen the Supreme Court. They have no, what's a bad news update, right? But we got to stay concerned. Is that the Supreme Court is worse than ever. They actually have no ethics code that's applicable to the Supreme Court. Every other judge in the country can be tossed or disciplined if they don't follow an ethics code, and there's none that apply to the U.S. Supreme Court, and they're acting like it. They're more out of control than ever. But my recommendation to you on the dais and to everyone listening that's concerned about Citizens United is follow Sheldon Whitehouse on YouTube. He's a senator from Rhode Island. He has proven that that decision was the result of bribery by the Federalist Society. There is a basis for overturning it. And remember, that's what's done our city in. That's the worst cause of the developerocracy we all face. If we can overturn Citizens United, we don't need Superman Amos Rojas as much as we do now without overturning Citizens United. The second update I'd like to give is relating again then to the lawsuit against big oil. I don't think you all will be totally surprised that I'll be finishing very shortly. When the governor of California sued big oil, is this like cynicism lives in all of your hearts and my heart? Is it a big surprise to us there was suddenly a recall effort against him? I mean, is this do we believe in coincidences, or was the recall effort financed by big oil? But the thing is, what has he proven to us? We could probably sue big oil ourselves. I think, we should continue to evaluate the option of suing big oil ourselves. So that's the update. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'd like to get a motion on the consent agenda.
Second.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda?
None?
Not all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Take a 10-minute break before we take the item F1, which is our first time cert. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, you ready? You ready, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir.
All right, so welcome back. I'd like to, we have a time certain, let's do F1, which is a presentation by the Coral Gables Art Cinema. I placed this item on the agenda, and I'd like to invite our friends from the Coral Gables Art Cinema who are here with us today. We had the pleasure of meeting 2 Fridays ago at open office hours, and I asked them to join us just to give a little bit of an update on something that we've been working on for a few years, and Marlon has been carrying that water for a long time, and I want to say thank you for all your hard work, along with all the board members, so.
Good morning, everybody. For the record, my name is Marilyn Ebert, and I am a resident. I live at 6510 San Vicente Street. I've worn a number of different hats in this city through my 35 years of living here, but one of my most pleasant hats that I wear is being the chair of the Coral Gables Art Cinema. The cinema opened in 2010, and we occupy a space in the parking garage on Aragon Avenue and the first floor. And I was there on opening night. I've always loved the movies. And I started to volunteer there and take tickets on Friday nights. And lo and behold, now I am chair of the board. So you can really work your way up. We were closed for a long time during the pandemic, and there were some question marks about cinemas across the United States. And our wonderful staff has put together a 2023 impact report of our last year. And we have wonderful board members, we have wonderful staff, and when Michelle called me, Michelle Costa Humphreys, who is our communications director, she called me one day and she said, Marlon, we need you to write a letter. And she said, we need it now. And I was leaving for Chicago. And so, as happens to all of us, I sat down and this letter just flowed. It was just a joy to write it. So to really give you this impact report, I want to turn the meeting over to our wonderful executive director, Brenda Moe. So.
Thank you, Marlon. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, commissioners, esteemed guests in the audience. I would like to acknowledge Stephen Krams, the founder of Coral Gables Art Cinema, and our greatest benefactor, and Midge Blumberg Krams, who is the chair of our Children and Family Programming Committee. They happen to be married. Michelle Humphreys, our communication director. It's an honor to be here this morning to stand in front of you and talk about the good news from the cinema. First of all, I'd just like to acknowledge the unwavering support we have received from this city, its residents, and everybody up on the dais today. Mr. Mayor, you and I have been talking about the cinema for years. You are one of our greatest supporters, and I just want to acknowledge you personally and say thank you so much for the work that you have done to ensure that everybody understands the value of our organization. Commissioner Menendez, you are probably the commissioner who really understands the work that we do to a granular level because of the monthly support that you provide with your own series. Thank you so much. The work that you do and the value that you bring to our community by providing free movies, it really means a lot. I mean, I know you hear it from the residents when they come in, but it's such a joy to hear people talk about your movies. So, Commissioner Anderson, the work that you have done to support all of our sustainability initiatives, you have personally sponsored these films You've put your money behind it. So I just want to acknowledge you, and you've been a dear friend to the cinema. So thank you so much. We have an open standing invitation. Please come visit the cinema. Ariel, you've been there. You've been in the projection booth. It's really a special place to visit. So we don't want to dig into the impact report page by page. But I do want to, is this the, and it doesn't need to be plugged in. I just advance it this way. Perfect. Okay, great. Thanks. So, as many of you know, we have been working on expanding the cinema to build a second screen. I'm so sorry I didn't introduce myself. Brenda Moe, Executive Director and Programming Director of Coral Gables Art Cinema. One of my primary roles, as I see it, is to propagate the legacy of Stephen Krams and Midge Blumberg-Krams. The work that they have done to create the cinema, create this jewel that has been operating for almost 14 years is incredible. The amount of time and money and effort that they've put in is inspirational. And so part of that work is we need to be sustainable. Our art house needs a second screen, and we've been working on that for some time. So as that initiative gets closer, Michelle and I were talking about how we can get in front of our community to a greater degree, and we agreed that an impact report to show our community within these pages the work that we're doing. And so this is the document itself. Part of what you'll see, and I have extra copies for anybody in the audience that would like to take one. Please help yourself. Part of what you're going to see is these national distributors that have quotes that are peppered throughout this report. What's important about that is that your city, the city of Coral Gables, is acknowledged as having one of the most important art house venues in the country. The performance that we do with one screen is phenomenal. And so just pay close attention to that, to those quotes. Let's move forward. Our letters, Marlon's letter is really lovely. You have to read it. So each page just highlights a little bit of the work that we've done in the last calendar year. So our programming, the numbers with our programming, we screened 221 individual films in 2023. What's significant about that is that we only have one screen. And so it really is the impact that we are able to make. And Michelle and I, we have an amazing team. The work that they produce is phenomenal. I mean, it's not easy to book, program, get 221 titles on websites, sell tickets, and manage that. So I just want to acknowledge the sheer amount of work that goes into that. With almost 1,000 individual film screenings, and then just the fun details about our programming are on that page. Our signature film programs, Family Day on Aragon, which I mentioned, Midge Blumberg-Krams is the chair of that committee. Ticket prices, pay what you can, and you're going to get free popcorn. We know and we say children that have easier access to the arts are happier, healthier, and smarter. Shouldn't cost you an arm and a leg to take your family to the movies. But not only that, but what we see is a multi-generational engagement, grandparents bringing grandchildren to movies that maybe the grandparents saw in movie theaters. It's really a special initiative. And then this goes, the signature film programs covers many more. And then Coral Gables was the only city in Miami, or the only city in South Florida, to have Oppenheimer on 70 millimeter celluloid, 55 individual screenings. The the skill that it takes to project 70 millimeter is not a joke. The work that we put into making sure that these screenings went off seamlessly was incredible. And not only that, but our HVAC system was down at the time, so we had, so there was an additional challenge there that we were able to get past, thank goodness. And then the impact report goes into information about our top films and that performance 2023 by the numbers. So we address total economic impact that we had in the downtown corridor, patrons served, and then everything below that are, it gives you an idea of the sheer amount of work that is happening within our cinema. So building community, these are initiatives that have not only helped us get out of our four walls, but have brought important partners in. One of those, Gables Cinema on the Move, funded by PNC Bank, allowed us to take film screenings throughout South Florida to different communities. And such an interesting initiative and exciting. Overtown Optimist Club, for example, was an organization I wasn't familiar with until we launched Gables Cinema on the Move. And the work that we did with them and their children was inspirational, and these relationships continue. So, just know that we are reaching outside of our four walls. We're reaching outside of our zip code, and we're doing work with important partners in different areas of South Florida and the city. And we touch on audience engagement. Eugenio Derbez, he is the top, I think #1 Hispanic actor in the world. We had him, at the cinema. Phil Lord won an Oscar for Spider-Man. He's a dear friend of the cinema, and he was here. Dr. Christina Lane, an expert on Hitchcock. So not only do we show movies, exhibition sometimes can be a tough sell because people do think it is just watching movies. But what we work to do is engage audiences in important, tough, meaningful conversations on top of the films that we're showing. We touch on our expansion, of course, and take a look at that space. And then we just cover who our leadership are. And at the end, you'll see we have to get into tiny type font because during the pandemic, I do want to highlight that we were closed for 6 months. Our membership increased 19% while our doors were closed. It's such an important number to us because it reminds us of the value that our community has seen that we put forward. This year, we're hitting 2,000 individual members. That rivals the Arsh Center. So just know that the engagement that we have with this community is meaningful and important, and I know that you all are aware of it, and I hope that this impact report helps drive that home even more. And I'm so grateful for your time.
So thank you very much for listening to our impact and seeing our impact report. I'd like to bring the Crams up. We had some other board members that were here with us. Mitch Kaplan was one. And I know that someone that already spoke this morning would like to say a few words from the community. Come on. Yeah, yes. So she's wearing a different hat now, too.
Thank you. I'm one of those tiny names on the membership list, and I've been a member for many, many years. I go to the movies every single week. I can walk from my home in Little Gables, and I think that the Gables Art Cinema, and of course with Books and Books, are the two greatest things that Coral Gables has to offer. You have a lot of good things to offer, but these are the two greatest, and I am so thrilled to have them in my life. So thank you.
Non-paid testimonial. I love it. Mr. Krams, will you join us? So before we get there, I appreciate you coming to speak a little bit about the impact report for 2023. the goal is now we're getting ever closer to having that second screen. And I think that having the second screen is going to, not I think, I know as a matter of fact, the nice lady who just came up and spoke from Little Gables, there's the amount of people that have joined the cinema. The second screen is going to be an opportunity not only for the current members, but future members. But I think it's also a good opportunity to continue the mission of giving back. I think it's a great opportunity, like we discussed with private and public schools, charter schools, of engagement even further. Just driving home the fact that this area of our city is a cultural destination with books and books. So I just wanted to say thank you. And Mr. Krams, please join us.
Thank you very much, Mayor. While it's true I'm the founder and the president of Coral Gables Art Cinema, the cinema would not exist were it not for each and every one of you, but each and every previous commission and mayor and city manager and everybody in this community. When we first started this adventure, the Coral Gables Community Foundation became a major partner with a $250,000 gift, and the city matched that gift, and then the rest is history. And so without the city, there would be no Coral Gables Art Cinema. And we are eternally indebted to each and every one of you and all your predecessors. And thank you so very much for your help.
It's a privilege to be here and to be part of the cinema. And though it is my husband who began this, I stepped along with him. And I'm so proud of all the staff, the executive director, Michelle Humphreys, and our whole staff is just thrilled to be here. And thank you so much for your support. It's a privilege to be here.
Thank you very much on behalf of the commission. I know that my colleagues probably have some things they want to say, but looking forward to that second screen. It's going to be a game changer for downtown.
And thank you so much for all of the work that you've done throughout the years to ensure.
We're almost there. It's only taken a few years. We're almost there. We'll get it. We'll get it done. Madam Vice Mayor?
So I don't get to come visit you as often due to my husband's medical conditions. I choose not to leave him, behind and just come for special events. But the economic impact that you make, $2.2 million, and the tiny little footprint that you have is, an understatement of the contribution that you have to the community. And I think is in line, too, with what we need to do in our community in promoting the cultural arts. As you probably noticed, the Sanctuary of the Arts came over and helped support adding to our strategic plan, the cultural arts, because I think there's a beautiful synergy that can happen. Too often, we always look for the economic impact on sports have on the community, but the reality is, and I'm stealing Rafi Maldonado's words here, is the cultural arts actually has an even bigger impact than the sports. We love sports. I'm not taking anything away from you sport lovers, but the cultural arts is a beautiful part of our city and offers so much richness for everybody, even in the Little Gables too. So thank you for being here.
I just want to add, obviously the economic impact is so important, but more important is the human impact. And every time I have the opportunity to go to the theater, the joy, the eyes and the hearts of the folks that not only are watching the movie coming out, but the ones that are waiting to see the next movie. And I remember growing up in the Gables here years ago, and we had the Choral Theater, not too far from where you are on Ponce, and the Gables Theater. And that was what everybody looked forward to. That was the way you came together with friends and family to create community. And thanks to your cinema, people are getting to re-experience what they lost perhaps some years ago. And it's that joy of being together, laughing, crying, being scared, regardless of what the movie is, but it's that community. And I just congratulate you for what you all do. And you are truly needed and a jewel. And there's a reason why the Coral Gables Theater aren't around. They had one screen. And economically, it didn't work. So definitely getting that second screen is key, not only for you all, but for our community.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was a great experience to come out and tour the facility. I still remember the large Oppenheimer reels and how heavy they were. So I can only imagine the work that was going on behind the scenes to put those up and make sure that the movie continued streaming perfectly. But I think I echo my colleagues' remarks. The work that the cinema has done for our community is incredible. Like the Vice Mayor was saying, we're expanding in our cultural arts here in the city on a daily basis. I know that there's other theaters in the area that are going to be shutting down soon for an extended period of time because of renovations that are coming up. And I've heard that Sanctuary of the Arts, Actors Playhouse, and Miracle Theater, and I'm sure the cinema have also started getting more requests for use of the space. So I think the timing is always right to expand when it comes to arts and culture. And I'm really looking forward to what you're going to continue to offer, which your board has been extremely dedicated over the course of the last, how many years is it now?
14.
14 years to where we are today, and I'm looking forward to the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Have a wonderful day. Naomi, is the senator here? Is the senator here?
She's on her way back, but we can start with our lobbying team presentation and then introduce her when she returns.
Okay, let's move on. I just want to do H1 because I know that we have them there. We'll come back to F11.
Okay. So yes?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi again, Naomi Levy-Garcia, Assistant City Attorney. Thank you for taking a moment to hear our end of session presentation from our esteemed lobbying team. We have a few representatives here. Nelson, Rana, and Kate are here with us, and Senator Garcia will be joining us shortly as well. And we do have a token of our appreciation because the senator has been such a steadfast champion for the city. So we'd like to share this lovely seal for her office. If we can please bring up the PowerPoint presentation. Okay, I'm going to invite our lobbyists up here. We're going to take you through some of our highlights in terms of appropriations and policy wins and policy updates from the last session. Actually, Senator Garcia, if you could please join us, I'd love to introduce you. Thank you so much. I was just singing your praises for all you've done for the city over the years and all of the wonderful appropriation requests you've sponsored for us and the projects that you've brought to fruition. We could not have done it without you. And so on behalf of the city and the commission, we have this seal for you. And we'd love to hear your thoughts on this last session and looking forward.
Muchas gracias. Thank you so much. Hello to everyone here today. I didn't expect this. This is very, very nice. I saw you walking around with him. I was like, that is very nice. I wonder if they can give me one. Anyway, always a pleasure to be here with you in the City Beautiful. I have the honor of representing you. I share it with, and very jealously, by the way, with Senator Alexis Maria Calatayud, and always an honor. We went up to Tallahassee, this legislative session, keeping in mind consumer protections. At least I did this legislative session. For many of you that know me, like Rhonda knows me, knows that my heart is with foster care and with seniors, and in particular the transition that Miami-Dade as a whole is going through. So we emphatically worked on different issues like condominium associations, homeowners associations, trying to find different ways also to make the homeowners insurance situation also a little more digestible. I think that you'll find that moving forward, the companies, the few companies that are currently working in Miami-Dade will not be raising your rates. They're not supposed to be. And then you'll start to find some deductions moving forward. You'll also find that because of all the resiliency that we have done, though, at a federal level, we have been downgraded, and certain areas should be eligible for credits. So I'm looking forward to seeing that, because it's one of the issues that I find is very particular here in the area of Coral Gables. I don't get a lot of complaints in my office from the Coral Gables area. On the contrary, it's usually compliments, and they usually call me to help someone else, which I think is a great thing. But you know, we understand that the homeowners insurance situation has been difficult. Moving forward, I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you, Mayor, and Vice Mayor on the transportation situation. I know it's been a very a very high concern with the majority of developments that are just going up everywhere. It's not just Coral Gables, it's the Brickell area. I mean, everything that encompasses Miami-Dade County. And it affects our major roadways. Miami-Dade County wasn't created with a public transit mindset at that time, no? So we're sort of suffering the consequences of being one of the most popular areas in the world right now. Coral Gables being even nicer than Beverly Hills, right, Mayor? Moving forward. So yes, as you know, in my office, I love to do constituent work. One of the things that I think that we did very well this legislative session is working on the condo association situation. We did add additional funding to My Safe Florida, which is for mitigation for homes that might be needing some extra help with regards to fixes. It's a grant process of up to $10,000. It's sort of a credit, which sort of helps you when you apply for your insurance. But we took an additional step with regards to the condominiums. So now apartments won't be eligible, obviously, but one particular building and association can get a mitigation inspection and probably get up to $175,000 credit. And we are prioritizing, we are prioritizing seniors. We are prioritizing specific vulnerable areas because we want to make sure that we help the underserved, or even the middle class right now is struggling. So it is one of our priorities. But with that said, once again, the transportation situation, the situation with cyclists being able to ride their bikes or their electric cycles around the area and it be safe. A safe situation for pedestrians is a huge priority, I know, for you, Mayor, and for you, Vice Mayor, and with the commissioners as well. I would imagine that you guys are as jealous with this area as I am, and very proud to represent it. So with that said, thank you very much. And I don't know if you have any questions for me.
Well, no, first off, before we ask any questions, I'd just like to say thank you. Thank you for your years of service to the city. You're always a phone call away. You and I meet on a constant basis to discuss the future of our city, along with state of Florida. I want to thank you for the funding that you provided 2 years ago for the firehouse that's under construction. That was a very, very generous, along with State Representative Mooney. But I know that you helped out in the Senate side, and you played a major role in pushing that forward. Just want to say thank you for your staff always being present. Every time that we give a call to your office over an issue that's outside of our control, whether it be a state issue or a county road or a state road, you're always present and available to address those concerns and give us a little bit of light or moment so that we can find a way moving forward to address constituent issues. So again, this city is blessed to have you representing us. Thank you. And it's a breath of fresh air. And I want to thank you for being here, because I know that you have a lot on your plate. You have a private sector job. You work, and you also find time to represent us in Tallahassee. So I want to thank you for taking the time to be here and being just always available, and not only available, but I think something that you do that's a little different is that you're willing to listen and find a solution and say, listen, if we have a preemption that's in place, let's find a way that potentially it's less impactful to the city of Coral Gables. And we're dealing with certain issues like we talked about, the trees, styrofoam, things that are important to this city, to this commission. But I do just want to say thank you, and always being so available for our staff.
Thank you.
Working with my office, working with the commission office, and working with Naomi and her team in the manager's office. It's been amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, home rule is very important to me. Yeah.
Madam Vice Mayor, you said you had something?
So I just want to give you a special thank you. You've always made yourself available. We've discussed so many ideas, and I know that you've agreed to take up the helm on some stuff that, like the stocking amendments that we talked about. You reached out to FDOT. They are following through. I have another update for the commission today. Your support has always been there. You're steadfast, and you've helped out every single time. And thank you very much for all your efforts.
I think the only thing I have pending is the bus stops. I'm going to work on the bus stops.
We're almost there.
Yeah, we're working on that.
We're looking for the pot of gold somewhere to help out with that. But it's always an honor for me, and I look forward to continuing to do even more work for the beautiful city of Coral Gables.
I want to echo the comments of the mayor and the vice mayor. I've actually had a couple of constituents show up during office hours who have had a state issue, called your office, and I know within a week they've had their issues resolved. So your team has been very quick to respond, and we appreciate that, because sometimes in government things just get caught up, and it's just about calling your representative's office and having them make a phone call and see what's holding up the process. Your team has been very helpful with that. I know you had an emergency, we weren't able to meet when we were in Tallahassee, but look forward to meeting with you in the coming days to address what concerns you have as well from our community and how we can help you as well.
I appreciate that.
Thank you for taking the time to come today, and it's extremely appreciated, everything you do for us.
Thank you. Yeah, and I appreciate your patience on that. I did have, I was enduring some medical, some personal medical, and I needed some downtime, and I appreciate your patience, Mayor and Vice Mayor. You were very understanding the few times that I had to cancel, and I appreciate that. But moving forward, I look forward, and like I said, I think we continue to do the work. I think the most important part is just the communication and the relationships.
Can we get a picture, please?
Of course.
Thank you.
Today's a good day.
Bring the seal.
Today's a good day. Today's a good day.
Photo box.
Naomi?
Thank you again so much, Senator. So we'll run through our presentation briefly. Nelson, I don't know if you want to take the lead. And then we'll take questions at the end.
Perfect. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Manager. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, but more importantly, appreciate the opportunity to represent the city in Tallahassee for another year. We had a good year. It's kind of hard to follow Senator Garcia, but we'll give it a shot. And you do have some great representation in Tallahassee. So I know it doesn't need to be said, but it needs to be said. You have good legislators fighting for Coral Gables every day during the legislative session, and your constituents need to know that. More importantly, also, well, equally importantly, you have great staff with Naomi. Oh, you're right there. She will be sorely missed. It's been a pleasure to work with her for so many years here, and you have an incredible asset in her, and hopefully she'll still be around somehow in Coral Gables. So let me introduce Kate Deloche. Most of you have met her. If you haven't, Kate is part of our Coral Gables team with the Southern Group, my firm. Gabby and Rana are with Ron Book's firm. Ron is out of town, unfortunately, and we also have Capital City consultant Jared is on his honeymoon. So I told him he still had to show up, but whatever, it's honeymoon, right? So so he wasn't able to be here, but he will be here next time. If you want to go through the, I'm not sure how to use this, but this. So 3 projects got funded this year in Tallahassee. Those are the projects, those are the amounts. The water quality is the nutrient management and water quality assessment project. You guys put all these projects on our list. Some of them didn't make it through, but these did. The budget has not gone to the governor yet, so we are still working with the governor's office on any potential vetoes. And as soon as the budget goes to him, now every week we're told the budget's going this week. So we're working on that as soon as, we've met with everybody in Tallahassee with the staff. We've given them everything they need. They've not told us of any concerns yet, but you never know. The other one is the Golden Gate Stormwater Project for the flooding and the drainage project in the Golden Gate area. And the last one is the citywide, the sidewalk replacement for some of the sidewalks that you want to change and some new sidewalks that you want to put in. So all in total, you have over $1.5 million in revenue there from the state to continue making the city beautiful, more beautiful. So I'm going to let some of the other team members talk about the policy.
Sure, and just really quickly on the stalking changes that we had discussed previously, we had some great meetings with legislators about that language. Didn't get any pushback about the language itself, but there were some concerns that it was too late in the process to tack that on to another bill that was moving. So we are happy to work this summer on finding some sponsors if that's something that we want to look at doing as a standalone bill. But we did get very positive feedback on those requested changes.
I did deliver and speak, deliver a copy to and speak with Senator Garcia on that, so you can maybe have a discussion with her, and I haven't spoken to anybody in the House yet, so.
Perfect. We can work with you on that this summer.
Okay, thank you.
One of the other things that I know that the team wanted me to touch on was the unsafe structures bill. The version that they passed this year, it is my understanding that because it uses the coastal control line, coastal construction control line, it does not affect the Gables. So we're very pleased with that development on it. I think when you all were in Tallahassee, we met with the Division of Historical Resources, and we have sent the staff some of the grant opportunities to follow up for the city. So we're pleased with that, and we are here for you, and we're happy to help you develop your funding requests for next session, and look forward to continuing our work on your behalf.
And then just last note on grants, in addition to the historic grants, the Resilient Florida portals will be opening up July 1. And there was $150 million allocated, I think, to Resilient Florida and another $100 million specifically to the wastewater grant program. So those are definitely ones that if there are any septic to sewer or projects that might not fit in other areas, we could definitely go for those this coming year.
Quick question on that front. I've been requesting from residents to compile a list of areas that are flood concerns, and we've brought that up to the commission. The commission is also providing guidance in regards to other areas that are concerns. That information has been sent over to the Public Works Director and the Manager's Office, so we can build a repository of areas that are low-lying areas. And that has to be studied more in depth, obviously, because certain low-lying areas will always be low-lying areas, because in a torrential downpour, no matter what system you install, a French drain, catch basin, it'll never be able to consume the amount of water. And the swales can only absorb so much rain. One of the things that I was trying to do, and that I'm proposing for this year, if it's possible, is to do a study similar to what we're doing right now in regards to septic to sewer conversion study, so we could potentially move forward and have a study in an area that identifies the most pressing areas in the city in regards to low-lying areas. Do you think that grant, or that Naomi's not going to be here, but our new team member who's here, I'm not sure where he's at, could potentially aid in drafting that grant, and that would fit into that bucket?
I think so.
I can take that question. So if memory serves correctly, I believe we do have a stormwater master plan that was funded through a state appropriation. I'm not sure where we are in terms of completing that plan. I'm sure Hermes can give us an update. Using that plan, we can target some projects that could be appropriate for submission for the Resilient Florida Grant program portal. And Fernando, who is in DC right now, would be taking the lead on that and can work in conjunction with Elsie in the finance department. But Mary, I think it's a great idea. We can use that plan to identify specific projects.
But there are certain, I've looked at the plan, and there's certain areas that are not included. For example, we receive emails from a resident that says, hey, listen, yesterday it rained for 5 hours. This area, for some reason or another, is a low-lying area. The water is basically ponding for 2 or 3 days. We try to explain to them in certain areas why that's occurring. Because if you have a torrential downpour for 6, 7, 8 hours, no matter what you install, it's not going to address the issue. It's like a pool. A pool, it's only so much water that can hold. Eventually, it'll overflow. So I'm looking to basically add on to that study and be able to address certain areas that are not addressed in the city.
Okay, like a supplemental plan.
Yeah, because I've looked at the area of the study, and then I have other areas that I've sent to the manager's office, which were included in a memo that talk about areas, flood concerns that we're seeing in the city. Again, when you talk about sea level rise, I mean, the water comes from, not from the top, the water comes from below. When the water's saturated enough, there's nothing really else you can do. No matter how many pump stations you have, no matter what, the water's gonna find the path of least resistance. So these are just areas that, again, sometimes, and I hate to say this, you don't really have an answer. The only answer is to raise certain platforms or certain foundations. And that is, again, the cost is insane, as we can see in Miami Beach. So just wanted to see if that was the right avenue to go after with some of these grant monies, because I'm always trying to find a way that we can save the city money.
I do think so. I think depending on the location and the area, Resilient Florida would be a good.
Okay.
And to the extent some things may not fit in the Resilient Florida grant project, the next legislative session starts in March, so there's a little bit of time.
Okay.
You get a large amount of time in between some sessions, so we've got some time.
One of the other things that, in that regard, that you might want to also consider is that if there's a severe erosion of roadways, that's a whole different category of grant that would also be something that we could seek.
Okay.
Roadway repairs, et cetera.
Well, if there's nothing else further.
Just wanted to thank all of you for all your help when we were up in Tallahassee. Your teams were incredible. Jared as well. I know he's on his honeymoon, and it's well-deserved after what they've gone through. I think it's great that they're finally able to get away. But thank you for all of your staffing us up there, taking us to meetings, scheduling meetings at the last minute, getting us in with historical resources, which to me was probably one of the most important meetings we had up there, just because of the conversations we had and the open doors that we may have there. Fernando, our new, not our new Naomi, but the person who will be trying to fill those shoes. I don't know if you've all had an opportunity to meet him, but he's somebody who I think will work well with all of you. What I have told him in conversation is to try to find different ways that we can get creative with finding grants in Tallahassee and in Washington. Maybe things that we are a little outside the box that we can consider. But you all were phenomenal this year. When things were looking dire, you stepped in, you made sure that things got done, and we really appreciate all of your efforts.
All your input was exceptional, and I couldn't be any more thankful. I'm very happy with what we did get compared to other municipalities. I think we did really, really good, and I'm proud of all of us.
And I just want to say that one of the key aspects of being successful is being able to speak frankly on issues and not sugarcoat things when you need to speak frankly, and you all were. And whenever an issue, an obstacle, roadblock came up, we were all able to collectively pivot thanks to your leadership and your guidance. And I think the city's efforts were extremely productive, but they couldn't have happened without, obviously, your amazing work and obviously our legislators in Tallahassee. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Great work.
Thank you all. Great
Bye.
work. I look forward to working with you this coming year.
Thank you, likewise.
Thank you.
I'll have some more possible amendments for you to push through.
Great.
Moving on to item F11. Time certain 10 a.m.
F11 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing funding in an amount up to $500,000 as matching grant funds to the Coral Gables Museum for completion of certain capital improvements.
Good morning, by 3 minutes. Times 3.
Be like an auctioneer.
First of all, I'd like to thank everyone, Mayor, Vice Mayor, the commissioners, for all your help and all your support for the museum throughout all the time. I realize we realize the city has many issues regarding the historical properties, and we're one of them. I would also like to thank Seda. She has been a godsend to us at the museum. She has been a true trooper and has, really helped us along with the whole process. So I would like to thank her. She's been tough, but fair, and we like that. And our issues, which Elvis, I'm going to turn over to Elvis to discuss, are very serious issues because we rely on borrowing. When we do an exhibit, we have to borrow, whether documents or art or pieces from other museums. And our reputation in the museum world is not good at this moment. There are organizations in town that we rely on borrowing that will not lend to us because of the water damage, the leaks, the not being able to control the humidity in the museum. And now to top it off, it has not gotten out, and the city has been very responsive, by the way, but we have termites. So to tell people who have loaned us works for an exhibit that they're going to get it back, having it exposed to termites, is very serious. So what we have done is we had done an analysis of the work that needed to be done and the amount of money that would be needed. The city independently did their own, and we pretty much agree on most of the things of what needs to be done. So Elvis is going to be doing a presentation on some of the items. We have an opportunity to apply for a grant from the state, and with a matching fund from the city, we have an opportunity to be able to get $1 million for the museum. So Elvis is going to be making a presentation, but again, I want to thank you all because I understand that we're not alone in the historical buildings of the city that the city needs to fix. But, you know, ours is a very serious problem in the reputation of the museum.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity, and I want to thank every one of you, including also Mr. City Manager Amos Rojas Jr., who visited the museum in the first week after starting in the job. So I really appreciate the support that we have received, so I'm going to try to be very quick. We have a presentation. Yeah, okay. Here. So since its opening in 2010, Coral Gables Museum has never addressed the issues of degraded facilities due to tear and wear of windows, exterior wall ceiling, water damage in floors and walls, due to leaks, aging fixtures and equipment such as HVAC systems, ceiling lamps, old and dysfunctional bathroom and kitchen fixtures, damaged flooring in our offices, etc. These issues have affected the museum operational capabilities, in particular related to the conservation of artifacts. Its image has also diminished, as our chair was mentioning, given the impression of being an institution in disrepair, which is why it's so important to renovate and upgrade some of our facilities. The City of Coral Gables, owner of the building, has tackled the problem of roof leaks by repairing the roof over the historic building last year. However, no work has been done in the fuel gallery. We now have a much more controlled situation, but the historic building is far from being watertight. Thus, we have identified potential capital improvement grant from cultural facilities from the Florida Department of State, which requires a matching fund 1-to-1 with a cap of $500,000. This is what Mr. Valdez-Foley was mentioning. We believe that we can make the case for a successful grant application given the historical importance of our building and the crucial role that Coral Gables Museum plays as the only museum devoted to celebrating the civic arts and its history in the region, all of South Florida. We are very grateful for the City Commission continued support for the work that we have been doing for the last 2 years, and we only strive for serving our community better. Our South Florida Premier Hub for Civic Arts, we're growing our collection of artifacts that reflects the mission and development program to expand our knowledge of Coral Gables history, leading to the centennial of the City Beautiful next year. A major step is the acquisition of the Phineas Space collection, for which we're currently preparing a fundraising campaign. and several other artifacts such as photographs, architectural drawings, memorabilia, and ephemera, and original artworks related to our city's history or the subject of civic arts. The museum collection also lacked appropriate storage facilities and display cases, as our galleries do not have adequate climate control and monitoring system. This created a problem in terms of conservation of our permanent collection holdings and the ability to receive temporary loans from other museums and public collections for the purpose of presenting an exhibition of interest to our community. Likewise, climate condition in the galleries, where we present original artifacts, including permanent collection items, are less than ideal, with some areas exposed to sunlight, while others have high levels of humidity due to porous exterior walls. On the other hand, our visitors have less than ideal experiences in public programs, such as concert talks, film screenings, due to insufficient conditions for adequate acoustics, lighting, or professional level equipment in the community meeting room and other exhibition spaces. Nearly half of our visitors, 47%, come to the museum to enjoy public programs of great variety, such as concert, artist talks, panel discussion, and art workshops. Most of these take place in our community meeting room. However, this room has suffered from water damage in floor, walls, and windows. So I'm gonna just go very quickly about the items.
Let me interrupt a sec. I'll try to move this faster for the benefit, but this is what the museum looks like right now, the walls of the museum that are just mold infected, and there's a lot of water seepage coming in, and the city brought in someone to say that to do an estimate on resealing the museum, which is a process that needs to be done every few years and hasn't been done in 20. And the estimate, and it's the city's estimate, is $342,000. So continue, go to the next, Elvis. The next is the AC equipment. The AC equipment of the museum has outlived its life. It needs to be replaced. There was an event where we had where you were all there, where it was an event for Dorothy Thompson, and the AC all went out. Now it's leaking, so it needs to be replaced now. That's $127,000. Then we have, next is the repairs in the fuel gallery. The roof, when the roof was replaced in the museum, and they say that the roof in the museum was replaced, it's not accurate. Part of the roof of the museum was replaced, not all of it. So the fuel gallery, the ceiling, the roof was not replaced, and the floor also needs work because of the damage from all the leaks of the ceiling. That's another $70,000. The community meeting room, the floor is coming up. You've all been in there. We've tried to fix it, make it look as best as we can. But again, the floor needs to all be replaced. That's another $40,000. And then we really need an emergency generator as a backup. Art, you cannot, and documents, you cannot have without temperature control. So that's one of the items that we're also applying for. And then the renovation of the bathrooms and the kitchens, which is in a terrible, terrible shape, and that's another $345,000. And the next is the lighting system in the field gallery that needs to be redone and acoustical patterns put in. That's another $49,000. And then the window shades gone. So. And then, false walls construction and other items. But the ultimate is that the total amount comes up to
$1,179,000.
$1,179,000. And this is what we're going to be presenting to the state and to you all. And And if we get the commitment, before we can go to the state, we need the commitment from the city. And that's what we're here for pleading today.
So if I may, just want to ask you a few questions. I don't have an issue with the request. I just want to make sure that it's done properly so there isn't any issues later with procurement. Who's handling the procurement of this effort?
Say that we'll be handling,
So
and
it's a
the
city
city will be
procurement.
handling the whole thing.
So then Seda, you want to come up because you're saying no?
No, she's handling the whole.
Good morning, Mayor Commissioners.
Yes.
So they are working on their grant application. We still have to review the grant application. We're doing this right now in order to be able for them to have the resolution in hand to submit with the grant. We still need to review all of this, and then whether the city is going to, if the city conducts the work, then it'll go through our regular procurement that we conduct to do the work. If they're going to conduct the work, then we
don't want to.
Okay,
it's
so
the city's
then-
building, it's the city's project, it's
Yes, so if that's the case, then it would go through our regular procurement process through Public Works and the maintenance, the General Services Department.
So I've walked the site. I saw the exterior. I saw the interior. I've seen the issues I think everybody has. It needs, I've even walked on the roof when the previous director was there before his passing. This is a long time coming. All I care about, besides obviously preserving the building, is that it gets done the appropriate way and that all procurements get followed.
Correct.
And I
No,
and if
definitely. The city's going to handle that.
Now that we have on the record, because I got 2 phone calls about how this was being handled. The second thing that I want to make sure, okay, and this is you're going out to the grant. Thank you for that. That's great. You're going to be investing this money in a city asset. I think it's beautiful. Let's make sure that we have a sufficient amount of money in a contingency, because as projects, project costs have gone up and down, up and down, up and down. If they go in our favor and they go down, great. We have money for other things that we could use to restore the building, But if they go up, make sure that we have a little bit of money, maybe at 10%, 7%, 6%, 5% in contingency, just to cover an increase in labor or material costs or whatever that may be. That's just my recommendation. That's it.
We agree. Okay. We agree. The only, we feel very comfortable with Seda handling the process.
Everybody feels comfortable with it.
And we have had, as long as she's involved, we don't want to have any responsibility for any of it.
One of the issues that I may have missed when I stepped out to speak to the police chief to meet with 2 residents was we walked the site about a month and a half ago. I mentioned that there was some electrical work in the plaza, some downlighting that was missing, that you had the wires exposed there. That was something that we talked about. Also, there was some landscape lighting that was also not working and missing. So I want to make sure that you consider that kind of stuff before, because that could potentially be, big ticket item. It could be $10,000, $15,000. There were some issues there that we brought to the attention of staff. The manager was there, present when we discussed those issues, and they were on the stairs. As you go down, you have some down lighting that is there, and those were missing and they weren't working.
There's no doubt that this building needs improvements, and I'm totally on board with it. I want to just clarify for the people that are watching that this money that they're asking for is coming from TDRs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So that's what we're going to be matching. And maybe you can explain a little more about the state grant. Like, what are they requiring? It's a match, and what else? What are the requirements?
Yeah, yes. So one important part about this grant is that, of course, we have to provide proof that there is a matching fund available, and it's 1-to-1 for, let's say, regular institution. And what is interesting also about that grant is that it allows for not just repairs, but also upgrades, and not just things that relate to the structure or to fixtures, etc., but also equipment. So what we're thinking is a combination, because the city, from my understanding of the way the TDR's monies is to be used, has to do mostly with repair, maintenance, etc. But the fact that the state allowed for the other, upgrades, renovation, et cetera, then that's something that will allow us to cover some of the basic needs that we have right now.
And how long would the application process take? Is there
Well,
time limit?
the state grant, this state grant that we're applying for now is due on June 1st and is for the year 24-25. 26. So it's next year, actually. And the state fiscal year starting July 1st, so it will be starting July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026.
We're gonna have to see if, once we get the grant approval, how the grant gets paid, and then we're gonna have to come back to the city and work on, the funding or how it gets done. We're gonna have to come back when we figure out how we get the money and how we're gonna get the city money before we begin anything. But we'll do that through SEDA.
So through the mayor, just wanted to thank you all for coming here to do this presentation. I know Commissioner Menendez and I have been pressing for a number of years to try to get the TDR funds to this museum to take care of many, many issues and the leaks and the windows and, the rock porosity, as well as all the other maintenance items that you have addressed. And, this is one of our crown jewels, as well as the cinema and all the cultural arts areas that we have available in our city. So I appreciate your stewardship on this front and the partnership together with Commissioner Menendez and making sure that, we take care of this funding going forward.
We're very grateful. We're very grateful, and we appreciate everything you're all doing. I understand that we're one part. I understand this building has priorities. I understand there's other things that have priorities, and that's why we're trying to do our best with a matching grant and trying to.
I just want to, if you don't mind, since we had our legislative team here a little while ago, and since this is a city property and we are dealing with the state on a grant issue, I don't know if the scope of service for our lobbyist team, Ron Books, can perhaps provide, if needed, guidance or advice in Tallahassee to sort of help on the grant presentation and the application. I mean, they do know Tallahassee better than pretty much anybody. So if that resource is available, even in terms of providing advice, I think we collectively would love to provide that know-how, if needed, to your group, to your team. I think, like you said, it's a team effort, city property. What you all do is needed, so why not expand the team even further?
That'd be great.
Yeah, in fact, I want to add that this type of grant, so it's not uncommon for this type of grant for cities and governments to apply, because if a city, like in this case, owns the building, they give the possibility for the city or us to apply. That's the only important requirement is the matching funds, and that is available there. So the more help we need, the more help we can get, the better.
Yeah, we all want to improve the odds of success all around, so that might be a good step in the right direction to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any comments from the community?
Yes, sir. Maria Cruz?
Mayor, while she comes up, can I just clarify one point? Of course. The resolution as drafted does not state that the funding and the matching funds would come from the TDRs. It just provides a commitment by the city to fund up to the amount of the grant if it is awarded.
It should come from the TDRs.
Yeah. I think that
So
was
we
the
haven't
intent.
we haven't allocated the funds for TDR. We were going to do it next commission meeting because it's the second reading of the second amount of TDRs. So we wanted to make sure that the ordinance had been heard on second reading in order to then allocate the funds.
I don't foresee any issues at all. So, at the end of the day, the funds are going to be allocated. So, I'm fine moving forward with that.
Elvis and I had a meeting, I guess about 2 months ago, 3 months ago, with different opportunities to obtain grants. And we've been going around and seeing what opportunities there were available. And we do get a state grant, but we had a meeting with them, the two of us with them, to see what other opportunities there were, and that's how this
Yeah.
came up.
All right.
I just, before we leave, I just want to invite you all and everybody, here in the city, that we're opening this Friday a new exhibition of Coral Gables artists. It's the first time in the history of the museum that an exhibition is made about just artists residing in Coral Gables. So it's called Visions from Inside the Walls. The idea of this sort of like island that is so amazing, Coral Gables. And so Coral Gables artists today. So you're all invited. 5 p.m. On Friday.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you.
Maria Cruz.
Once again, Mrs. Maria Cruz and Mr. Clerk, I think my card says Mrs. Maria Cruz. It doesn't say Maria Cruz. And I know it's very hard to pronounce the MRS period. It's not a four-letter word. There's 3 letters on a period. And I think I made it very clear that that is how I would like to be addressed. And I think I'm entitled to ask to be addressed like that. And it's going to be an issue. I guess Emily Post would say that I should say my name is Mrs. Emilio Cruz Ledon. That's the better choice? I will start using that from now on. I will be called Mrs. Maria Cruz, whether the mayor likes it or not, and I would appreciate if you pay attention. All right, good news. Well, I can't. He refuses to pay attention, so please don't start the clock till he pays attention. The good news is there's some good things happening today. And the museum very well deserves everything that you can do for it. And I'm sure that most of the people will support it. But please don't let it happen like it happened with City Hall, that we had the money and then we didn't have the money. Okay? This money is for the museum, period, the end. Make sure that it makes it there and it's not necessary to be pulled to do something else. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it. Second.
Mr. Clerk, we have a motion.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. All right, moving on to item 2-1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks everybody else, to all the commissioners that voted unanimously 5-0 to approve our homeowners board, our waterfront South homeowners board. We're also called out there in the street the 25% club because of our contributions to the city. And it's been 100 years since we've been recognized. And we're not here to stir up the waters, pun intended. We're just here to be contributors, and we appreciate your consideration in formatting and making this board a reality. Now, there's 2 items before you. 2-1. Actually, we sort of cornered Vice Mayor Anderson, and she sort of agreed to be a sponsor of this one, which is a name change from conflicting to another waterways board.
I was told that you guys don't need a sponsor. You can bring it yourselves.
Thank you very much. So that one is one that I would like to have it approved at this time.
So we would need direction to bring back legislation to accomplish that.
So I just want to make sure we don't have Mr. Clerk, we don't have any comment, correct?
Not on this item, sir.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Now, if I may, also make a statement on Resolution 2-2.
Do you mind if we finish 2-1?
No, go ahead, sir.
I just want to make sure we finish that when
Sir,
we get there.
please,
So, Madam City Attorney, you're telling us that we can't take action on the...
You could, well, I'm hearing that the Vice Mayor would be a sponsor of, this would require legislation to change the name. And so we have to bring it back. This is their request, was what's on the agenda today. I'm seeing that the commission is in favor of that, so we can bring back the legislation for next meeting.
This, again, I hate to say the word I, but this comes forward because I sponsored through this gentleman who brought me the idea to build this board. Do we really need more legislation to change the name? If they want to change the name, we just change the name.
I know,
Not hurting
it's kind of
anybody.
perfunctory, but it would
This is probably one of the easiest things we could potentially do all day.
I don't disagree, Mayor, but we'll
All right,
bring it
then
back
we'll,
next
then
time.
we'll, then
And my only question was if you were okay with it, because this was your idea,
and
so
I don't
if
have
you're
an
okay
issue.
with it,
I don't have an issue.
I'm okay with
I want to do what makes you happy.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
what I
okay.
want to do. So will you sponsor it?
it does sound better, so.
All right, let's roll.
It doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
We can all
I
sponsor
just
it.
happened to be asked to come to the meeting, and I was asked.
You can co-sponsor it, you can, whatever.
Good.
I was in the hot seat.
I just want you to do the. I just want your group to get together because it's important, and you make a very good point about 25% club. And there's a lot of information that the intent of building and putting this together, and we worked on this for a few years, is to garner information and get these very active, very intelligent people who want to serve involved in the community so that we can listen to certain areas that, in my opinion, are neglected. Why? Because they're behind gates. And a lot of people say, hey, look, they're behind gates. They choose to be there. They don't need anything from the city. And that's farthest from the truth. And I love what you guys are doing. You guys have had 2 meetings, and I appreciate it. You're taking up your time. Everybody's super busy, and you want to put together an action plan.
Thank you.
so
I
we can work
appreciate
together.
that very much. And also, I'd like to see some of you attend those meetings as well for your inputs that you have, Mr. Mayor, and so has Vice Mayor Anderson.
So what we're going to do is, Madam City Attorney, you said we're going to bring it back to the next commission meeting where we're going to bring the name change back, okay? Perfect, but we don't need to take action on this resolution?
No, we're good.
All right, so go on to 2.2, sir.
Thank you. On 2.2, I like instructions from the commission to remand it back to our board because we need some fine tuning on language and some more definition of the procedures of how gatehouses work. So I'd like to have the issue brought back to our board, and then it comes back again like a boomerang to you. So
if I may, I know people's feelings get hurt when I use the word I, but I'd like to have this gentleman come up here because we've been working on this. See how I didn't use the word I? I said the word we.
For years.
For 10 years. Just
Yes,
happens
sir.
to be that nobody was in the commission for the last 10 years. So this is since Craig Lean days. Sir, would you join us, please? I just want to make sure, as the advocate, that we've been working on this for so many years, and now that you're working hand in hand with our dear friend Gonzalo Sanabria here, I want to make sure that we bring this back for a final landing, that we just don't defer this and then we don't bring this back. I'm ready to move today if I need to move. That's how I'm certain. But I want to respect Mr. Sanabria, I want to respect the police chief, and I want to understand how we can bring this in so it's effective. So it's effective. Are you okay with that?
Yes, I'm okay with that. And whatever we need to do to work out and meet, on the details of implementing this, it's fine. Miles Moranto, by the way, 6230 Dolphin Drive, Coral Gables. And it's good to be here, and thank you for serving, all of you. Yes, going back to about a decade ago with Craig and then Miriam up until the time she left, we've had numerous meetings. I think we can wrap this up here. And if it means, whatever it means, if you all choose to do that today or to defer it, either way, whatever details forthcoming, I think we can accomplish and keep it simple. Because at the end of the day, we don't want to change the ordinance. It's 100% stays as it is. We just want to have the balance of hours.
Excuse me, sir. Can you point the microphone up, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Billy. Sorry. So the balance of hours is it. That's all. That's it. Nothing else changes. Nothing.
So like I
Stays
told
the
you,
same.
and I told the city attorney, I've been working on this with you for years. I'm ready to be a sponsor on this item. I will be the sponsor of this item moving forward. But I just want to make sure that we have the board, crosses all the Ts, dots all the Is, the police chief addresses any concerns, and we bring it back to the commission. Is that okay?
Yes, yes, and with out of respect to the chief and to the city attorney and assistant city attorney, we can go forward meeting and working those details out. That's fine.
Okay, so we are remanding this back to the board. Perfect. We're good? Anything else?
No.
For the good of the order?
And thank you for being part of this. Obviously, a big public safety issue.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Mr. Sanabria, thank you very much. I appreciate you as always. Thank you. Let's go on. We have a time certain item at 11 o'clock, and they have been more than patient. I apologize. So we have a time certain agenda item E1, E2, E3, E5, E6, and E7, which are time certain.
Mayor, if you'll indulge me so I can read them
Yeah, of
into the
course,
record.
of course.
And we can consolidate them for purposes of the public hearing. E1 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the future land use map of the City of Coral Gables Comprehensive Plan pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process Section 14-213, Comprehensive Plan Text and Map Amendments and Small-Scale Amendment Procedures from commercial low-rise intensity to commercial high-rise intensity for lots 8 through 21, less the west half of Lot 8, Block 29, Craft Section, together with that portion of the 20-foot platted alley lying east of lots 11 and 19 of said Block 29, Coral Gables, Florida, providing for repeated provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission making zoning district boundary changes pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process Section 14-2112, Zoning Code Text and Map Amendments for lots 8 through 21, less the west half of Lot 8, Block 29, Craft Section from Mixed Use 1 District to Mixed Use 3 District, providing for repeated provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. E3 is an ordinance of the City Commission approving the vacation of a public alleyway pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process Section 14-211, Abandonment and Vacations, and City Code Chapter 62, Article 8, Vacation, Abandonment, and Closure of Streets, Easements, and Alleys by Private Owners, and the City application process, providing for vacation of the 20-foot wide alley, which is approximately 155 feet in length, lying between lots 12 through 18 and lots 11 and 19 in Block 29 Craft Section, Coral Gables, Florida, providing for repeated provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. E5 is a resolution of the City Commission approving receipt of transfer of development rights pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process Section 14-204.6, review and approval of use of TDRs on receiver sites for the receipt and use of TDRs for a mixed-use project referred to as Ponds Park Residences on the property legally described as lots 8 through 21, less the west half of Lot 8, Block 29, Craft Section, together with that portion of the 20-foot platted alley lying east of lots 11 and 19 of said Block 29, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. E6 is a resolution of the City Commission approving mixed-use site plan and encroachment review pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process Section 14-203, Conditional Uses for a proposed mixed-use project refers to as Ponds Park Residences on the property legally described as lots 8 through 21, less the west half of Lot 8, Block 29, Craft Section, together with that portion of a 20-foot platted alley lying east of lots 11 and 19 of said Block 29, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. And E7 is a resolution of the City Commission approving the tentative plat entitled Ponds Park Residences pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process Section 14-210, platting subdivision being a replat of 42,543 square feet into a single tract of land on the property legally described as lots 8 through 21, less the west half of Lot 8, Block 29, Craft Section, together with that portion of the 20-foot platted alley lying east of lots 11 and 19 of said Block 29, together with a 1,318 square feet portion of University Drive that runs north of the Malaga Avenue right-of-way and west of the Ponce de Leon Boulevard right-of-way, and dedication of 1,725 square feet, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repeated provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. All individuals who will be testifying in these matters should be sworn in by the city clerk.
Those who will be presenting this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'd like to close the public comment if possible. Madam City Attorney, in regards to the matter of the vacation of the alley, can you provide some clarity on the record? I had two residents that contacted me asking me about, in regards to the vacation, what was allowed by the law? Could we sell the alley to the applicant? And I wanted to put on the record because this is not the first time that I get this question, and I think there's a little bit of confusion in regards to the law, and also what can we do in regards to a city when it comes to the vacation of an alley? You know, what restrictions and what are we confined to in regards to the city, and why is that reason?
So, Mayor, as we've discussed, the city does not own title and fee simple to alleys and other rights-of-way. That's why we go through the vacation and abandonment process for alleys or rights-of-way when there's a request. Alleys are dedicated for the public, so the city doesn't hold title to them, but we are the stewards of the rights-of-way. And so pursuant to the process to request vacation or abandonment, staff reviews, and if the the right-of-way is no longer being used for a public purpose, there is no need to continue to use it for a public purpose, or it hasn't been used for that public or intended purpose, and if it meets the other standards of review, then staff would recommend approval, as I know staff has done in this case, or supported approval. But again, we cannot demand a purchase price because we do not own title to the rights-of-way.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, good afternoon. For the record, Javier Fernandez here on behalf of RC Acquisitions, KP Ponce, and J&P Design, the owners of the subject property. I will be brief today. You had a full presentation from us. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them. There was one question that was posed to us, I think, at the close of the last hearing, which related to possibly working with the Historical Preservation Association of Coral Gables. I'm happy to report that I've spoken to Carela Carbonell, and we've agreed to work on locating a historic marker somewhere in the right-of-way near the project. What exactly we are going to recognize, maybe the history of the cross-section or the historic master plan, that'll be the subject for conversations. We'd like to proffer that as an additional condition. I guess it would be the resolution, probably Exhibit E, related to the site plan. And with that, I believe that addressed the one open comment I think that we had from the last hearing. I want to thank all of you for your patience, for accommodating us last meeting at 6 o'clock, allowing the public to speak. And I just want to share for the record, we are in agreement with all of the recommendations from staff. And we have worked very closely, and I want to thank the city manager, planning staff, the city attorney, and her staff as well for the work we did on the conditions related to the park improvements that were proffered the last time. We are in agreement with all conditions that accompany the resolution in Exhibit E. So with that, any questions, I'm happy to address them.
I just want to add one statement because you just covered it at the end.
Yes.
I want to commend you, and I want to commend Mr. Morris for your efforts. You got my vote because of the very simple fact that you committed to spending $2 million on the park, and that through negotiation, we were able to get a commitment from your client to ensure that any cost overruns in regards to the $5.3 million budget for the city that you would address. As long as it's obviously within confines of the design, and we don't ask for anything over the top. But that to me was pivotal in getting my vote, because it ensured to me your commitment. You brought the building down, but to me, investing in a city asset like the park, finally getting it done, and ensuring that it gets done in the private sector for much cheaper than I expected, is going to be something that, again, is going to really be a driving force in that community, because it's going to make an open space that for so long has been screaming for attention and could be so sorely used by so many people in this community, sorely needed to be used by so many people in this community, that your commitment to ensuring that any cost overruns over the $5.3 million and your $2 million commitment was basically the game changer and the deciding factor in me voting in favor of the project. So I wanted to commend you, because Javi, you made it happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, just to be clear, we will be bringing back an agreement. These conditions kind of provide an outline.
Yes.
For reimbursement agreements, so you all are clear. We'll be working with your city attorney and staff to draft up a formal reimbursement agreement, which you all have a chance to review and approve at a subsequent meeting. But thank you for the compliment, sir.
Well done. If there's nothing else, I'll entertain a motion, unless you have some more.
No, just wanted to once again thank you for working with the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables. I think for them, the vacation of the alley was a matter of concern. I think this is a way to kind of pay homage to the vision George Merrick had, and I'm glad that you were able to sit down with them. I know they're very happy that something will happen there that'll pay homage to the original vision, either the craft section or the entire master plan. So I really appreciate that. Also, want to echo the mayor's comments. Pond Circle Park has been something that's been needed for renovations in that area for many years, and every year we seem to be putting money in that bucket, and that line keeps getting further away from us. This is an opportunity that we had as a city to make it happen sooner rather than later, and really make our city's central park what it should be, and a place where people want to go out to. So I appreciate the openness that your client had to do that, and the process that was followed to get here. Because I think a lot has to be said about the first iteration of this project and how the community was totally against it, and the current iteration of the project where the community was entirely behind it. And I think that showed your client's desire to work with the community on something that they were happy with, that they were going to be living close to, and they could identify as a marker for what Coral Gables should look like. And we really appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to add that, echo my colleagues here. What stood out to me is, we're watching the process. Obviously, the first time a project was brought forward, we all learned a lot in the process. And the fact that this chamber was filled with residents who live right there, that live and breathe that area, not just supportive of the project, demanding that we support the project, which is rare. I hope going forward in the future, every and all projects that come to the city, whoever's involved, take a step back, look closely what you all did, how you learned from the obstacles and the issues that you faced, and how you came and you got a 5-0 vote and you had overwhelming support. And it wasn't, how to describe it, it wasn't just sugarcoating or little bells and whistles. You really engaged the community. They were involved. They feel it's their project. So I encourage all projects in the future, not only yours obviously, but others, take a look at what was done here and try to replicate that process, because going forward, I think that'll make Coral Gables a much greater community, a much greater city, because we're all on the same page. So thank you for being part of that.
Thank you for your comments.
So I'll just echo some of those comments, but add to it, because 2 years ago, the folks that came in and supported were so against the project. And the most important thing that happened was the developer listened. And instead of being development is bad for the area, it became development is great for the area. And it wasn't just a tweak of the project. It started completely over. We met first with the residents, and then it came together from the ground up. So that ability to turn and change the approach in the way that you address the residents and listening to what they want and bringing back something that they're not only happy about, but are excited that it's going to be coming into this community and improving the area is just remarkable. And if there's no further comments, I'll be proud to move this forward. So I move it.
Mr. Clerk, we have a motion on E1 and a second.
I'm sorry, who seconded? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to E2. Can I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Do we already have a motion?
E2?
E2, did you move?
Yeah.
Do we have a second yet?
You?
If not, I'll second.
I know you guys like
We
to
can
tag
play,
team.
we can play pickleball back.
Donnie and Marie's back.
It's not ping pong anymore. It's
Commissioner
pickleball.
Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to E3. Can I have a
I'll
motion?
move it.
Second.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to E5.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to E6.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to E7.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We look forward to getting started on this wonderful project with all of you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Moving on to item E4. Ordinance on first reading.
E4 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables official zoning code Article 15, notices, Section 15-102, notice to require door hangers as an additional notification for required public information meetings for multifamily and mixed-use projects, providing for repeated provision, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Jennifer Garcia, Plan Official. Good afternoon. So this is coming back to you. We went to Plan and Zoning, I believe it was last Wednesday.
May 8th.
Or the week before.
May 8th, I think it was.
It's been kind of past May. There were some concerns we discussed at this last meeting about, security, also as far as the, I guess, the result for developers have to pay for this extra type of notification. So the vote was 5-1, I believe, not in support of it. But here we are, first reading. We did implement and put in some language about the 48 hours after the meeting happens, that they would be required to remove those as an attempt to make the security issue not an issue anymore. But are here for first reading, so let me know if you have any comments. I think before second reading, we're going to meet with Chief Hudak, hopefully, and his team, and really fine-tune the process of this and letting them know when it goes forward, having the applicant notify, I guess, police and making sure that they're coordinated as far as what's being posted at these properties.
Yeah, this is something we spoke about during last commission meeting, and I think there was support on the commission, but let me know if anything's changed, I guess.
So my question for you, my support hasn't changed. My question for you is why did the Planning and Zoning Board overwhelmingly oppose it? Was it just was it the same emails that some of us have received about, the hangars being there and the concerns over security?
I heard that concern from some members, and I heard other concerns as being a burden on developers. That's kind of two themes I got.
I heard that too. That it was putting more work on developers.
I mean, it's just within the, 1,000-foot range.
At times, 1,500 feet, but usually 1,000 feet.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
sorry, Madam Vice Mayor. Go ahead.
no, I mean,
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I apologize. I thought you were done.
I mean, we have little hangars for tree trimming. We have little hangars for yard service. We have hangars for lots of different things that come on properties. And one of the complaints that you hear from folks a lot of times is they didn't receive the city's mailed notice. And as well demonstrated by the full tray of return letters that the city had mailed out, I see that there's a need for this, because people aren't getting notice. So the intent of prior amendments that, I sponsored in for making sure that tenants were notified on Miracle Mile of something coming in, because the owner, who might be in another state or a different city, is not telling their tenants about what they plan on doing with the property or developing a hotel or whatnot. And the tenants need to know. So I'm in support for those reasons. I think the 48-hour removal period is reasonable. This is not for every single project that comes through the city, just the 20,000 square foot or more projects. If it was for something below that, then I could see where it would be an onerous burden on everybody, on people with smaller projects.
So one of the items that they mentioned was that these door hangers are going to be picked up. Is that still part of this legislation, or the door hanger is not going to be picked up after the meeting date?
As the way it's drafted today, but within 48 hours after the meeting.
So
it'll be on the applicant to kind of survey.
So how are we going to hold these people accountable? What's the plan for that? So that when they install a door hanger, is there some sort of document that needs to be signed that
Yes.
that they're being
Yes,
held?
they're already required to have a sign affidavit whenever they mail notices. It'd be part of the same sign affidavit that they've complied with this.
Just want to make sure, because if we did get a few phone calls on the issue. I don't have a problem with it. The more notice, the better. But at the end of the day, there are concerns from residents, and there are concerns, obviously, from the board.
What I would add is that it's been working for parks very well for their community meetings. In fact, at the Literacy Festival, I heard from some people who had found out about a community meeting on Phillips Park because of the door hanger. So I think it's a way that we can get the information out there until we can improve technology so that people will be able to see it. I think this is the way to go.
We just finished complimenting a group on their efforts to engage the community on a project that impacts their neighborhood. I think this is right along that same theme of doing it. I'm glad between last meeting and this meeting, looked at the issues, tweaked it, took a lot of things into consideration, but this is yet another step forward to engage the community so they feel that they're not on the outside looking in, but they're inside with all of us addressing these issues.
This is a great step to fix that communication barrier that a lot of residents are complaining about. So I think this is a very big step forward.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, before the vote is taken, I have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item.
I'm waiting for you.
I was waiting for both of you.
Mr. Mayor? Mrs. Maria Cruz? That's what I said, ma'am.
You know everything about me. 100% support for this.
Mr. Clerk?
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to H6.
H, you said, as in hotel?
Yes, ma'am. H6.
H6 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the application for a matching grant from the Florida Department of Transportation Local Agency Program for the DeSoto Fountain Improvement Project and authorizing the execution of contracts for same.
Mr. Clerk, are there any comments?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Pretty self-explanatory. Can I get a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to H7.
H7 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the city manager to execute an interlocal agreement between the City of Coral Gables and Miami-Dade County for the maintenance of decorative pavers and irrigation conduits installed by Miami-Dade County under an intersection improvement project located at the intersection of Coral Way and Anderson Road.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to H8.
H8 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to security services assessments within the Sunrise Harbor Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of the security services to be assessed for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2024, directing the Finance Director to prepare an updated security services assessment rule, establishing a public hearing and directing the provision of notice in connection thereof, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Move it.
Second.
I think she has a presentation. Yeah.
Diana,
Not a presentation, just to answer any questions. Excuse me. Diana Gomez, Finance Director.
What are the
Can you explain
changes?
this? Yeah.
Yep, I can tell you in a second. I'm sorry. Had to run upstairs.
But you had to make sure you got your steps in.
Exactly. Okay. So there is no change in the proposed methodology. However, the fiscal year 25 assessment rate is proposed to increase from $3,034.54 to $3,600 per improved lot, and from $1,517.27 to $1,800 for vacant lots. This increase is needed to fund services provided, including increases in security services.
Can you tell me again what was the increase? And not from what to where, the actual amount?
The increase is $565.46.
This is a significant increase. And you're saying this happened why?
So the special taxing districts provide the services that are required per the ordinance to provide the services. And so those services, they have increases throughout the years. They're usually in arrears because, for example, we're setting the rate today for October 1 starting next fiscal year. And so we don't even know what the actual costs are going to come out in the current year, for the remainder of the current year. So we're always in arrears. So there have been increases in security cost services. Rates increase. There's increases in all kinds of services. And so those fees are passed through to the security guard district. So the residents of the district have agreed to pay the cost of the services provided.
If I may, Madam Finance Director, these are all private contracts. Well, do you have the
Sure. And we have a company, GMS, who does the managing of all the special taxing districts for us. and they contract the services of the security guard services, any repairs or maintenance to the guardhouses, any janitorial, anything, landscaping, anything that's happening there, they contract with them, and they pass through they send us the invoices to pay, and so we pay it with the revenues generated from the special taxing district. So the city general fund or anything like that is not paying for any of this. This is fully funded from the special taxing district revenues that are assessed on their tax bills every year.
So we're not upfronting the money.
So we do upfront the money from the special taxing district fund. So we have so in some cases, not in all cases, in most, I guess there's 12, however many there are.
I think it's about 12.
5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. So out of 12, as of 9/30/2023, 9 of them are in surplus positions. 3 of them where we have had to front some funding because of the timing of construction. So one of them, for instance, there was timing of construction of a guardhouse. We always, the direction that has been, when we assume these special taxing districts, we incur the costs, and then we get the payments from the special taxing districts. We assess the levels, and some of them, when they have a surplus, what we do is we may lower the rates for 1 year to kind of eat into that surplus, because we don't need to hold a surplus of that level. And some of them, when there's construction, there's unforeseen costs, things like that, that you can't necessarily predict so far in advance. So we front the money to construct it, and then we recoup it over a couple of years from the special taxing district payments. The direction that has been given from the start of this has always been to try not to significantly increase the rates to the residents. If we can kind of move towards that, well, that's what we try to do. And so, but we always will recoup the funds from the tax rates that are charged to them. And so in terms of the funds, the fund in total for the special taxing district has an overall surplus. So it's a receivable on our books until we get the tax revenue after assessing it. Does that make sense?
I think what we have to explain is that this is something that's been going on for years.
Yes.
And that this is nothing new. And the simple fact is this gentleman who we've known for a long time is the one that's been running the program. This is every single one of these organizations in our city, as you can tell, the different locations. Their board meets and they say, we want this amount of security.
Because there's not mandatory HOAs.
I know there's not, but they meet. In most cases, and they have conversations in regards to landscaping, in regards to beautification, in regards to security, and this is where it goes back and forth. And they say, okay, last year we spent a little bit too much. We're seeing a cost increase. So this is the way you get to the numbers. And then they deal with this gentleman here, and they come up with a budget, a strategy. Correct? Yes. They come up with a budget and a strategy. And this is basically the city has to pass this resolution to continue moving forward to offer the services that
they requested.
Entities have requested. Yep. And if they, for example, next year, if they're unhappy with the service, they contact this gentleman and they say, listen, we're not happy with the janitorial services at the basketball courts, for example, correct?
I don't think there's a basketball
I'm
court,
just
but I
making
get
that
you.
up.
Yes.
Whatever you want at the pool, whatever it is, whatever common area they have. And then they just move forward, and they move forward to addressing it the following year to make sure that they either cut or increase services depending on the need of the community.
Mayor, can I just add? So these are security guard districts, or security services districts. Some of them are roving, some of them are guardhouses, and their services have been established by legislation. So those are the services, but then with the changes in the budgeting or in the assessments have to do with changes in the cost to provide those services.
Is 500 the most one? Any of them are going to increase?
No.
Is there one that's going to increase maybe 3,000?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to me how that wasn't budgeted for?
So I'm going to start, and then I'll turn it over to Paul if necessary. So in that particular guardhouse, that's a brand new guardhouse construction where we we started to assess in order to create and build a guardhouse. So we collected what we believed, the estimates based on, we collected for 2 years, a certain amount, and then we reduced the amount thinking that that would have been sufficient. It was not. So the construction came in over about $120,000. And then on top of that, because of as I understand it, because of the permit that was required, because there was a road closure, it required that we provide 24/7 security guard services, 2 guards. So those costs were never contemplated. That all happened this past year, so we didn't know about it in time. Remember, I'm now starting for next year's. So when we set the rate at that time, we didn't know that that was going to be the cost involved. So we had to incur it. The district was created for the purpose of creating this building this guardhouse, and the residents had agreed to cover the cost associated with the guardhouse. And so we went forward with construction because that is the directive of the ordinance to do the.
So the residents were notified that their increase could be up to $3,000?
So right now, we are passing the maximum rate that we can charge. And then when the trim notice comes out, it will be on there. That's where they will be noticed. We will also send them a letter. Since there is an increase, we are required to send them a letter to say, hey, your assessment this upcoming year that's going to be taxed on your November tax bill will increase by $3,000. So yes, they will get that notice.
How long would it take us to cover that, for the city to cover that?
Yep. So if for that one, if I wanted to recoup the expenditures to date, I would have to raise it by $10,000, a little over $10,000. Again, the direction that I have been given from when we started this was to not make such significant increases in any one year. And that is the direction that I have been working with. And so it would take about 3.5 years for us to recoup that. But again, the general fund is not covering this. This is being funded. It's a receivable on our books, and the overall special taxing district fund has a surplus in total.
Do you think you could provide me after this meeting with a comparative budget to compare to
last year's budget?
What was it exactly budgeted to what's really happening?
Sure.
Please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think we would have all benefited from having that information before coming here to just vote. I know in the past, a lot of times these changes aren't a whole lot, so it's easy to vote on these,
Sure.
but a $3,000 change is a substantial change. Even though if we're in arrears 10,000 per property, that is a problem. But it should be addressed with those homeowners before we vote on something to approve a $3,000 increase. It's not pocket change. That's a substantial change, and I agree that it is a special taxing district. They agreed to be part of it. They agreed to create it at the time, but you're expecting us to increase these people's monthly or annual payment by $3,000. You know, that's something they haven't budgeted for. So I think I would like to see the background on all this. Even this one that just came up from 3,034 to 3,600. It's almost a 20% increase. So I know that costs are going up. I know that there are things that have changed. Obviously, the staffing expenses have also changed. But a presentation on each one of these, I think, is merited going forward. And if you could send me the same information you're sending Commissioner Castro, I'd appreciate it.
If I may, can you give us some background on how the residents were notified and how this came about?
Yes, for the record, I'm Paul Winklejohn, Vice President of GMS Municipal Services. The gate particularly is obviously the biggest topic, and I'm well aware that that's something we should all be sensitive to. Backing up real quick, the residents that are the lead in that have been with me every step of this project. They're well aware of it. I asked them point blank, how do you feel about another $3,000? They said, don't even think about it. We do not want to drop services. So that's A. So going back, this district was initially created in 2016. That's when the budget was set. So a construction project set in 2016 that finished in 2023 of December, this last December, being up 30% is a miracle, actually, in a good way. It just reality of our funnel of setting this year's or next year's assessment collides today. It's your first real opportunity to hear about it, to look about it, to understand it, because it just funneled in this late in the game.
And as we've talked about through email, when residents have contacted me and we've gone back and forth through Diana, these budgets are constantly in flux when you're talking about especially a guardhouse. which is a pretty significant, large ticket item. The residents, I just want to make sure, because it's being made seem here as if the residents are going to be caught off guard. They're not going to be caught off guard. They're 100% aware of what their fee is going to be. This is something that's been going on for years. They know before this comes to commission for ratification that their fee is going to be in the ballpark of, this to this. This is what the numbers are going to be and why. There's a reason why. There's, for example, in this case, here's the number for the guardhouse. You have to provide the formula, how it's going to be paid back. And it's got to be done through the special taxing district because it's the mechanism that's in place legally to be able to deliver on what the residents want.
Voted for.
They're the ones asking for this. We're not asking for this. This is not a city-run project. This is a resident-driven investment in their community. I just want to make sure that's done because it's being made seem as if the residents are potentially being caught off guard, and this is not something that, but it's not. This is like they're driving this.
Are they being caught? Are they being?
So, yes, and so, not caught off guard. So this is the process that we follow in order to set the maximum millage rate. Today, we set the rate. I'm telling you that this is the cost that is necessary for us to recoup the funds based on the processes and the procedures that we have been doing since we absorbed these taxing districts. We come back in September 13th, I believe is the date, where we finalize it. So from now until September, we need, by statute, to send this information to the residents to let them know. But if you don't set the maximum rate, we have to, because if we don't set the maximum rate, the rates from last year stand. And then we won't recoup the funds that have already been spent. Okay, so we set the maximum rate today. We go through the process of the trim notices that the residents get, the letters that I mentioned earlier that we will have to send out to let them know. And then we have a public hearing September 13th.
September 12th.
12th, I'm sorry. It changed, it's all around that, it's always around the same date, that we come back and we have the final hearing. And that's the rate that gets put at, on the actual tax bill. Now, we cannot increase the rate at that point in time. Today, we set the maximum rate that could technically be set. And then should you need to change it downward, we can. But I'm giving you the rates that we have talked about that we believe are necessary in order for us to recoup the funds in the manner that we have been doing for services that have already been provided. And if you look at this district, prior to this past year, there was no deficit in this. We didn't know. There were unforeseen costs that happened with this one that's going up by 3,000 that I'm talking about. If we want to recoup it all at once, which I don't know if some cities do that or most cities tend to recoup it little by little to not harm the residents so much, we would have to this year increase it by $10,000, $10,100.
But Madam Director, that's the point what he just said. He had a conversation with the residents that he represents and said, look, this is what we're for. This is the forecast. This is what we're seeing. These are the costs. These are the deficits that we're having. This is what it's going to cost to do what you envision over the next 2 to 3, 4, 5 years, depending on whatever the scope is. And they have to forecast moving forward to be able to address it. You ask the individuals, and they make a decision. Do either we take one bite of this, or do we take, we divvy it up in quarters, in thirds? How do we address the project or the outstanding debt?
I just want to make sure that we're clear that not every resident is spoken to. We don't have, I just want to make sure that the record is clear. I just, because somebody say, well, I never heard of that before. I understand. If you're not involved in the different meetings that happen, I can't necessarily, but I am required to send out a notice to let them know that it will be increasing. So they will know what will be increasing.
Yes, sir.
Yes, so I obviously knew who to talk to right away to gauge the temperature of the water, and that was my earlier comment. My next strategy was to pull this project piece by piece apart and verify that every possible thing that could have been done was done. I'm very confident to report to you there was not a thing that could have been done to make that happen any differently. The next part is I always go face first into these problems. I will meet with any resident, which I always do, who wants to go through any of those details, and I'll let them go through it. I'm happy to share every detail and use my time on this behalf to say, hey, this is what it's going to be. How would you? We can cut the budget. We can reduce it. There was a time when the county put a cap on it and they lifted the gate arms and they pulled the guards because their finances, they didn't want to catch up a big mistake and they were way past that. And the last piece of this one that's really important to understand, there's only 49 payments and some of them are vacant lots, which are half. So you don't get a lot of money off of each unit, and that's really the divisor issue in this one. The good news is construction's awesome. People are building like crazy, and this year, right around, I think it's June 1st, I get the lot count. What is new improved lots versus vacant lots. That's a pretty big jump if a couple of those swing onto the tax roll, but that'll happen.
So I think the newest one, for example, that's the best way to become a little bit more educated on the topic is H18. H18 was one that I worked on for 5 years with Coco Plum. You were there. Coco Plum Phase 1, it was all new additional lighting. They took a vote. You had to take a vote on the proposed scope. You had some people that were in favor of it, some people that were against it. At the end of the day, it met the threshold to be able to commence a special taxing district. The project was completed, and this is the outcome. Ratifying it every single year to make sure that we can continue to fund the lighting, the energy that's required to pay for that lighting that the organization wanted. That doesn't mean, by the way, that someone who was a big proponent of the lighting project is not going to move out of Coco Plum, and there's going to be somebody who's going to move in and say, hey, I don't want this anymore. But the work's already been done. Either they funded it in a form that you have to pay back that debt.
Right.
So the special taxing district still continues to have to exist in one form or another.
Yeah, and this might seem flip, but the most difficult thing I deal with.
That's the latest one we've done, right? I think.
Yeah, is I have to fend off the residents wanting to pay for everything. Literally, the Banyan Drive have offered to pay $300,000 in landscaping upgrades. They want to rip it out and redo it. That's the reality of these projects. Just so you have a good perspective.
So I guess my question, this year, this is the process, we need to vote on this today anyway. For next year, would it be possible to send out a notification to the residents in these areas prior to this meeting, informing them, do we normally send them the financials of the special taxing district, what the expenses were for the previous year?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I personally
When does that go out?
Well, this situation is a little unusual. They got end of year financials at the September 30th financials.
Okay.
They all received those. I usually do quarterly, so I would have done a February, March, but that's when this process started. I gave those out to most of the residents. The Banyan people, we had to wait a minute. That it really caught us a little bit too, but that's how.
So that's not by email?
Yes. Yeah.
So I guess my question is, would you be able to send something out prior to this meeting, letting them know what the potential change is, so that when we vote on this on first
you don't want
reading,
them to be
I guess, right? I want to make sure they're aware, because some people may be okay, and the people you're talking to may be okay with the $3,000 change, but others may not. I want to make sure that they're aware, and any issues that could arise and where there needs to be a change, we can try to get it alleviated before we get into the process.
As much as possible, absolutely.
Okay.
But I mean, even,
Right.
like I said,
I know you have your limitations.
Yeah.
That's what I would like to see.
It is one of the weirdest finance processes in government that we're making decisions from 18 months from now.
And
today.
things are very limited on what you can actually use the money for. Yes.
And I do it for 300 clients in the state of Florida, and it's never makes sense.
Is there any deficits in any of these districts?
So as I mentioned before, there's 3 out of the 12 that are currently in a deficit, right? So as of 9/30, so what the one that we talked about, the security, the $3,000 increase, is going to take us about 3.5 years to recoup that if we just do the $3,000 increase. The other two, they're as of like May. One of them, the deficit's $3,000. It'll flush itself out. The other one, as of May, it was about $19,000, $20,000. That too will probably flush itself out in terms of the increase that we're doing here and in the next years, when collecting the fees. So that's why I am doing some increases in order to be able to recoup that over time. Additionally, there's districts that have surpluses that in the current year we had reduced their rates last year for now, so that way we can eat into their surpluses, and then we have to now go back up because it was a a 1-year decrease or maybe a 2-year decrease. And I would have stated that on the record last year or the year before, that this is a temporary decrease in order to just start eating up the fund balance. In some of my budgets that are attached to the item, I say the deficit will be funded with available surpluses, because we don't want to hold big surpluses. And then there's things that, like, so for instance, we have a new guardhouse, the Gables by the Sea, it's brand new. It had, it's brand new, it's come to us, they expect us to make improvements, they expect us to replace equipment and do all these things. So yes, we have to incur that expense initially and then recoup it, because that is what the promise was made when we were taking it over, that we were going to treat them better than the county had done. So that did involve putting in the additional funds up front and then getting the recouping of the funds. But at the same time, the direction had been given, do not increase it so high. Well, at this point, it's a significant increase. I can't justify, not doing an increase on some of these, because then we're just going to make the whole bigger. And for what purpose? They've agreed to these services. Services have been provided. If they don't want these services, they can abolish the special taxing district.
Could you provide me with a financial statement for each district?
So they're in, not the financial statement, but the budget is attached to each item. There is a budget that tells us what the revenues are expected, what the expenditures are spent, and whether or not we're going to have a balanced budget, or we're going to have a deficit, or we are eating up the deficit, or if we are trying to replenish a deficit that exists.
So let me ask you a quick question. Then I think unless there's any other further questions. I've only had one person in 11 years come to me and ask me a question, not even a complaint. It was a question about an issue. How often do you get complaints about the monies and things like that?
Really never had a financial reaction, to be honest. We've been pretty good about that because of just the way we've done it. We built up a surplus. They got all their projects paid for. Everybody was super happy, financially speaking. Complaints are a completely different conversation.
Yeah, I'm not talking about complaints about whether somebody likes a product or not. I'm saying it's financial, like whether about them having to pay into,
That's not a typical reaction, to be honest. Yeah, it's typically how many more services can I talk you into? That's the nature of most of my
How can I do, alarms?
What more can you do for us?
What can we do?
And
Yes.
that has been, they have petitioned to do additional services in several of these districts.
And you have, financially audited accounts, everything is done professionally. So I've only gotten one kind of complaint, but it really wasn't a complaint. It was not about the payment, it was about the scope of work that they just didn't agree with it.
Yeah,
and I said, but listen, but this has already been voted on. I can't remove you from the special taxing district. This is not the way it works. And you helped me kind of navigate those waters along with the legal team, explaining to this person that, listen, we have to move forward. It was the entire community voted for it.
Yeah, it's highly constrained in that respect. Can I make one comment? Of course. I want to let you know that everything your finance director said is absolutely accurate about one thing. I lean a little further than she likes me to into security equipment, particularly cameras.
Yes.
We found out really hard that if you don't have the best possible image, you can't execute the legal process. And we've had great successes, and the detectives, I was on the chat today with FWC and the detectives working on the boat incident because we have cameras. And the quality of those cameras had to all be brought up to what I call the City of Coral Gables police standard, which is what we do.
And I know that a lot of people live on the water there, and a lot of people who live in those communities, the entire commission knows. Yep. When you talk about public safety, they're like, listen, we'll spend the money. It's not an issue about that. They want extra redundancy.
I call it inelastic.
Yes. So we have a motion on F8. F8.
Mayor?
H8.
Okay, go ahead.
H8.
Just, and I'll make the motion, but thank you for attaching the budget sheets for each and every one of these. I've looked at them. I think it's fairly clear, what the desires are of each one of these districts, from landscaping, utilities, and everything else it takes to run these districts. These are folks that want the extra security, and I think they deserve the extra security and are willing to pay for the extra security. And if they have a problem with it, I'll hear a complaint, but I've never heard a complaint, so.
That's my job.
Yeah.
Was this audited?
So in what sense audited? So we it's, how can I say it? It's not I don't know if you have extra auditors come out and audit the books, because the books are kept
Have you had a
with-
request for an audit?
Right. The books are kept with GMS, the day-to-day books. They provide us their financial statements, and we go through it. We know the amount of money that we get in from the county. We know the expenditures that they request to get reimbursed for.
It's tracked twice, basically.
Right. But a financial statement audit, no, because it's not an entity. They're individual districts, so they're revenues and expenditures. So it's not.
And all of this is provided to the residents. That's it.
Yes, sir.
It's a moment, the click away for all the residents.
So, I mean, and again, in terms of obviously my accounting staff, we make sure that everything is balancing and that we agree. And then if we have questions, we work with GMS's accountants and we make sure that we're in agreement. But an actual audit, I don't want to mislead you to think that there's an actual audit that's done. Because it's not we don't do individual
Doesn't
audits for
qualify
these. Yeah,
for the state
it doesn't.
rule.
I don't see it to qualify. But, if we want to do something, then we're just going to have to charge the districts more money in order to pay for an audit. The city should not incur costs associated with providing these services. They are solely borne by the residents who have chosen to make these districts happen. And so we should not incur additional costs for the purpose. So I would have to add a line item in each of them to say, let's get a financial audit in there. And we can. If that is the will of the commission, I will happily start that process.
And the residents get literally a check registry.
Yeah.
They can go through every expense anytime they want. I have that on speed dial, so to speak, to them.
I'll second.
I've never gotten a complaint. So we have a motion and a second. All right.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to H9.
H9 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to security services assessments within the Snapper Creek Lake Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of security services to be assessed for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2024, directing the Finance Director to prepare an updated security services assessment rule, establishing a public hearing and directing the provision of notice in connection thereof, providing for severability and providing an effective date.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any comments?
No, sir.
I would entertain a motion.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
Anderson Menendez.
Okay. Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. H10.
H10 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to security services assessments within the Pine Bay Estate Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of security services to be assessed for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2024, directing the Finance Director to prepare an updated security services assessment rule, establishing a public hearing and directing the provision of notice in connection thereof, providing for severability and an effective date.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any comment?
No, sir.
Entertain a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to H11.
H11 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to security services assessments within the Old Cutler Bay Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of the security services to be assessed for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2024, directing the Finance Director to prepare an updated security services assessment rule, establishing a public hearing and directing the provision of notice in connection thereof, providing for severability and effective date.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, sir.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. H12.
H12 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to security services assessments within the Kings Bay Amended Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of security services to be assessed for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2024, directing the Finance Director to prepare an updated security services assessment rule, establishing a public hearing and directing the provision of notice in connection thereof, providing for severability and effective date.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to H13.
H13 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to security services assessments within the Hammock Oaks Harbor Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of security services to be assessed for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2024, directing Finance Director to prepare an updated security services assessment rule, establishing a public hearing and directing the provision of notice in connection thereof, providing for severability and effective date.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, sir.
I'll move it.
Second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. H14.
H14 is a resolution relating to security services assessments within the Hammock Lake Banyan Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of security services to be assessed for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2024, directing the Finance Director to prepare an updated security services assessment rule, establishing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice in connection thereof, providing for severability and effective date.
Mr. Clerk?
No public comment, sir.
Move it.
On any of them?
On any of them.
Okay.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to H15.
H15 is a resolution relating to security services assessments within the Banyan Drive Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of security services to be assessed for fiscal year commencing October 1, 2024, directing Finance Director to prepare an updated security services assessment rule, establishing a public hearing, and directing provision of notice thereof, providing for severability and effective date.
Could I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. H16.
H16 is a resolution relating to security services assessments within the Hammock Lake Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of security services to be assessed for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2024, directing Finance Director to prepare an updated security services assessment rule, establishing public hearing, directing provision of notice in connection thereof, and providing for severability and effective date.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. H17.
H17 is a resolution relating to security services assessments within the Coco Plum Phase 1 Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of security services to be assessed for fiscal year commencing October 1, 2024, directing Finance Director to prepare an updated security services assessment rule, establishing a public hearing, directing provision of notice in connection thereof, providing for severability and effective date.
I'll move it.
Second.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving to H18.
H18 is a resolution relating to the provision of street lighting services, facilities, and programs within the Coco Plum Phase 1 Street Lighting Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of street lighting services, facilities, and programs to be assessed for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2024, directing Finance Director to prepare or direct preparation of an updated street lighting assessment rule, authorizing public hearing, and directing provision of notice in connection thereof, providing for severability and effective date.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. H19.
H19 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to security services assessments within the Gables by the Sea Coral Gables Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of security services to be assessed for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2024, directing Finance Director to prepare an updated security services assessment rule, establishing a public hearing, and directing provision of notice in connection thereof, providing for severability and effective date.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. And the last one, by the way, thank you both to
Thank
both
you
of you
very
very
much.
much. The last one before we go to lunch, J1, City Clerk item.
J1 is a resolution of the City Commission urging Miami-Dade County to expedite the designation of a publicly accessible website to host legal advertisements and public notices pursuant to Section 50.311 of the Florida statutes.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, sir.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. See you at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Clerk, you ready? H2?
H2, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I think we need.
Mayor, that's the police department. I'm not sure where the chief is at when he makes his phone call.
H3.
Again, waiting for Director Herman. He is.
Is it working?
Is it off or on?
That's on.
Melissa, you're up.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
H3.
So Melissa Desires, Transportation Division Manager. We actually have a presentation for this. So this is just an update that we have for a project on Coral Way in Granada. This project has been designed. It's gone to the Historic Preservation Board, who gave us some comments. We addressed their comments, and now we're going to be starting construction soon. So the history of the project is it's a signal hardening project. So what's existing right now is a traffic signal strain pole. You have two strain poles. They're made out of concrete. We're going to be changing them to steel. The locations are going to be the same. We're going to be adding crosswalks, PED signals, supplemental traffic signals, drainage improvements, and some landscaping. This is what it looks like now.
So if I may, a little bit about history. These projects got generated, the county, if you notice that intersection, you basically, one of a few areas, you have the lights hanging by a wire. That does not meet current hurricane standards. So the county came to us and said, we're going to put mast arms at that location. And we said no. So we started working, keep in mind it's Coral Way, it's a county road. So we started working with the county, we found an alternative, we actually got a grant to fund these projects. So now it went from being a county project to being a city project. So what Melissa is presenting is the best alternative to what the county was being proposed, and just imagine the horror of having those 4 huge mast arms at that intersection. So
How long has the city been working on this project?
I would say at least 2 to 3 years.
It predates Melissa being here. That's when the county came to us. Originally, I believe Ed Santa Maria was around, and Jessica Keller.
I just wanted to put into context of how long.
That's how far back that goes, when the county came to us, and I probably had just started working here. I remember being horrified, like, no, you can't do that here. So that's how far that goes.
And there were a couple iterations. It wasn't just the
Correct.
mast arm. There was another configuration that they wanted 4 strain poles instead of the 2 that are right there, and it was going to give like a box of traffic signals hanging by wires in the middle. And that was another one that the city rejected, and now we have this final design. So as you can see, we're not going to be having the confusing crosswalk striping that, is present there right now. We're going to have our high emphasis crosswalks. We're going to reduce the asphalt a little bit, as much as the county would allow us, because you still need to have enough room for a car to be able to go around the people that are trying to make a left on Granada. So We highlighted some key things on here, even though it's only shown in one section, like you'll see that pedestrian traffic signals, that's actually at all 4 corners. So you're gonna be able to push a button, you're gonna have a ped signal, and there's gonna be traffic lights mounted on top of that. Here's another picture of the plan view. You can see that we're gonna be adding sidewalks on 3 corners. On the southeast corner, we couldn't go around, but you're gonna have access through the park.
It's a very large street at that location that will not allow us to
The routes
complete
are
that sidewalk
significant.
connection.
So that's
So
it.
this is just for us to show the project. It's not necessarily for a vote unless you
But what
you have
I
something
think-
to add, but just wanted to bring the project to our attention. We're about to put it out to bid, and we're finalizing permits following to going out to bid. And obviously, that's a very visual location, so we wanted to bring the project to our attention
And
before
I think
we
it's
proceeded.
great. I think it's great. It's much needed. We've had sidewalk issues there for a long time. People have been complaining for a long time about that crossing there.
Yes,
So
correct.
I think it's a great opportunity to finally deliver on a project that for years it's been talked
And I
about.
think as a follow-up to the whole vision theory thing, I think this will be quite an improvement, especially for people who want to cross Coraway. I think this is a tremendous pedestrian improvement for folks who want to do that.
I concur on that. I've tried to cross there many times. You have to run across to get through there. It's almost impossible, and it's nice that we're going to have push buttons there to be able to use. So, you know what my question's going to be?
Which one?
Which kind of push buttons are you going to have?
They're not going to be audible. They're going to be just regular push buttons for now. But if we want to look into audible push buttons in the future, we can.
Do we have a bus stop nearby?
We do. I believe so. Yes.
Okay, so I would say we need to look into the audible ones. Because if someone is blind and they need to use the bus, how are they going to know when to cross?
So you want us to add audible buttons to the project? Is that?
That's my suggestion, that we need to do that.
That would be
Because
a
any
revision to
place you have a bus stop, you know, people that have sight issues can't drive, so they're going to need to use the buses, and they can't get to the bus if they don't have an audible button.
That should be a fairly minor revision, so we can
All right.
definitely.
Thank you for bringing this.
Commissioner?
I have a question. Could you show the image, because I drive through that intersection a lot? One of the last images, I think. My question is, what are you doing on the northwest corner?
Can we please have the presentation back?
So I don't know if you want this picture or if you want
Whichever
this
one,
one.
whichever one.
This
you-
one will show the sidewalk. It's showing the ramp.
Because I know when you come from the, let's say, the Granada, the Coral Gables Country Club, going south.
Yes.
The north is the top.
Yeah,
the top arm.
yeah, northeast, but I'm looking at the northwest, so they're coming south. So are we looking, the top is north, the bottom is south, I would imagine, right?
Yes.
It's a similar configuration as far as you have 2 lanes, basically.
No, because when you approach Coral Way going south, a lot of cars, you know, there's a red light and stuff. There are a lot of cars, there's a lane, sort of space for you to go right
That's still going to
onto
be there.
Coral Way going west. And I know much needed sidewalks. Is that lane going to be changed or adjusted?
So if you can look at this picture, you'll see that if you're looking at the southbound going to westbound, it's striped off as a gore area. That'll still give some space for people to be able to navigate about the cars that are going south so that they can make a right. That was one of the conditions that Miami-Dade County gave us.
Yeah, because otherwise it bottlenecks.
Exactly.
And that's the last thing we need, obviously. And the sidewalk, I know there's like a historic wall in that part. The sidewalk goes in front of it and behind it, or?
It's going to go in front.
In front.
All right,
So you
okay.
can see it's like a curve
Yeah.
around it.
Okay, no, it's good. I just wanted to make sure that we don't bottleneck.
I'm just
Thank
happy to see after 3 years that this is finally coming. It's going to get accomplished. I've been talking about this for a long time, and it's going to be a good addition to the neighborhood. So,
Thank you.
thank you to staff.
Thank you.
Moving to H2.
Actually, if I could ask one question. County was working on the light that was not operational there. Have they been able to fix it?
Oh, I thought we got a picture that saw that it was.
Okay,
fixed. No.
all right, perfect.
I'll double check.
Okay.
Chief, good afternoon.
Mayor, Commissioners, good afternoon.
How was your lunch?
Quick.
Yeah?
It's easy for me to eat salad when you're this big. That's what I have to live off of. Trying to get
That's
small.
dessert, right?
I have to fit in 100% polyester, sir, so I'm just trying
You don't
to.
have any dessert? Oh, shit.
I might have had some small. Good afternoon. We're here to talk about, and just kind of give you a report on something we've been doing for a long time is our homeless initiative here in the city. So part of the program that we have been going on since the 10 years or 9.5 years that I've been chief, if we started our partnership with Camilla's House. We continue to have that. We brought in a lot of resources. We probably don't talk about too much here as far as the police department is concerned, but I really thought in meeting with the manager that we should give you all just an overview of what happens every day and what we are really doing. So if you'll indulge us for a quick 10 minutes, Major Hoff, who's in charge of the Uniform Patrol Division, as well as Sergeant Jenkins, who's on her way in, and Officer Cordillo, one of our neighborhood safety aides, and Riza Garcia, who is our victim advocate, is going to run you through a quick presentation. Major?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. On here, basically, we're going to talk about what we do in patrol as when we get a call for any type of homeless encounters, whether it's we get a call, whether an officer sees one as they're on the downtown bike riding, riding the bike, or as an officer is doing a foot patrol. So on here, it's just an explanation of what we do and everything, how we handle, how the police department handles any homeless encounters. If you can go to the next slide. Initially, when we get either a call for service.
Right here in top.
I'm sorry. That one, perfect. I'm so sorry. Initially, we either get a call for service, or like I said, an officer makes contact with the homeless. Usually, we approach them first and foremost to see their well-being. How are they doing? Sometimes we get calls for service because they might be making a disturbance or anything like that. So we go to assess their well-being. We make contact with them, see who they are, what their name is, get any information for them, see if they need any medical attention. We also see if they're missing. Sometimes we run them to see if they're missing or wanted. And then from there, we would act accordingly or take the appropriate action if that information comes back. After we do that, we go to offering them services. So the first initial service that we always offer them is a place to stay overnight. So we have 3 beds in Camilla's house that the city of Coral Gables does sponsor, and those beds are for our use at any point in time. Right now, currently, we have 2 beds occupied. 1 is empty at the moment. That's our initial. We tell them, do they want to go to Camilla's house? At Camilla's house, they can get additional services such as medical, dental, mental health services, prescription. All of that assistance is offered in Camilla's house once they are inside a program. So they have to make an initial step to be in the program. But the first step to that is always getting them a bed for the night. If they don't want that, if they refuse that, they don't want to go into Camilla's, they don't want to go into a program or into a bed, we still continue to offer them services. We have what is called the PATH team, and they come every Thursday, and we try to make an appointment. Like, we have services that we can come bring to you, which will help them get any of the services. Sometimes they can help them get IDs, they help them get Social Security, they help them get assistance for food or anything like that. And we'll say, like, okay, if you don't want to come to Camilla's or come into any services, we'll bring them to you. Name us a place and time, and we'll be more than happy to meet with you. So we have facilitated many meetings between PATH and the homeless to get them services. From there, they can either say, yes, I want to make a meeting, or I don't. Sometimes they really don't. They don't know, I don't want services at the moment. Our first encounter is not always the last encounter, and we would love for them to say yes at every moment, but they don't. From there, what we do is we document the whole encounter. We do a field contact report. What their name is, what initiated the encounter, what was the result of the encounter, and what services we offered them. So we do that in documentation, just to know what we've done. And then once we start encountering the same person over and over, then now we track them in a different way, because now we've built a rapport with them. We know their name, we know where they're at. So from there, we've developed a HEART form, and it's for the Homeless Encounter Resource Tracking Form. It's a form, I'll show you the next one. There, it's a form, it'll say their name, the picture of them, as we last saw them. We'll update the pictures periodically. their social, as much information as we can find for them. And then if you see at the bottom, we'll say resources offered. We'll continue to offer them resources always. And we'll, in the notes section, we'll continue to update every contact we've had with them. This is just an example, but this we have, I want to say, probably in our drive, we have probably about 10 to 12 people that we constantly keep a hold of. Some move on, some we don't have in our city anymore, but we keep that documentation. And so that's a way to track. But at that point, once we encounter them a lot, then they go to the neighborhood team leaders, which is the portion of the NSAs that everybody loves, the neighborhood safety aides. These are the officers that work in that group as well. And now they step in and they start to build a rapport. Again, this is for this part. When they get involved, it's more encounters than one. These are some of the supports and resources that we have for them. Like I said earlier, first and foremost, we always offer them the Camilla's house. And currently, as of 5/16, we have one bed available. We've had people that stay there for a few months. We have people that stay there for one day and don't want to follow the rules. Or we have people that have stayed continuously. The goal is to move them out of the bed into some type of housing program. And that does happen. Right now, we have 2 long-term, they haven't left yet, but we have 2 people in the bed right now that are working towards getting into a housing program. The other resource that I mentioned earlier is the PATH, which is a project assistance in transitioning from homelessness. And they come out once a week, along with the Lazarus team, which is a mental health resource. And they come every Thursday. They go with Officer Gordillo onto the field to whoever we've dealt with in the last week. And they try to, again, reach out, offer them resources. When they come out, we kind of step back. We kind of take the police element out of it. And it's now the resource. They want to help. They talk to them better. We just stand by. We direct them to where they're at, and we leave them to do their job there. The next is field contacts, what I mentioned earlier of how we document. To date, we've had 86 encounters. That doesn't mean 86 people. That just means 86 encounters. It could be the same one 3 times. It could be a person one time only, and they're never here again. They're just passing by. But that is documented to date on those field contact reports. We have 86 encounters. For 2023, we had 208 encounters. And for 2022, 149. And again, they're not 149 people or 208 people. It's just, we document every encounter we have, whether it's 1 or 10. Additional resources we have, which is the Coral Gables victim advocate. She works closely with all our victims and everything. Another resource along with the PAT team that will bring her down, and she'll talk to them. Again, maybe leaving the police aspect out of it, will make them more open to receiving services. We also go to the community resource guide. There they have lots of listing, lots of resources that we can offer, and we do. We work with the Miami-Dade Public Library System. It's this project called Behind the Walls, and we work with them as well. It's in conjunction with South Miami, Pinecrest, with dealing with all the homeless issues or the quality of life issues that they have there. Other resources, Miami Recovery Project, which is the substance misuse assistance, same thing. We refer to them if we see that it's more of a substance abuse issue. And then for veterans. So these are all the resources that we tap into when we're dealing with homeless encounters. The second thing, these are some success stories we've had. Here we have just 5 that we rounded up. I just put a small synopsis of what we've done, but we've had, everyone here has accepted housing or is on their way to get some type of housing or is in a program in Camillus. Like the last one's a female, 30 years old. She secured employment and obtained Miami-Dade Section 8 voucher, all with the resources that we were able to offer her. Male in his 40s, he's seeking full-time employment, he's being referred to rapid housing. So these are success stories that we do have that we could at least, say. Current stories that we're working with now, current cases, these are it. Again, names, we're not gonna put their names out there, but these are the contacts that we've made with them, attempts that we've made with them. And we're working to, again, get them comfortable to accept resources. And sometimes we do make a connection with them. Sometimes they don't want anything to do with us, but we step back and we let individuals like Riza, the PATH team, the Lazarus team, or the Camillus group to help us out. And Our commitment is we're dedicated to treating every individual that we encounter with respect, dignity, while guiding them to available resources. And that's what we do on patrol.
So as commissioners, as I said before, we don't have a quote-unquote homeless problem. We have people that have problems. And the philosophy within the police department has been from 2014, has been to offer the services with compassion, regardless of race, creed, color, denomination, and we continue to do that every day. The one thing that we've always asked for, and you've heard me say it, is that when our residents see someone in need, they just need to call us. And I know all of your compassions as you sit up there and people are letting you know, and the only reason why I'm not trying to take any burden off anybody's plate, but these are the kind of resources that we can get to them immediately. And again, the safety of sleeping on our streets is something that's realized by everybody that we've come in contact with. And that's not me just telling you that, that's what the people that are residing on our streets, although temporarily, come to, and that's part of it. So I'm very proud of the work that the men and women are doing. It is a total commitment to doing this to the entire department. There aren't 4 or 5 people. This is the culture of the officers that work here and what they do every day. And we continue to really respect everybody's dignity, including those that are residentially challenged. So.
I have a question. Averagely, how many beds are occupied? Is there ever 3 beds that are occupied?
Yes.
So do you think 3 is sufficient that we sponsor?
Right. 3 has been on an average. We've had them where they're all empty. We have them when they're all full. Camillus does a great job at accommodating us when our beds are full, and they try to help us out with one that might be empty on another end. They'll help us out and say, we have some empty general beds, we can put them there. They usually help us out. We've never been turned away.
Okay.
We do have a line item for 1 additional bed. It's on average, off the top of my head, is about $43,000 a year. Originally, the first time when we got into the 3 beds, I believe it was then Vice Mayor Casada that brought it to me, and we paid for the first year of the pilot program out of FAF funds, which is the forfeit and assets. It's now part of the police department's line item. It's not high on my priority list right now because if I have the funds, if we see an uptick, we can actually move funds within my budget to increase the bed. But we have had a lot of success in partnering with Camillus House that, as the major said, if something opens up, we're able to get them a bed.
I want to, if I may, through the mayor, I appreciate the fact that you put the cases, the success that we've had and the ones that are in the works. I think it's important, not only for us, but for the community to see that the end game of the program is to help these people regain their dignity and their life back. So I think the fact that we've had success, even if it's 2, 3, or 4, or 5, it doesn't matter. That's the essence of what we're here for. And I agree, compassion is the key. 2 or 3 things. One is, Chief, if you may, we've had the discussion on some residents don't understand that there are laws, there's case law, court rulings that limit the city's ability to move someone who's asleep, on a sidewalk. We just can't go in. The laws are limiting because of cases that have happened years ago. If you could go a little bit into that so that the residents understand that we are abiding by the law as it is today.
Correct. To a lot of the phone calls that we get, obviously, is someone, and we call it creating a disturbance. It is not illegal for any other resident, than a homeless person to sit on a park bench in the middle of the day. And we get that quite a lot. I don't want them to sit there. Well, that's not the law. And when other municipalities throughout the country have taken draconian steps at times to move people because of their residential status, that came out of recently down here was the Pottinger, which was a decree where there's only so much you can do. Now, in anticipation for what we're doing in the police department, as the underline comes being built through, I know we've joked, and I said it tongue in cheek, but part of the horse patrol and is to be up high underneath the Metro Rail to see that. But we are already taking steps for our outreach to anticipate other people walking under the underline, looking for more places to reside. Two sets of people can sit on the same bench. One person could be a shopper and somebody that lives in the Gables. Another person can be a homeless person or a parent homeless person. We are not, and we cannot tell both of them to leave. Different situation where if we see Uber Eats drivers that are sitting there, if they're sitting there for a commerce reason, we have moved them along because of the traffic issues and implications. So we do have this conversation, and again, it's not because they are doing anything wrong. It's so we can offer services. And in the mornings, we have a very strict anti-panhandling law, and all of our residentially challenged people actually know that. So in the mornings, you'll see them going out of our jurisdiction. We've had people pass through. There was a concerted effort by a nonprofit group to relocate people out of downtown Miami, and they were coming through, and we knew that they were coming through our city to go back to downtown Miami. That's their comfort level. So, we try and explain that on the phone when people are calling us, but it still starts with the phone call, and our communications operators actually to survey what the situation is. Is it a suspicious person, or is it somebody that we believe is in need of services? And that's how it goes. And we've been very successful with that.
Yesterday, we were in communication because a resident reached out to me, the two individuals. One, obviously, that was on Salcedo, sort of camped out. And they were concerned. And, you were I didn't know you were out of town. I believe I reached out to you. Didn't mean to interrupt you, but thank you for responding and receiving the concerns of the residents on that.
It is, and again, I know the new word which is coming out of the state statute is the encampments, and people with all of their worldly belongings on top of a wheelchair is not necessarily an encampment. And what happens is, these are everyone's worldly belongings to them, whatever that may be. And we assist with that. But as long as they continue moving, there's no violation. Encampments is when they are permitted, or either a municipality or a private entity allows people to establish more than 1 or 2 days places for these people to reside on the land, so to speak. That's what's not allowed by the statute. We have not made any of those arrests. We are going to avoid those as long as I'm chief, because I believe the process and the work of what these officers have done has really done a great job in kind of helping these people along.
I have a quick suggestion. Now that I'm listening to everything, we're all listening. Perhaps we can have, and maybe we already do, something that we can provide the residents, the basic ABCs of what we do and what we can or can't do, because we're going to continue receiving calls. And if we could have something basic, even if it's on a webpage or a flyer that says, this is what the city does and this is what the city cannot do.
I think with our social media PIO, working with the city's communication as well, I think we can do almost like a talking head piece about what we do and how we address those issues in public parks and places. Spaces.
Thank you.
I've seen substantial improvement.
Yeah.
So,
thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just want to say that I looked at other departments and looked at their programs, and you all have a very robust program and a very compassionate program. And I just wanted to thank you that I think you all are on the right track, and I've said it when we met. I'm so impressed with this program that I hope you take time to document it and send it up to the IACP, because I think this could be the national standard for dealing with those folks suffering homelessness.
no, I concur with that. And I've occasionally, when one of your team is interacting with someone that's dealing with homelessness, I've observed the compassion, and it's much different than it was with the way the city dealt with it 20 years ago. It's clearly a compassionate type of helping hand approach, and thank you for all your efforts there. So,
I've said this before, Gables police officers are one of a kind. Always have been, always will be, and I think that's what makes this a great place.
okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. So, Commissioner Castro, is this something you want the chief here for? The exit interview process?
No, that's Raquel. Raquel's supposed to be here. Raquel's not here.
All right, well, we can bring her up, but,
She's supposed to be providing a presentation of the procedures that are being held right now.
okay, well, Mr. Manager, is Raquel available for F9 now? No, F9. Since we're short a couple members of our commission, just trying to choose the next item to call.
She's on her way up.
Okay, or we can just take a, 10-minute break. Anybody want to
Yeah, we could do that.
Fine.
go ahead and take a 10-minute break then? No one needs to huff and puff going up the stairs.
Mr. Clerk, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. All right, let's move on to item H4.
H4 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to the provision of fire protection services, facilities, and rent programs in the City of Coral Gables, Florida, establishing the estimated assessment rate for fire protection assessments for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2024, directing the preparation of an assessment roll, authorizing a public hearing, and directing provision of notice thereof, providing an effective date.
Who's presenting in regards to this? Yes, H4.
I apologize.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Diana Gomez, Finance Director. So this is the fire fee assessment. There is no increase in the fire fee assessment. Every year we do assess all the properties within the City of Coral Gables a fire assessment fee. This goes to supplement capital purchases in the fire department, but there's no change this year.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any comments?
We did, Mr. Mayor, for Mr. Rip Holmes, but he just walked out, so.
Should we wait for Mr. Holmes? Mr. Holmes, you're up.
Fire fee.
No worries.
My numeration wrong.
What was,
About homelessness?
if you'd like to say something, yes. Go ahead.
I appreciate it. I think the city is doing a great job. Chief Hudak didn't realize I was trying to praise him. I don't know about y'all, but homelessness for me is almost like a religious item, because when I drove in the city of Miami where the homeless are allowed, and I found out some of them are the best people you can imagine, I thought, well, gee, if Jesus Christ came back for a second coming, would he come to Coral Gables, where there are practically no homeless, or would he come to the city of Miami, where, there are? And, the answer is Jesus Christ would go to Miami, not Coral Gables. But the fact, Chief Hudak, that we are treating the homeless compassionately is a tremendous relief. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any other comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion?
Second.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to H5.
H5 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to the collection and disposal of solid waste in the City of Coral Gables, Florida, determining the solid waste costs and solid waste service assessments for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2024, directing the preparation of an assessment roll, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice thereof, and providing an effective date.
Good afternoon, Diana Gomez, Finance Director. This year that we are proposing an increase to the solid waste assessment fee. There are three components in this year's recommended fee increase. The first is the annual pass-through of county and waste management tipping fees. The second is additional staff being requested for the department. And the third is for additional safety equipment. The rates for fiscal 24-25 are proposed to be, if they make the early payment, it's going to go from $804 to $838, which is a $34 increase. And the regular payment, if paid on the tax bill, is going from $938 to $976, a $38 increase. All residential property owners will have the ability to pay their solid waste fee in full at the discounted rate before August 15th of 2024, and therefore it will not be on the tax roll. If they don't pay by that date, then it will be put on their November tax bill.
How many members of our community pay early? Would you say the percentage?
Approximately 72% pay early.
Are there any other cities that offer the early versus the regular? Or are we the only ones that
I am not familiar with any other city that offers an early discount.
Anyone?
How many cities have a separate fee as opposed to including it in regular taxes?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have that information. I don't know. You're saying whether or not they have an actual solid waste fee. The county has a solid waste fee. I'm sorry, I don't have any information on any other cities.
Yeah, I mean, I know that at one time this was part of our regular tax roll. And, and it got pulled out as a fee as opposed to a tax, but in essence, it really is a tax.
Right, so we're putting it in the tax bill as a solid waste fee as a special assessment.
Yeah,
But we
so-
do give people the opportunity to have a discount.
Yeah, but it was in a regular millage rate before, and it was collected.
Here in the city of Coral Gables that I am aware of, no, I don't know that it was, maybe many years ago.
Many years ago, yeah. And then it got pulled out and charged as a separate fee, just like the fire fee was pulled out and charged as a separate fee. Right. I mean, we've talked about lowering the millage rate as a way to bring residents with the most needs some relief. Lowering the millage rate gives a break to everybody, but gives a larger break to those that have the larger, more expensive properties. But this is a way to even the playing field and make it the same reduction for all. And we can take it into the regular tax bill. So I know that we were asked last year to lower the millage rate, by Pedro Garcia. And I'd like to have a discussion about this because the relief is needed.
So I think the discussion, it may not have been last year, it may have been the year before, regarding moving the garbage fee into the regular taxes. And I think the issue was that, I honestly can't remember what it was prior to our time on the commission. It may have been even prior to both of your time on the commission. I know the mayor has worked on this in the past. I had a conversation with the manager and the deputy city manager. I had the conversation with the prior city manager. It never moved forward about giving us options as to how we can ensure that the garbage fee is being assessed properly across the board to everybody. In conversations I've had with our folks from solid waste, there are homes that have one garbage can that is put out on a regular basis. There are others that have 6 or 8 garbage cans that are put out. They're obviously producing a lot more. We have residents in the North Gables who are in their 80s. They have that one garbage can that they put out. Families like mine of 3, we put out more garbage. So what I asked for the ACM and the city manager to work on was options where we can see how we could implement charging it by square footage of the property, and a different option where it could be assessed by square footage of the home. Because obviously, if you have a larger home, you have more probability of having a larger number of people living in that home. And that may apply across the board. You may have a larger home in a 50,000 square foot lot than you have in a 200,000 square foot lot. 20,000 square foot lot. So there are different parts of the Gables where it applied differently. The DCM said he would work on that for us. Now, this approval that we have today is the final rate, or is this similar to the others that we approved earlier, which is that we're setting a maximum and we can work our way down from there?
So you could, the only issue is that in order to allow people to pay the early payment discount, I need to send the bills out. I try to send them as early as possible, mid to late June. And so once I send the bills out, the people who take advantage of it, they start paying. So I guess if you don't reduce the early payment amount and you just maybe reduce the full payment amount, that might not be as much of an issue. Because right now, the early payment, we're saying going to $838. And let's just argue that I send out the bill for $838 and they pay, and then we lower it to $800. I have to go and refund. I have no mechanism. I mean, it would just be a lot. It's 11,000 properties that we bill. It's a very, it's labor intensive. And I mean, could we do it? Sure. It's very difficult to do that. So that's why we set the rate here. Yes, technically in the September hearing that we will have, you can lower it. And should that happen, we will then refund if the early payment was reduced. But if it's just the regular payment that's reduced, then I wouldn't have to do any kind of refunds or anything.
But I guess realistically, we wouldn't be able to change the process this year because technically there will be homes that will be paying a higher amount than
if
what
they
we
pay
would
the early,
approve.
if they pay the early.
Any changes would not apply until the next year.
This time next year.
So whatever plans we start working on now for changing it would be going forward. But I agree with the vice mayor. Cutting the millage rate will be the largest impact for the largest property owners. If we're able to alleviate some of the cost here, this is where those who most need it are going to feel the impact.
So I started this discussion, and we actually, before you came on the dais, we started just doing the discussion on the garbage fees. And there were several, votes. I remember at least two where we did not increase the garbage fees because of the ever escalating. So the money comes out of the general budget as a result. And when the millage rate discussion was had, this topic was brought up as well. There's other ways that you can slice the bread if you want to continue to do a separate fee. But if we're really looking to bring down taxes and give relief to folks, the place to do it where it's even across the board, to where the people in the smallest houses get the same dollar reduction and not a lesser dollar reduction than folks in the larger houses, is to absorb the garbage fee itself. We clearly need more employees. We clearly need upgrades in the equipment. I'm not saying that that's not true. We are short on people. We are short on staff. And we need to take care of these items as well. But if we're going to be doing budgeting, and we're going to be having budget meetings now, it's better to plan how much we're going to be charging now, whether it's going to be a millage rate reduction or lowering the garbage fee. Do it now instead of asking staff to scramble in September.
Agreed.
So that's the point I'm trying to bring up here now. And my suggestion is that we absorb the garbage fee and give an even across-the-board relief to all residents.
What is the impact?
So the rate that we currently charging still does not cover the full cost of solid waste, right? So the city, even with the rate increase, the city is subsidizing about $4.4 million that we're already covering. The fees as we're proposing them, and based on the 72% collection of the early and the 30% of the regular fee, generates about $9.7 million. The total cost of the services are about $14.25 million. So we can't, I don't see how the budget would be able to absorb that expenditure in the current state of the budget. I don't see how we can do that because this is recurring every year. So it's not, it would have to be funded with recurring revenues. So
let me, if I may. I've been talking about this for a few years now. I'm in favor of also not increasing the garbage fee. I have voted against it in the past. The idea of doing it per square foot of home is a good idea, but it doesn't really discuss the main issue that we're facing here as a city. We're facing a shortfall, like you said, of $4.4 million, and a lot of it comes from landscaping. Millions and millions and millions of dollars come from landscaping. Before Gables Insider hits an article saying that I want to get rid of trash pits, I don't want to get rid of trash pits. They're great. You can have your trash pit. I got rid of mine. I'm not asking to get rid of anybody's trash pit. What we need to do is we need to stop absorbing that $4.4 million because that is not realistic. We have a garbage fee that is not real. It's a number that does not represent the actual cost. That's not appropriate. Number two, I have 4 people in my house. I probably put out maybe 1 small bag of garbage a week. To not take into consideration landscaping, which is the largest amount of waste or green matter or anything that goes into the waste stream, to me, I think is not appropriate. Especially when we've had studies here done by previous individuals in our solid waste department talking about the amount of illegal dumping that we have here. There is ways to resolve the issue. You can do a container. Let me be very clear before it gets published that I want to now do curbside. That's not what I'm saying. You can do a container where you can put your green matter into it and it can be picked up in the back, just like our current situation, and wheeled over to the front by our incredible staff, and a truck can pick it up there, ensuring that nobody can dump illegally any landscaping. I've taken many videos. I have them on my phone. I've included them as a public record, where there's illegal dumping happening all over the city in regards to landscape. And we turn a blind eye because we don't want to tackle the big issue. The idea that North Gables residents in their 4,500 square foot lots and 5,000 square foot lots are paying the same amount of garbage fee as homeowners in a 12,000 square foot lot or 15,000 square foot lot, 25,000, 1 acre. It's disingenuous to say that they produce the same amount of landscaping. They don't. You've seen how lush our city is. So if we're really going to discuss this issue, it's talking about garbage is a minor aspect to it. The real thing that needs to be addressed here is the landscaping. And if you want to keep your trash pit, keep your trash pit. You can have it there on your swale. It's perfectly fine. You can use it for whatever you need to throw away. If it's a TV, if it's a couch, you can do whatever. I put it next to my curb. I don't have a problem. I've never had anything. And my neighbors in front of me do the same thing. They've gotten rid of their trash pits, and it works perfectly for them. But if the community thinks that trash pits is something that is appropriate, then we'll leave it there. I don't have an issue with it. But if we're going to really address this issue, I've mentioned it before, it doesn't just start with garbage and end with garbage. It starts and ends with landscaping, because that is the biggest issue that we're facing. And we have to get our hands around it. I'm not asking you to force your landscaper to take all your landscaping debris. I'm not asking for weekend warriors like myself who prune. I know the vice mayor does the same, who prune their trees and do landscaping and gardening around the house, which I enjoy doing, to not have a trash pit. But there has to be a way using a container that can be wheeled by staff, not by the resident. So before they say that I'm talking about doing something like they do in the city of Miami or Miami-Dade County, if we're going to really tackle the issue, let's tackle the issue. Let's not use misinformation in an effort to scare people. So
I'm gonna add to that, because I had a recent update conversation with one of those providers on turning our yard waste into soil. Okay, and there might be something available online in August, but I think this is a discussion that we have to have, because the best way to make that work is it has to be clean. It has to be just yard waste. So we need to have an honest discussion about that. Now, did I use those types of bins at my father's property that is basically 3 lots, and was I able to manage it with some special pickups? Yes, I was. And he had an immense amount of mango trees that needed trimmed every year and so forth. So it can be done, and then we won't have all that stuff that's being thrown in, from beer cans to dog waste bags to kitty litter bags to everything else, and the construction debris and the unloading of the construction debris by drive-through dumpers. And it's happening throughout our county. But if there's a pile, it invites it. So, it's an honest conversation we need to have. My main purpose of bringing this up, though, is we're looking a way to bring tax relief to folks. Millage rate is not equitable for those who need the help the most.
So on that point, because you mentioned the millage rate, I met with the property appraiser this past week, Mr. Pedro Garcia, and we talked about where we stand as a city and the county. We're going to see a reduction in income from last year. We're not going to have a 10% increase. Mm-hmm. The letter will be out in the next week.
June 1st.
Yeah. Probably 6 or 7%. The county needs minimum 4% to continue moving forward at the cost of living. Just to give you a little bit of information, last year we had $400 million worth of permitted construction work in the commercial areas. This year we're going to have 190. We're trending in the wrong direction. We're going down. These are not my numbers. These are his numbers that will be provided in his letter. I took him to breakfast. So before anybody says, winter's coming, these are his numbers. We're not trending in the right direction. So there's going to be less money, and the cost continues to go up. So we need to find efficiencies on how to make up $4.4 million so that we can use that money for other things, for employees, for salaries, for insurance if it goes up again this year, which I hope it doesn't go up this year again, and a few other issues. I am in favor of lowering the millage rate. He's going to recommend lowering the millage rate again, but I'm also in favor of lowering the garbage fee, because I think that you can do both. And the garbage fee should not be $800 across the board for every single person. If you live in a 10,000 square foot lot, why should you pay the same as somebody who lives in a 2-acre site? It's just not, I know the argument on the other side is, well, we pay more in taxes. And I understand that argument. I understand that. But we have to come face to face with a $4.4 million delta that we've been talking about, and I've been bringing it up for year after year after year after year. And at one point, we're going to have to deal with it, because if you look at the cost of the way that we do business in between the trash pit maintenance, the delta, all these things, at one point, we're not going to have enough money. And the finance director shakes her head because she knows that I'm right. So we can either continue to turn a blind eye on the issue, or we can actually address the issue with a plan of action.
So a couple of questions. What is the total financial number of the increases that are proposed here today?
So for the early, I'm not sure if I'm understanding.
Total.
Yeah.
So what's it, like, the $30, the $38 and the $34 total amongst all the properties? What is the financial change that we will see as a city?
Oh, so if we do the increases based on the collection rates, it's going to generate an additional $370,000 roughly.
Okay.
$375,000.
Okay. So I guess along the lines of what the vice mayor was saying, if, let's say we approve maintaining the rate today, what is your final deadline for us to make changes to that number for those early?
So you can, yeah. So so if you set the maximum rate today, and then I'm gonna send the bills out. I hope to send them out the second week of June. They have until, so that I try to get it out before July 1st. And in past years, I've only been able to get it right around July 1st, gives them 45 days to pay by August 15th. This year, I want to try to, we have a new financial system. I'm going to try to get it done earlier because I don't know, it's first time billing 11,000 invoices. And so I'm hoping to start that process in mid-June at the latest. So to get those out into the mail. So they have until August 15th in order to pay. But I think if we set the rate now, I don't think that I can put anything differently unless you change the rate officially. So I'm not sure.
Right, so if we direct the manager to come back with a plan on reducing the garbage fee by our next commission meeting, if we have an option that the commission's favorable with, moving forward.
I guess in theory, I can wait to start trying to print the bills until that point, if that is the will of the commission.
Okay, but I just want to make sure you have enough time. I don't want us to say let's approve maintaining the rate today and try to figure out a plan moving forward on how we can reduce the garbage fee and formulate a plan, maybe have a couple of options presented to us at the next commission meeting with what the financial impact will be, because then we can start working backwards, like the vice mayor said, on the budget, on this is how much money we need to find in the budget to compensate for the difference.
And so I don't know, and I don't want to speak for solid waste or public works. I don't know that they can come up with any, I don't know if they have ideas or things that they can come up with in this short amount of time. I don't know if that's enough time to revamp the solid waste fee. I honestly don't know if that's enough time. I can't speak for them, so.
There's a representative, I believe, here of solid waste.
But in terms of the billing, I mean, right, so I come to this meeting in May so that if in fact it doesn't happen, I know I still have the next June meeting to get it. But by the June meeting, I have to have a rate set, or it'll stay at the rate that it is, because the county is required by me I have to give them the rate that was set. And I believe, I don't know what the date of that is, I don't have it right in front of me, but it's sometime around that same time frame. So by that meeting, I need to have had a rate set.
Okay.
Madam Vice Mayor?
My suggestion is to be realistic on providing relief. We need to lower the rate that we're charging. And my feeling is 500, 550, and this is effectively giving the tax decrease that we've been wanting to give to residents.
Right. But then that difference has to be absorbed by the recurring revenue budget of the city.
I understand.
Just want to make that very clear because
So
that's-
so does a
there's
millage
limited-
rate
So it's
decrease?
I'm sorry?
So does a millage rate decrease?
Sure.
This is an effective way of giving help where the help is needed the most.
So it's 4.4 plus the other amount.
The 375 that this is, yeah, well, in the 4.4, it includes the increase. So if we were to increase the rate, the subsidy, for lack of a better word, is about 4.34. So I rounded up to 4.4, but yes, that already includes if we were to increase the rate.
And if we don't, it would be almost 4.8.
Right.
So what is the consequence of not approving this?
It would be that the rest of the budget will have to find the funding within the next year's existing budget. So in the regular budget, we have to then fund these expenditures because we're not cutting the services. We're not cutting, we're not lowering the services provided. These are the costs of the services. We have to pay those costs.
Well, but I've spoken to our state representatives, both in the House and the Senate. They want us to provide tax relief. This is an effective way to do it that helps out those who need it the most. If you have a house that's 1,500 square feet or 2,000 square feet compared to one that's, 10,000 square feet, it's not fair that the burden is taken up so much heavier for those who have the smaller homes. So this is an effective way. Here's our first step, and we can get into a more nuanced way of calculating it in the future because we're not going to be able to roll out in this short period of time. And bring the rate down. And yes, we're going to have to find the money somewhere else, just the same as we would if we did a millage rate decrease, but at least now we're giving the relief to the folks that have the smaller homes. Okay? That's my feeling on this.
I agree with you. I think that this is the moment to do it. If we're looking at reducing it to 550, which is what you said, we're probably looking at an implication of roughly almost $5 million, $4.5 million on the budget.
Repeat?
If we were to reduce it to 550, as the Vice Mayor had suggested. I guess this would be, you're talking off of the early or the...
Right. Do we get rid of the early payment and we just make it all 500 on the tax bill to guarantee? Or we're going to then give still a discount from that 500 if they pay it early? So the discount, the way I understand it is in the past, we used to do quarterly payments. And so if you chose to do quarterly, you had to pay the full rate. But if you chose to pay it all in advance, you got a discount. Then when we went to the tax bill, the then commission decided not to reduce that early payment. But again, so if we're going to reduce it significantly, are we reducing it and just everybody pays the same fee and eliminate the early payment?
No, I would say the 550 would be the early payment, and then you could have a higher amount for if you want to put it on your tax bill.
So, with all due respect, we're talking about budget now.
I understand, but I'd rather inflict the pain now than since September.
So it would be remiss of me not to at least give my recommendation. So I do not want to discourage in any way, your advocacy for the residents and for what they pay. And I understand the concept of reducing the solid waste fee is an immediate relief to the single-family residents for the most part, right? However, reducing that fee and absorbing the cost by the general fund essentially puts more burden on the commercial and on the rest of the properties in the city because property taxes are paid by all of our properties, not just by the single family. So you're then reducing the ability to fund services with our general fund revenues, right? So if we reduce the fee, let's say we just reduce it in half, right? We generate 9.7 million now. Let's say we just reduce it in half. You're now going to generate just under 5 million. That difference is going to be absorbed by the general fund, and that just means that I'm going to have $5 million less to put towards new needs, capital projects, and services that exist within the city now.
The only reason I'll disagree with you on that is because a 6% increase on, let's say that it's 5% that we increase on our general revenue from taxes this year, could easily absorb that.
So
I understand there's going to be additional costs that need to be contemplated, and we're going to have to make decisions up here on how we allocate the funds. But to the Vice Mayor's point, if we are going to supply the relief to the residents who most need it in our community, this is really the only way to do it.
And I don't want to take away from that conversation by any means, but I calculated a 5% increase to our property values, just a straight 5 based on what we had last year, and it's under $6 million. And so we already know that our regular costs, right? So we're contemplating union contracts, we're contemplating salary increases to other areas. That $6 million gets us there. It's,
so you're saying you have to find another 5 million.
Right. Yes. So, there are other revenues in our general fund. There are other fees that we have. But, if we only go up by 5%, which previously was our normal percentage increase, anywhere from 3 to 5, right?
The county puts in their budget a 4% from what I've talked to.
So I believe I'm being
Bruce about.
even a little above conservative with 5%. I really hope it's greater than that, and that we do have some new construction. I know, Mayor, we don't know yet, right? We'll know on June 1st.
I can tell you. Look, everybody on this commission knows. In 13 months, we've had 2 projects come before here and get approval. Those are the major projects. Those are the ones that have to come here because they're mixed use in one form or another. Not because they're asking for a variance or asking for anything. If you're a mixed use project, you have to come here as a result of what's required by the zoning code. So you don't have large projects coming here that are paying large tickets in regards to permit fees.
So I'm not saying not to consider the solid waste fees or making changes to the solid waste fees. I would just hate to negotiate something on the floor that hasn't been thought through and costed out, and then later come to you on June 12th with a number that is much less than in years past, right? So on June 12th, we're going to talk about capital and what funds are available. And so I'm not saying not to contemplate a fee change, but I think that it should be thoughtfully done. I think that it's a little more complex than just cutting a fee. I think that we should look at a realistic solution to what those fees should be, but just cutting the fee, impacting the budget, and then figuring out in the long term what the appropriate fees, I don't think that it would be the best decision, but again, we defer to your decisions and it would be remiss of me not to make that recommendation and just put that on the record.
Madam Vice Mayor.
I can't continue to ignore what our state representatives have asked us to do, and that is to provide some tax relief. And this is a simple way to give those who need it the most some relief, okay? I just can't continue to ignore it. Plus, we need to actively start looking for ways to dispose of our yard waste, which is the bulk of this, more efficiently. Because, and one of the representatives told me, and I won't name the city, that that particular city used to grind it up and offer it as free mulch, and they don't do it anymore. Some cities have stopped doing processes that could reduce the tipping rate, and we're a city that needs to take some proactive steps to do so. We were supposed to be running a pilot project. I understand it was delayed because we have, the vendors weren't ready, willing, and able at the time to do it. But coming August, they're supposed to be ready to have a site ready for starting to roll out this, let's take the green waste and not have to tip it anymore.
And Madam Vice Mayor, we brought this 2 years ago. I brought this 2 years ago
right.
and they're doing this already in Tallahassee.
Yep.
They're doing a Tallahassee rollout already, and it's an opportunity. We talked about 72nd Avenue to being able to use that site to take the green matter over there, and instead of taking it to the county and reducing all these tipping fees. I hate to say this, but for a long time we talked about it's very comfortable just for your budget to pay $4.4 million, and they just eat up. And we've brought, how many times have we had meetings here where we talked about illegal dumping with all the green matter and how the spike just continues to go like a hockey stick. At one point we're gonna have to deal with it. And I to me, not only do I believe in cutting the garbage fee, but I'm also going to be presenting a reduction in the millage rate, because that's something that's forthcoming from Pedro Garcia. He's also recommending this year a 3% reduction in the millage rate, as per my breakfast with him. There has to be relief for the residents. I know it's going to impact our contract, our numbers. It's going to impact, costs. It's going to impact some of the programming, but we have to find a decision and be more efficient. You want an efficiency? $4.4 million. It's right there. It's low-hanging fruit. We just have to figure out a way to do what other municipalities are doing. You're seeing it. We've been talking about this for 2 years. Tallahassee's doing it, and my understanding was that Miami-Dade County was moving in the direction of also applying for a pilot program. We've had multiple meetings with different vendors who provide this type of service, and I wrote a memo about it. I sent it to my colleagues on the commission. I shared it with staff, and I don't know where we are on that.
I'm a little skeptical in slashing the garbage fee. I think we need to think of another way so that it wouldn't affect the budget as much. And yeah, maybe not provide 100% relief to some properties that maybe won't feel it as much, but to provide it for properties that maybe are a little smaller.
You can't do that. So you can't provide, correct me if I'm wrong, the tax, you cannot tax and reduce taxes by,
Not the millage, but the garbage fee could, yeah.
But at the end of the day, I think that if you're going to cut something across that really, like you said, hits home, this is the perfect opportunity. And especially when you're talking about people who live in 5,000 square foot lots,
Do you have any ideas to bring forward regarding that idea that I just put up?
So, as far as making the operation more efficient or reducing the cost of the operation, that I would rely on our public works. But as far as providing some relief, there are other ways of getting there. Last year, we did, a small grant per se, right? A payment out to certain homes. There's, the ability, we don't have a mechanism to apply for some kind of financial assistance towards your garbage. But I think that, which is why I say that rather than trying to do something like wholesale, that we sit down, evaluate other opportunities, and see how else we can get to what you're trying to achieve.
but what my understanding is, and maybe I don't want to speak for the commissioner, it's something that we've been talking about for years. It's not a Band-Aid. We need an answer for $4.4 million. You want reoccurring revenue? Here's $4.4 million of reoccurring revenue. There's an opportunity to address it. It exists. We're not the first to do this. Other municipalities are doing this. We even have the facilities on 72nd where we could even use a portion of those facilities. Could be an opportunity to do something which could reshape the way that we do garbage here in the city.
So I'm going
In my current role, I have to defer to public works.
I know. I'm just sharing. I'm just giving you what I think. I'm not looking. I don't want a Band-Aid. I want something like to really address this issue once and for all. Because if we're going to continue to do business the way we do it, in the sense of a trash pit, and those kind of things, let's have trash pits for no green waste. Let's put people to put their green waste in a bin, and the bin gets taken out by our great team. So we eliminate illegal dumping. And if you need a special pickup, we can call for a special pickup. There has to be a way to not skimp on services and to provide the same services, the rear pickup, but just to not allow millions of dollars of taxpayer money to go out the window. We could use that for so many other things.
So I'm going to clarify. I'm not saying not charge for the special pickups. So when I trim my 3 oaks every 2 years, the same $450 or whatever dollars that you get for the green waste that's filling my driveway from those trees, you'll still get. And the fees for hauling a mattress or an appliance, which, you will still be able to receive that. But we really need to move forward on having that green waste recycled. Okay? You eliminate the tipping fees there, and this will provide, a great incentive for industrious, development of these ideas to reduce our tipping rates. We can mulch this stuff up. You're going to be picking up tree trimmings. It's clean because that's all it is, and be able to do that. And I believe Commissioner Menendez wanted to add to our thought process here.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Looking for yet another possible option, a balance, but again, I know there are legal constraints as to what we can or can't do in terms of identifying who gets discounts and who doesn't, or reductions. I know the tax rolls, the properties, there are all kinds of homestead exemption, widow exemption. There's exemption for seniors. Would it be just another option on the table to identify those properties that have the senior exemption and apply the garbage reduction to those properties that are already qualified for senior exemption? That way, at least we know a group that definitely could use it, and then that's like a baby step, but a first step. And it sort of gets us in the right direction, but perhaps the concerns, the ramifications on the other end aren't as strong. I'm sure there are plenty of folks in Coral Gables that have the senior exemption, and shouldn't be that difficult to identify what those properties
So
are.
we were able to identify those properties when we did that grant last year. It would be based on the county's tax roll as of a certain date, and whatever number that is, then we would apply. We could, I guess in theory, we could pull out those invoices and just bill those people maybe a lesser rate, if that is as long as that's legally allowed. We could do that in theory.
I think it fulfills the spirit, I think, of what we want to accomplish. It's in the spirit of what we're trying to do.
I don't know.
Are you talking about the $600 senior discount that it gives in the county?
No. So I'm saying that we could identify those residents within the city of Coral Gables that have the senior exemption, the senior homestead exemption. And those individuals, we could then, what he's saying is to apply a discount to them for their solid waste bill. So let's just argue, for sake of 100 individuals have that senior exemption. I don't know what the number is, but let's just say it's 100. Then we would then pull those 100 customers out if they are property owners and get assessed, because some of them may live in condos or things like that, apartments that they don't, and then maybe bill them a lesser amount. I don't know if that's legally able to be done.
That's why I started with that
But
legal
we
part.
could theoretically identify them and then bill them those rates.
So I would want to look into this a little bit further, but I think that there would be a way, even if perhaps it's not through the invoice, of perhaps a special grant or some other method that can be accomplished that way.
And if you want to explore that, what I would say is we can do those numbers when we get the June 1 estimates, because then we'll have, sometime in June, we'll have an updated list. We can bring you that cost, and then you can decide as part of your budget process if you want to include that in to our budget.
Grant.
And last year was
As a grant.
263 households?
I don't remember.
Something to that effect?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Out of
I don't remember the
11,000.
criteria specific that we selected last year, so yeah.
I see what the premise is, but I think the vice mayor's point of there's an expectation on us to find some sort of tax relief for our residents.
Yes.
And I think if we're just providing it to a very small group, it won't really have the effect that it would need to have. Here's a suggestion. Let's approve not touching the rate today with the ability to put it on the agenda next commission meeting to have a more thorough discussion and make a decision at that point as to what it should be. And I'd like to see real concrete numbers. If we reduce it to 550, if we reduce it to 600, if we reduce it to 650, I want to see what these numbers are and what the implication would be on the budget so that we can make a decision based on hard numbers. And I think the vice mayor even said it's 500. Give us all those numbers, because obviously each household works differently. Each one of these would count in a different category as to when people pay. And I would say base it off of a percentage. Reducing to 550 is about a 34%. So maybe give us 35%, give us 30%, give us 25%, give us even 40%, just to see what these numbers would be so that we have options to choose from. I think there's an appetite here to get this done. I don't think anybody here wants to affect the services. but we do want to provide the relief to residents the best way we can without eliminating services in the long run.
Do we need
I'm
to?
ready. I'm ready to vote today.
That was my question. Do we need to vote on this today, or can we defer it for next meeting?
So as I mentioned before, you can defer for the next meeting, just because then just the bills will not go out as early as I was hoping to get them out. But I always have that meeting. I had that meeting as a backup if this did not get approved. But at that meeting, it does need to be approved, because I believe there's no other meeting before the date that I have to submit the rate to the county.
Okay, another question. Would you be able to come back with numbers at the end of this meeting? Just giving us,
Let's see how long the meeting is. We can try. I don't
know,
I don't think so, but we could see. And again, so based on the direction of just trying to get reductions. So for instance, like while we were standing here, I said, okay, $500 for the early payment, $600 for the regular payment. And so that would generate a total of $5.4 million of revenue against the 9.7 that we are generating. It's a $4.3 million difference. So there's a deficit another $4.3 million deficit on top of the 4.4 that we're already carrying. So any reduction is,
The numbers
and
are
respectfully,
going to change.
it's detrimental to the budget as a whole. It is. Again, but what you ask us to do, we'll try to do. But recommendation-wise, we need to charge the enough funds in order to cover the costs. We need to. And as the finance director, that is my recommendation. You need to charge, actually, you should increase it, because you need to cover the costs. I understand that we don't necessarily want to do that, because the increase will be right. So that would be roughly either $1,300 all one rate, no discount, or would be roughly $1,443 for the regular rate and $1,227 for the discounted rate, right? So that's what we should be charging in order to cover the services provided. And I'll say that, period. That is what we should be charging. I understand the sentiments, I really do, but from the purposes of a budget, we're subsidizing costs.
So why don't we do this?
I don't like the term subsidizing.
The general fund is subsidizing the expenditures of the solid waste department.
Why don't we come back in an hour? Everyone can think about it. You know the numbers. The numbers aren't going to change. They are what they are. It's pretty simple math. Come back in an hour, or whenever we finish. We have about 10 commission items that we have to discuss. We can finish these, and we can finish the day off with making this decision.
And I'll let you know if maybe we won't have been able to come up with anything, and then we'd have to defer it. And
I would feel more comfortable deferring it and actually having time to think this out. This is not just any question.
We've been talking about this for how many years now?
Oh, it's been years,
We've been talking about this.
you know, we're going to have to be creative and move forward in a direction that's going to be more sustainable for our future. Because the way we've been doing it is not very sustainable, and the costs are just going up and up and up every single year. Okay, I mean, that's my attitude to it. We've been asked to lower, taxes. This is a tax to me, and so we should do that. And if we have to absorb it in other areas of the budget, then we have to absorb it in other areas of the budget. There's only so much that can go around. Or are we going to start charging fees for something else? We'll have a police fee. We'll have a roadway maintenance fee. And pretty soon, all our taxes will be fees. So let's not call it something that it's not. It's a tax. Okay?
We'll come back in an hour and we'll have a conversation?
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item F2, update regarding options for Inspector General. Madam City Attorney.
Yes, Mayor. So following the last commission meeting, I've had a conversation with the General Counsel's Office for the County IG. I got similar feedback that the manager and I had gotten from the County IG, which is they would love to find a way to help. Even if the city were to fund staffing, there was a capacity issue at the management level because there's one county IG, of course, and his obligation is to Miami-Dade County. But they're going to continue to have conversations, and they're open to continuing the conversation with us, so we can do that. I also posed the question of perhaps a different model, rather than having a permanent arrangement, so to speak, that if the city had on a case-by-case basis a matter to refer to the IG, if that's something that we could, to the county IG, if that's something that we could explore. Like I said, they don't have that model currently. We could continue to explore it if that's something the commission's interested in. And then the other kind of option, or general bucket of options is setting up or establishing our own Inspector General's office. There's different ways of doing it, of course. It can be done through the charter, it can be done by ordinance. My office has a call scheduled later this week with Miami Beach because they do have their own Inspector General there. So we're going to kind of see if we can learn from them and their process and how it was established there. But we can continue to explore both avenues, or if you give us direction, let us know what you would like.
Well, what
us
I'd
to
like to do is I'd like to put it on the next agenda again. Obviously, we don't have any answers here. I would like to find out what the cost is for Miami Beach.
We do have, so we can find out from Miami Beach what their cost is, sure. And I know that Paula last meeting gave a very general estimate of what it would cost us to establish our own. But yes, we can find out what Miami Beach costs are.
This is what I would like to do, is have understand what Miami Beach does, and then have a final discussion in the next commission meeting to decide moving forward, how do we handle the IG? And what is the cost that's going to be associated with it? And what are the options, and what is the will of the commission? Okay.
Would you like us to continue speaking?
I want to make sure it's a resolution or an ordinance. I want to prepare all the documents that we need to move forward, so we can vote on it at the next commission meeting.
And would it be to establish our own office?
100%.
Okay.
Circle that with all my colleagues, get their input, and we can move forward.
No, I concur. It's something we have to do. There's been, considerable push for it in the community in order to maintain the level of transparency I think this commission wants. It's something we need to move forward on. But by next meeting, hopefully you'll have some more information for us.
Okay. Item F3.
Mr. Mayor, before you move forward, I had members of the public
I'm sorry, I
requesting to speak on
apologize.
this item.
Excuse me, go ahead.
First speaker, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. By the way, I did have some comments on H, whatever we just finished, the waste, and I was not called because I guess we didn't vote. I didn't understand that, but I do not understand this either. I guess I'm getting old and confused. I hear the mayor saying, I would like this, I would like that. There's 5 people here. Was there a motion? Did anybody move to do this? Or just because I want, is that how we do it? I didn't hear a motion. I didn't hear anybody say yay or nay. So what are we doing here today? In order to do something, you all are here. I think parliamentary procedure will require a motion to either postpone it, defer it, whatever the case. We're doing things without following any process whatsoever. That's why I'm asking. I'm very confused, extremely confused. All I heard was the mayor say, I would like the staff to do this and that and bring it back next meeting. Did I hear a motion? Or does he get to say, this is what I want and this is what we're going to do? I thought we were still in the United States of America, and we do have a voice, okay? And I'm sorry, the process, and I'm surprised that the attorney went along with it without saying, hello, is there a motion? Was it seconded? Did we vote? How can you get orders from one person out of 5? I'm confused.
You want to respond?
So, Mrs. Cruz, the mayor has expressed his interest in sponsoring a resolution next commission meeting. That's all it is. If there was another member of the commission that had a different direction, a different suggestion, a different idea, they could have obviously brought that forth. But I have taken the direction from the mayor, or the request from the mayor, frankly, to be a resolution next meeting that he will sponsor.
That he
And then the
wants to
commission.
vote on next meeting. That's
Correct.
what he said.
So they are all entitled to bring forth legislation and put items on the agenda individually. He brought it up for discussion here. If anyone else had a different suggestion or idea or contribution, it could have been made. Next meeting, I will bring a resolution sponsored by the mayor, and the commission can discuss it and then vote. And so no action has been taken. It was just a request to bring back a resolution.
And if I may add something to that, again, maybe through the clerk, I think I said, make sure you get input from the entire commission and you circulate the legislation, correct? I did say something to that effect.
Yes, but on that, of course, because of the sunshine, we can't have different members of the
Obviously,
commission collaborating.
But you can send it to them in a one-way communication so that they're prepared for the conversation.
And in the interim, if another member of the commission has a different suggestion, that can also be put on the agenda.
And after today, between now and the next meeting, if a member of the commission wants to go in a different direction, they can bring their own
Absolutely.
legislation after today.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, and may I ask why I couldn't say anything about the discussion about the...
Ma'am, it's not that you couldn't speak. The discussion was not deferred. It was tabled. So when it comes back later on before the commission votes, we can accept your public comment.
Let me tell you something, because once again, I'm going to say I'm confused. We've had people here today talking about discussions and saying whatever. I think what I have to say is important enough to be heard before we move on. And I mean, how many people got here that didn't even have cars and they were able to express their opinion about anything? I heard it. Several items were discussed without anything. Now I'm saying I have something to say about the solid waste issue before. Now we're asking them in an hour to come back with things. Come on, guys. Something is wrong with that process.
Madam City Attorney, can you enlighten us in regards to something is wrong with the process?
So, Mayor, if you want to hear from her now on that item, you can, or if you want, you can take the public comment later. It's really up to you.
I'm of the belief that when we hear from staff, then we will hear from the public, then the commission will have further discussion, and then we can come to a decision. We're moving on to the next item, but has any laws been broken? Have we?
No, Mayor, no action has been taken, but there should be an opportunity for her to be heard.
Everybody will be heard. We're going to come back in an hour and we're going to have that conversation.
And have the staff look for something that may not be necessary. That's what I'm saying. We're telling the staff in an hour to come back with figures that, I mean, if you listen to the conversation that happened here today, it is impossible to come back and give you real facts in an hour, because how long have we been talking and we haven't come up with any agreement? So what we're doing, this is an exercise in futility. We're just trying to exercise. The vice mayor had perfect idea of how we could solve this, but we keep beating around the bushes because we don't want to accept the fact that if this is Beverly Hills now. Everybody, we have the most expensive properties, then they should be paying more than the people that do not live in the most expensive properties. But that's okay. You don't want to hear it? We'll hear it whenever.
Jackson Holmes.
Yes, sir.
Thanks so much for letting me speak up. I lucked out. We know that Joe Centorino is the Inspector General over Miami Beach. And so he's helped me more than, he's in the top 10 of all the people in my entire life who's helped me. So I've lucked out just even knowing him. But anyways, the reason I mention him is you want authoritative information when you consider this Inspector General item. And I haven't. Because what he told me is that on Miami Beach, they decided they wanted Mayor Lago an Inspector General, but one who is independent and who can, you say, well, you got to investigate the bear, but by the way, the bear can eat you. But so if you have an independent, that needs to go to that requires a change in the charter. So what they did in Miami Beach, long before he ever considered applying for the job, was they decided they wanted an independent inspector general. They put it in a charter amendment. And if you want to know why I'm taking up your time, we need to put this in a charter amendment. I think there's one going out. And my recommendation, based on my discussion with the guy who's the inspector general on Miami Beach, is put this into a charter amendment. Because he said otherwise it becomes somewhat toothless. You know, you pass a resolution now, but then the next commission says, well, we're canning that, we're dissolving that position. If you want somebody who can actually do something, who can investigate the bear without being eaten by the bear, it needs to go in the charter. And forgive me for adding here, our great governor, and I say that a little bit sarcastically, has now neutered to some extent the Ethics Commission. So we're down. You know, it's not like everything is normal. You got a problem with the public official, you go to the Ethics Commission. I think that's kind of like in the past. And that's why I personally, I support the appointment of an inspector general just to fill the vacuum. And there is one final remark, if you'll allow me. In the original authorization for the Ethics Commission, it says that they can discipline somebody for lying. And I think I would urge you, I would beg you to make that part of this so that we bring this issue front and center, and that the Inspector General will have the authority to investigate whoever it is caught lying. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
That's it, sir.
Moving on to item F3, update on discussion on forensic audit. Welcome back.
Not sure if I should say thank you. So at the last meeting, Mayor, you asked that we come back to discuss the options for audits in the city. So as you know, we have an internal audit division that reports through the manager's office. And we perform audits throughout the year of city processes. So the request that you had, Mayor, was a forensic audit of all transactions performed by the city. And so just to kind of reiterate some of the discussion from last meeting, in order for us to perform that, which is an unusual ask, right? A forensic audit of all transactions in the city. What we would propose is that we would do an RFP for a firm that would come in, and the first part of the scope of service would be that they would need to identify all of the transactions of the city. Because in order to determine what needs to be audited, they would have to compile a list of everything that we do, and then they would have to come up with an audit plan for a forensic audit of all of the transactions. Just honestly doing a very high-level estimate, that's anywhere from $3 to $5 million, and I think that might even be conservative. The first phase of it, doing a review of all of our transactions, would probably be a smaller portion of that, because they would come in, they would have to interview yourselves, they would have to interview staff, maybe some of the business community to find out all of the transactions that we do, and then put together an audit plan to move forward with all the transactions. So that would be the first option, which is what you requested. And so just to preface my next option, there's many options of audits that you can do, right?
But may I ask you a quick question?
Absolutely.
You said the first part of option A was to identify transactions.
And then they would come in and audit
Okay,
every single.
so would that be part of the 3 to 5 million, or that would be additional?
That would be part of the 3 to 5 million. I don't know what that cost would be. We would have to have a company come in and tell us what that would be. We did, and that would be option A. We do a risk assessment. We did one several years ago, and our plan was to update our risk assessment, which would be similarly. We do an RFP for our internal audit process. That company will come in. They will do a risk assessment, which means that they will meet with each of you. They will meet with administration, some staff members, and they will evaluate processes that we have predetermined, and they will identify the level of risk of each of those having some manipulation per se. And so they will come in, give us a report, let's say all cash managed in the city. Our franchise fees, we audit our franchisees, our rent agreements. We have a list of processes that we handle that they would come in, identify the risk of each of those, come up with a multi-year audit plan. Through that process, we could also ask them to identify areas that they feel a forensic team should audit rather than their regular audit team. So a forensic team implies that they are looking for some criminal mishandling. We have used the forensic team for a couple of audits just because, not because we felt that there was criminal activity, but because sometimes they have a more detailed perspective and they just look at the information differently and are able to provide a different recommendation or different perspective. So through that update of our risk assessment, coming up with a multi-year audit plan, which is what we typically do, and maybe asking them to put their forensic team on areas where they feel are most vulnerable, that to me would be a more manageable expectation, probably more even appropriate. There are many of our transactions in the city that don't require a forensic audit necessarily, that I think are simple transactions. And so I think that would, for me, that would be the recommendation that I would make.
What would be the additional cost of that?
So in the last few years, we have budgeted between $100,000 and $150,000 for our audit plan. The cost of doing our regular audit plan, I believe, will be somewhere along the lines of $150,000, $250,000 in the coming years. And then that risk assessment is part of that cost because it is something that we planned for in our regular budget. In that risk assessment, they are going to meet with each of you. So if there are areas of concern, then you can bring those to their attention at that point, and then that would be part of the development of their plan of what we should look at. My third option would be if there is a particular process that you feel needs to be audited, then we can explore, or processes, then we can explore having a forensic audit of that process, independent of this. Depending on the cost, that's something that we may be able to do within our purchasing authority, within the year, within the next 6 months. But that would be specific processes that we identify and we say, we haven't audited these processes recently, we should have a forensic team look at them. But I would need direction from the commission as to what those processes would be, and then I would be able to determine specifically how to approach that.
So have you gone out to actually get pricing in regards to a forensic accounting of the entire city? Have you gone to a professional firm and done that?
I have not gone out to get pricing. However, we have a firm that we use, and our average hourly rate is about $500 an hour. That's not just for one individual, it's for portions of the team, like a lawyer's office bills. But in order for them to provide me pricing, they would need to know the magnitude of what they would be doing. And so in order for them to evaluate that, they would have to have identified all the processes in our city. So when I have reached out to our audit team, they said, you're asking us for an order of magnitude that's unspecified. And so to come up with that cost, and no firm that I have talked to has gone in and done an audit of all processes at this magnitude of a city.
Okay. So what would you recommend for an outside firm that could provide forensic auditing services to areas in the city that they deem appropriate, that are potentially areas of concern, where you have possible malfeasance, where they've seen in previous municipalities or in businesses that a high uptick in regards to corruption, in regards to a high uptick of malfeasance, in regards to areas where they can tangibly say, look, we've done 50 audits, 25 audits in the city, and as we blanket the city and we do specified forensic audits, you know, these have been the hot spots that we have found as possible areas for consideration.
So specifically asking what other cities have been, what other processes in cities have been audited, we have not done, we can do. My recommendation would be that we proceed with a risk assessment, which would give us that information of what we do, and then they would apply their expertise.
But don't we do a risk assessment every year anyways?
No, we don't do a risk assessment every year. We did a risk assessment several years ago, and we were going to update it for this coming year.
When did we do it?
I think it was in 2017.
Okay. Do any of my colleagues in the commission have any other?
During last commission meeting, you said 5 million to 15 million. Where did you get those numbers from?
No, 3 to 5 million. So over the last 7 years, we have performed about 6,000 hours in audits. And I would say that that is a very small portion of the transactions, right? So we identify specific transactions to audit based on that risk assessment that we had. And so those 6,000 hours over 7 years is maybe 20% of our transactions. So if you apply, and then our forensic auditor that we've used in the past is approximately $500 an hour. So if you apply that and you maybe double and triple it, because we're talking about all transactions, that's where you're coming up with that number. And again, it's really a guesstimate, right? It's just based on some information, some data, some information that I have. To really get an estimate, I would have to go out to proposals. At something that this large, I wouldn't just call around asking people what they would charge, because that would preclude them from later on being able to participate in any kind of a procurement process. If there's a scope that I am able to give, right? So if you tell me, and I'm just going to use this as an example because it's something that we did, that we are concerned about what's happening in the country club, and we can go out and audit the country club, then we can get proposals for what that cost would be and do an audit. That particular one fell within our purchasing authority. We were able to do it outside of our contract with our existing contractor. And so if I have a specific scope, if you tell me you're concerned about XYZ, I can then go out to firms and say, we are looking for an audit in these 3 areas, and what would that cost be? And that's something, but to say all transactions, right? If I come up with a list of transactions myself, I'm gonna miss something. Somebody would, short of me taking away from the budget process and interviewing all of staff, everybody, and doing it myself, typically you would bring in the firm to come and, number one, identify all the transactions, and then come up with a plan of how they're going to go about auditing those areas. And so that's a significant task that somebody would have to come in and do.
I think something we need to keep in consideration is, are we going to budget for this? Is this going to take 5 years? Where's the money coming from? I mean, we're talking about $4.4 million that we're absorbing for waste management. What about for the fact that we cannot even pay police officers more right now, but we're discussing millions of dollars on an audit? I think we need to be a little more mindful of where we're putting the money, because safety does come first. And if we were to allocate, at least as for me, money to an audit, I would give it to the police officers first.
So let me respond to that, because I think that's very disingenuous. The police officers were in the process of a negotiation, so I don't think it's appropriate to be talking about that up here. Number one, the officers are going to get a very good contract, and it's going to be a record-breaking contract. So that's number one. Number two, when you have a brand like Coral Gables, the last thing you want is to tarnish your own brand. And when you say there's a cesspool of corruption, the ways to answer it are twofold. Number one, with an audit, and number two, with an inspector general or sort. So it's very simple. This is about getting to the bottom of statements that were made here in the commission. We want to lower taxes, but we also want to protect our brand. We also want to give the general employees, we want to give the police what is fair in regards to a contract. So, let's not mix apples and oranges. We're having a discussion about a forensic audit. And if you notice by the tone and what I was stating before, I was saying, listen, I'm more than willing to move in a direction that is not as expensive. I'm more than willing to have do something that, again, is, in line with a little bit of a more affordable opportunity. There's no need to go so rash and immediately start throwing stones. So as I was saying before, I think there's an opportunity to do something here. You mentioned a third option. I would ask, I don't want to make any rash decisions about an inspector general. I want to understand what's going to happen with Miami Beach. I want to understand so we can make these decisions next month. In the next 2 weeks, just like one of the commissioners said. Maybe they bring up an idea that they believe is a better idea, and we can go with that idea. I'd like to see what the prices are for the second and for the third option, and understand what are the impacts financially so that we could go after and have a deep dive into areas that, again, a professional company, an outside company that is not controlled by anyone will say something to the fact of, look, we've done this, and I don't want to mention any cities because then they say I mentioned a city. And one of the 34 municipalities, we did this type of audit, and we focused on A, B, C, D, E, F, G, because those are the areas that we think are the most critically important. That's what I just want to hear. I want to understand that better. And I don't want to make any rash decisions because at the end of the day, it's money. And number two, we want to do something that's effective. Let's use a scalpel. I don't want to use a baseball bat.
Through the mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I actually have a fourth option. I've actually set up a meeting with for the city manager with my budget advisory board member who believes there is another type of assessment that could be done that would not be as expensive either. I'll be meeting with them. Be happy to have the manager bring that back at the next meeting as a potential option if they think that's viable. But it's something that has been used by Fortune 500 companies to try to find areas of concern and basically do the forensic audits, as you had said, in specific areas. So there is potentially other options, and the cost would be a fraction of what we're talking about here.
So, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Couple points, and just dovetailing in with your comments, Commissioner. The police are already voting on the contract, so this is no effort to take away from them, but we do need to rout out any corruption if it does exist. The city has had issues before, just like any organization. We need to be vigilant on finding opportunities. I've heard rumors as well on, there are matters in certain departments where fees are charged for something, and, those fees aren't being collected because, someone's using it for their own personal business purpose. So these are the types of things we need to be vigilant about. We don't need to have revenues that belong in the city's coffers being taken advantage of by certain folks. And, that's why a forensic audit is important, because it's not just looking at the budget numbers. It's taking it to the step further as well. If we have allegations that there's a cesspool of corruption, other than just being an allegation, we need to dig deeper, and we need to take care of these items. And I'll follow up on some other research I've done here when we get back to the waste bill.
To the mayor's request. So, Mayor, to your request. So option 2 was, in all transparency, option 2 is something that we are going forward with as a city regardless, right? So as part of our internal audit process,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry, I apologize.
Yes.
Can we put together, through the manager's office, so we have something a little bit more concrete, a simple 2 or 3 slide presentation that talks about option 2, option 3, and whatever Commissioner Fernandez is bringing to the table. And just put things there as options so that we can have them on a slide and that people can see them and it can be memorialized properly.
So
correct? Because I'll give you an example. You know, we were talking before about an audit. I've always heard 3 to 5 million. Commissioner Castro heard 5 to 15 million. I don't want there to be people saying that the numbers are, if it becomes a public record, and then you can have it given to the clerk, and the clerk can disseminate it to whoever asks for it.
I can certainly do that.
But I'm not me. I'm just saying through the manager's office.
I just wanted to be clear on what we're talking about are the options, right?
And we come back and talk about the next
Option 1
commissioner.
we know is the forensic audit of everything under the sun. Option 2 is a process that we are going through anyways, which is updating our risk assessment and developing the audit plan for the next few years, okay? And so my proposal would still be that we're going to continue that. Option 3, what I believe I said it was option 3, is I would need direction from the commission as to what areas of concern you would like us to audit, because option 2 is my process for identifying areas for audit. Outside of that, I don't have specific areas that I have identified or that my auditors have identified should be audited. So I would need direction from the commission through the manager as to what areas there are concern and that should be audited, and then I would be able to come up with an estimate of what those audits might cost. So my option 3 right now would be, please provide areas of concern so that we can develop.
And my response to you,
option and cost.
And my response to you is that we'll give those to you, but I also need a little bit of information from you.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to tell me what are the areas that handle the most money. Cash.
Okay.
Obviously, it's probably the individuals who are collecting the change from the meters, right? Or something, or maybe
There's actually a very small amount of meter collection.
I'm just saying,
nowadays. But yes.
I'm just giving you an example. Right?
What I can provide to you, I think, would be helpful is the last risk assessment that was performed and that identifies different processes and what our auditors determined were high risk.
So I would like to have that information provided through the manager's office to the commission if possible. Okay, and then we can come back at the next commission meeting and we can finalize what the commission will decide in regards to an auditing process that is extensive, that sends a strong message. Okay.
Yes, and again, just to be clear, my regular audit will be included in the
Yes.
budget as is every year, and that will be part of my proposal
But
to you.
and just to
I just don't like to mince the words.
and
so-
just to be clear,
Yes,
this is not about just your regular audit.
right. I understand.
There are very, very strong statements that were made on this commission floor. Very strong. I'm not going to reiterate them because it only hurts the city. And at the end of the day, I need to send a message that that's never been the case. And we don't need to score political points in an effort to hurt somebody on the city's back. Okay? So at the end of the day, we move forward. So I look forward to this coming back on the next commission with the information. It would be great. I know it's tough. You have a lot on your plate. If you could disseminate this maybe like 2 or 3 days before to the manager and then get it to us so that we can have just a little bit of time. I may need like 2 days, depending on my work schedule, just to be able to review it in depth so I see everything. Because this is not going to be as easy as, for example, the garbage fee is this much, we lower it by this much, this is what you're costing the budget. Do you understand? It has a lot more moving parts.
Thank you.
Yeah, every commission meeting I've disagreed with this, and I will continue to disagree with this. We are going to deal with the Teamsters now. We need money for the Teamsters. They've been underpaid for way too long. I opinionate the same about police, and I don't even think this is adequate to just clean your name or to, it doesn't weigh the same to me. My colleagues can disagree, but I stand firm in what I believe in.
Thank you.
Mr. Castro, I agree that we need to move on to the Teamsters as well. But if we are losing revenues because of improper conduct on the part of a few employees, it's something we have to route out. We have an obligation to do that. And those revenues then go back into the coffers for our city budget.
I I see where you're coming from. I wouldn't disagree, but it's going to take years to complete this audit. And I think right now the Teamsters and the police really need a lot more relief. I think it's something we could do more immediate than budget and take money from money that we're trying to save to give to our people, our employees.
If I may, I just want to just add some clarity. The statement was made that an audit would take years, an audit depending on the audit. Would it take years to do an audit?
It depends on the magnitude.
I'm asking a question.
So I would say it depends on the magnitude
course.
and the number of people that are put onto the audit, right? So, I mean, if we put it all in and ask them in a year, they're going to bring a team here, and do a full, opening of all the drawers and see what's going on. So it could take more than a year. I don't know how many years. It depends on how many processes they identify. We typically perform an audit but we do them in pieces. So
It shouldn't take a year, number one. And number two, always remember, when you have things like a triple bond rating, it took prior commissions, including the commissions that I sat on, because when I got here, we had a double rated bond. We did a lot of belt tightening, and we were very, very careful to make sure that we spent the money and we saved the money to be able to get a triple bond rating, which has helped us get significantly reduced bonding rates to be able to do projects and to incur debt, which has helped us with over $100 million just alone for public safety. So when you have a strong financial backbone and you go out there and you say that there's no corruption, it benefits you. But if you go out there and you say those things, word gets out, and rating agencies lose trust in you if you're out there and it's perpetuated out there. So we have to make a statement and show that the city is as strong as it's always been, and it's only going to get stronger in regards to our fiscal and fiduciary responsibilities. Okay?
Let's be as candid as possible. If we were to budget this audit, and how long do you really think we're going to be starting it?
So we would have to go out to RFP. I think that between developing the RFP, putting it out, getting back bids, anywhere from, 4 to 5 months between one thing and another, you would get the audit team in. They would have to interview everybody, and then
would we have to give a retainer?
we would pay them as they go. So we would start paying them as soon as we began the process,
So
yes.
we would have to budget this money.
We would have to budget this money,
And
yes.
usually, how long does it take to budget a significant amount of money such as this?
So it depends on what you're asking me to do. If you're asking us to start an audit before October, we would have to identify funds for the first portion of the audit, and then we would have to budget for the next budget, whatever that comes back in. And I'm saying if it's not at a minimum $3 million, I would be surprised. Because if you're talking about having a team come in and audit every single transaction that you do, right? What Commissioner Fernandez referred to, option is something different. It's very specific. It has a very clear scope. This is more of an open-ended type of request, so I can't imagine that it would be something inexpensive. So we would have to put a placeholder in our July 1 budget for $3 to $5 million and hope that it's enough, and then reevaluate it in September when we hopefully would have pricing if the direction was to go out to bid for this.
Commissioner, that's why I'm being very thoughtful before I rush into making a decision. I'm asking for, this is the third meeting, going to the third meeting, asking for more information to make sure that we do things appropriately. So I'm asking you through the manager, please, for information coming up on the next commission meeting, so that we can make a decision and move forward in a direction that, again, gets the best bang for your buck, sends a strong message in regards to the city, and hopefully delivers a little bit more clarity.
Mr. Mayor, can I interject real quick? Paula, wouldn't it be a good idea, or if you think so, go back and look at the risk assessment that was done 6-7 years ago, identify which areas were high risk that were not audited, and at least that gives us a starting point rather than to have to do a second risk assessment.
So for the purposes of the discussion of having a forensic audit, then I would say that could be a good start. for the purposes of our regular audit plan, I would say that it would be wise of us to update our audit plan, our risk assessment, because there are processes that have changed over the last few years, and to make sure that when we do our multi-year plan, that we captured all of those. But that would be my first recommendation, to look at the existing risk assessment and for the commission to say, these are areas where we.
So that's one of the things that we discussed, as that you were going to come back and give us information. So I want you to take a look at that in detail and provide your guidance on that front.
And I would say on that presentation, the mayor asked for option 3, base it on that risk assessment.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, before you move forward,
Yes,
I
of
have
course.
members of the public requesting to speak on
No
this.
worries.
Mrs. Maria Cruz? Okay, Mr. Jackson Holmes?
How are you, sir?
Thank you very much. What you're proposing, Mayor, and please forgive me for my confrontational language, is a cover-up audit. When the phrase has been used that Coral Gables is a cesspool of corruption, which I affirm, but I want to explain what needs to be investigated, what I mean when I say that Coral Gables is a cesspool of corruption. And it's, you can play with it. It's the Citizens United enabled and legalized developers buying City Hall. I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit, right? But at least I'm trying to keep on. What do we need to audit? We need to audit developer influence in Coral Gables elections and, forgive the expression, what, if anything, do they get for their money? And I need to clarify for anyone who might be listening, particularly city staff. What you're saying is, let's investigate city staff. They're not the problem. Let's forget what you're proposing. You're proposing a cover-up audit, and excuse again my harsh language. What needs to be investigated, and you're the one who brought up this thing about the cesspool of corruption, and I temper my use of that word, but the developers have undermined democracy. That's why I use that trigger word, corruption, because what could be more corrupt than to destroy Coral Gables democracy? What's the consequence of the cesspool of corruption? Coral Gables is no longer a safe place to raise children. What could be worse than than Coral Gables is no longer a safe place to raise children during the 18 years from birth to when they reach the age of 18 and can live independently? What could in this whole world be worse than the fact that between Citizens United, Mayor Raul Valdez-Fali's first term, and unfortunately, Mayor, your term, is no longer a safe place for children? That is my definition of corruption. And that's what needs to be investigated. And I'm placing the blame where it belongs. It's primarily on Citizens United. Forget investigating the staff. They're not the problem. That's a cover-up audit. Let's have an audit, and I can find maybe the best in the country who can do this. I've been making calls. Let's do a real audit. It's not a forensic audit. It's to study. It's what has been the effect of Citizens United, if you will, in terms of developer influence on who gets elected and how the city decides on development. Do we really even have a democracy? That's the only audit worth doing. Cover-up audits, as you're suggesting, forget about it. Don't do it. It's a waste of money. It's a cover-up.
Thank you, sir.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
That's it. Okay. Thank you. We're going to move on to item F4, update regarding temporary speed tables.
Ms. Zayas is on her way in, as well as Mr. Diaz, and I asked staff to bring back some information so we can determine what costs are, determine if this is going to be something feasible to provide residents relief while they're waiting, whether it's 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, or a year for speed tables to be installed. So the floor is yours to educate us. What's the wait times? What's the cost? How much effort does it
So
take
we
to
got a
install them?
price from an individual vendor, and the price that we got was $4,700 per device, not installed, just the device itself.
How much?
$4,700. It comes in like 3 pieces on every location, you know, and then they did offer that they will train our people, so our own staff will potentially install it. It's possible if you buy enough of them, the price may come down a little bit, but you're looking at a few $100 savings. You're not looking at, you know, $1,000 less. As far as timing, right now we're getting ready to just zone 3, which is we have about 11.
No, we have 9. We have 2 that are pending, 1 in zone 1, 1 in zone 2, and then we have an additional 9 in zone 3.
Right. So
it's
in
11.
So in total, we have 11 in the stuff that's currently program. Our current contractor, weather permitting, it takes about a week and a half to do a speed table. This is a significant improvement from when they started. When they started, they were taking a month. There's a little bit of a training curve as they go through it. So these 11 that we have right now, ready to go, ready to be installed, they should be done anytime within the next 4.5 to 6 months. So as far as any time savings for those, I mean, if we do purchase some of this, we'll probably have to go through a bid waiver process, a couple of weeks, a PO, and I think they told us it was like 3 to 4 weeks. So we're looking at about a 2 to 3 month saving in timeline for the ones that we have right now. For the larger batch that we have coming down the pipe, part of the original program, we have in total 44 left. 18 on zone 4, and then the remainder on zone 5. The ones for zone 4, we're currently in the process of getting new consultants because the contract's expired, so we'll probably be coming to commission sometime soon to get the new batch of construction approved. The idea is for them to have all those designed and be ready to construction for zone 4 towards the end of this year. And then for zone 5, we're still pending the public meeting, which we'll do in the fall. Usually in the summer, we're being told not to have public meetings because people go out of town. We're looking to get new contractors on board also. We're working with procurement on that. So we're hoping to have more crews out there doing some work. At that point, sometime next year, maybe if we buy, I don't know how many you will like us to buy, 10, 20, we could start doing something. Okay, the next batch, that's more than 6 months away, we could do those.
Well, let me just ask you a few questions so that we're all on the same page. The process starts with your public meeting, like you're going to have for Zone 5.
Yes.
Then you have the Shield 6 data to determine if it's going to meet the minimum threshold to order a traffic study. Then you order the traffic study. and
After
then-
we have a certain number, because each time that you have to go out there, there's a mobilization fee. So we try to get about 10 to 15 that look like they're going to qualify before we ask for official data.
Yeah, right. So you do the traffic study, and then you do the balloting.
Then we do preliminary design.
Preliminary design, so people have something to vote on. So, because they want to know if it's going to be a speed table in front of their house or their neighbor's house.
And the signs.
And design, whether it's a big one or a smaller one, hopefully. When are we going to get that one back from the county?
I'll reach out to the county and see if we can get a date as to like.
Hopefully, we can get a date this summer, I hope.
Hopefully.
So we can get these going.
Well, we were only going to use those where we had a conflict, and thankfully, we really haven't had any more conflicts. So
Yeah, I think we had a conflict in a 500 block of El Area. So the real question here is, from the time you have balloting, and you know that that block wants a speed table, until the time you start construction, how many months are we talking about?
Anywhere from 2 to 3 months, probably, because once the preliminary design is complete, since we've already designed so many of these, the design process really shouldn't take that long.
Okay, so you're only talking about a 2 to 3 month period of time?
For the design, but then we would have to schedule construction, yes.
Okay, no. Let's go back to my question then. From the time you have the answer on the ballot, that you know that folks want it, until the time you can begin construction, how many months are we talking about?
So for example, let's say zone 4, which is the next one we're going to tackle. Let's say we have those designed and ready to go at the end of this year. So with our current contractor, no weather problems, it takes about a week and a half. Let's just say 2 weeks for the sake of a round number. 18 speed tables,
36
2 weeks divided by 4, you're looking at about 9 months.
9 months to construct.
That's if we do it the way we've been doing it now. We just have one crew, one contractor. We're working with procurement to see if we can get additional crews, additional contractor. We're hoping to get maybe 2, 3, 4 crews at any given moment. We do expect at the beginning to take a little longer. I don't expect for these folks to start from the beginning and take 2 weeks to do the speed tables. When these people started, it took about a month. So if we now take those same 18 tables, right, for zone 4, divided by 4, 4.5, and let's say each takes a month, to do, you're looking at 5 months. So it all depends on how many crews we have available, how quickly do they take. So in our current way, the way we've been doing it with a single crew throughout, you're looking at about 9 months. If we get 4 crews to do it, and let's say even if they take it a little longer, it could take 4 to 5 months. That will be for 18, right? So the more you get, the time.
So it'd be 6 months to a year.
Goes up.
Basically, because you would have to add the design.
So, and keep in mind that in addition to the ones that are previously programmed, we have about 100 that now, because a lot of people who were not paying attention, they're seeing them built, and then they're saying, I want one too.
Well, yeah, no, I realize we're going to have that, and we're probably going to be starting all over again.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to see if we can get more crews.
Yes, that's something that we're working.
And get this down to a 3 to 6 month period of time. If we can get it down to a 3 to 6 month, buying the temporary tables may not be necessary.
So we're looking at about, 4 or 5 months for design, balloting, and the whole thing?
Well, once the balloting is complete, it should be about 3 months, 2 to 3 months, and then with construction on top of that.
So if we get enough crews out there, and like I said, that's something we're working with procurement, our goal is to get to the point that we can get these batches done in 6 months, no more than 6 months at a time. Mm-hmm. That's our goal, but we need to work towards that, because right now we just don't have enough crews available to us to really make that happen.
Is there any other option other than these temporary speed tables to help slow things down? Maybe a cone, or put a cone out there?
They're not really. There's things that are appropriate in a parking lot. They're not necessarily appropriate, or I guess you want to call it street legal. That's probably not the right wording, but I see Christine. I don't know if you.
No, we've had some creative residents create some slalom patterns for folks to go around to help slow down the traffic, but, a cone in the middle of the street.
Tree roots, no, just kidding.
Tree roots. No, we have some of those. Those work very effectively. It's a natural speed table, so.
So if you all decide to, go ahead.
Well, it's something that 2 or 3 months isn't really a big impact. But I had talked to the manager and the DCM about the possibility of expediting the design and balloting process for all the pending speed tables, so that we can then purchase the ones that are going to take more than, say, 6 months, and start putting those in for the year or year and a half that they're going to be waiting for those speed humps to come in. because that will alleviate a lot of the traffic concerns that we have. And I think all of us, the biggest concern that we get from residents who are already waiting is, have to wait another 3 or 4 years for it. I'm having the traffic problem now. So is there a way, obviously it has to be done in the fall because you still haven't done the community meetings.
For Zone 5, yes.
For Zone 5, to expedite that process of balloting, design and balloting for the remainder of what we have left, and try to purchase these to put them in the locations where those would go in once they're balloted and approved.
So what we could do, we can spread further. We're gonna get 5 consultants now, 5 new consultants through the process. And we can spread the designs among all of them. It will cost more, right? Because there's a bare minimum that anybody's gonna charge you to do anything. And these speed tables by themselves, they're not that big, right? So the more you give somebody, the cheaper it's gonna cost you. And until I have those consultants on board, I couldn't tell you exactly what that's going to be, but it will cost us a little bit more. And then instead of giving a consultant, let's say we have 30 to design, instead of giving it to 2 consultants, we can give it to 4, right? And then that will, excuse me.
Mr. Diaz.
Yes.
So when we were buying them before and they were $2,000, it made a lot more sense, obviously. When you're talking about it costing the tax and everything almost $5,000 per, and this is not with the installation, correct? That's just
no.
Okay, so it's a pretty significant number. You need two speed tables per street, correct?
No,
Or is it just one?
this is for one location.
So $5,000.
That $4,700. It's a set. They just come in pieces. You kind of build it together like
the one that was done at Biltmore,
like a Lego.
the one that happened on Biltmore Drive.
Keep in mind, we looked at, this is one vendor, right? We could.
What's the price? What is the price for the installation of the speed table?
So for a speed table, it's like $12,000 to $14,000. Now, with our current unit prices.
Yes.
Now, we're going to be going out to bid again. Those prices may
The price
increase.
will likely go up.
I don't know about that. I'm not seeing prices going up, and I've seen concrete. It went up a little bit, but I think there's a lot of hunger on the street right now. You're starting to see it.
So maybe
You're starting to see it. I mean, look, those weren't my numbers. The 400 million to 190 was our property appraiser's numbers. You can see the amount of, it's a significant drop in 1 year in construction permitting. So I'm seeing it already across the board that people are starting to call me and say, hey, listen, do you have any work available? Do you have any work? I have backlog finishing in 6 months. I want to start working on the next thing. So I think that we're going to have an opportunity to get some good pricing. It's not going to be amazing, but we may be able to get a little bit of reduced pricing. I just find it hard to swallow to spend $5,000 on an item that we'll be spending $12,000 on one that's permanent. I know we want to alleviate the situation, but imagine how many areas would we be buying if we expedited all of these, and we were able to get all of them approved, and then how many we would buy? What, 30, 40, 50 of these?
So if we follow, I was talking to procurement a few days ago about this. If we go through the bid waiver process, it would probably be the fastest way we can get them. I think we're limited to $100,000. So we're looking at about 20 that we could buy through that process, give or take.
20 where if you're there at 12,000, it'd be $240,000. So you're almost at halfway the price on something that's permanent versus temporary. So while it makes a lot of sense to push something and get it done quickly, trust me, I want to get it done quickly because we're all tired of hearing from, and so are you, hearing from residents, hey, I want speed calming, I want traffic calming, I want traffic calming, I want traffic. But this is something we have to think about it in this instant, whether the value is really there.
The biggest that we hear is from people who they're seeing it done. They were not part of the original.
Remember Milan?
Right.
How many meetings did we have in Milan until they finally got their traffic calming a few months ago?
Right. Correct. So those are the ones and we tell them, well, it's only fair that we finish the one that we already had in the books before we kind of go back and get to those, right? But I think with additional consultants and additional crew, I think we can expedite the construction and get there a little. One of the things that I and really is the reason we can have this conversation, because if there were a number of traffic circles, especially in Zone 1, that the residents voted down. Because if those traffic circles hadn't been voted down, we would really have no money left to really even expedite anything. But because those traffic circles were voted down, now there's some conversations now. They're asking us to look at alternative. We're looking at possibly doing speed race intersections. So we'll probably end up spending that money in a different way eventually down the line. But if it wasn't for that reason, that money will be gone, and we wouldn't even have, without additional funding, really any option of doing any kind of So
I think, I mean, again, I agree. You know, we want to get it resolved, but I think that spending our money on permanent on this front is going to be something that is a little bit better bang for your buck, especially if you're telling me you're almost at 50% cost.
Yeah.
When you run the numbers at 50% cost, does that 12,000 include installation all in?
Yes.
So, okay, I could even be wrong. It could be over 50%.
Correct.
Because the 5,000 doesn't include installation.
Right, yeah, the idea is that if we buy those, it will have to be our staff who...
Which, by the way, what's the opportunity cost? You're taking them away from something else.
Right, correct.
I mean, okay, so I'm just saying, again, whatever the will of the commission is, because at the end of the day, the city's gonna look good. We're gonna look good when we address the issue with traffic calming with the residents, but we're also not gonna look so good when we spend money on things that we have to take away, and we have to replace them eventually with something that's permanent. And I don't wanna use that money.
So you said we have 55 left to do?
40, including in Zone 3, 4, and 5, we have 55 left, yes,
And
on the
then-
original batch.
And then how many requests have we had
We have
since?
about 100, but I couldn't tell you, that doesn't mean that all those locations that do qualify, I couldn't tell you right now how many of those actually do.
Are we gonna do the same thing we did in the county a few years ago when we went over there and with Craig Lean and we had the approvals, the blanket approvals, that we're doing the same thing? Or
we don't.
Or they fall into the?
No, they fall within our...
I just didn't know if we had to go back.
No.
And so resubmit the 100 like we did that time when we submitted all the info.
If you meet the criteria, we don't have to go to the county. As long as we're within the criteria with interlocal, we don't have to go back to the county, so.
And have
pricing
we looked,
wise-
and we have, excuse me, have you looked, I apologize. Have we looked at, so I don't forget, have we looked at most favorite nations to make sure that we haven't lost the opportunity to maybe be a little bit more aggressive on the traffic calming front? Because if other cities were able to get something approved, we can apply most favored nations in our contract and our agreement and be able to get also that benefit.
So our traffic calming, we really have locations that are qualifying for traffic calming where there's barely any sustained speeding at all. Very, very minor. You do get additional points for lack of sidewalks and schools. So we have a very lenient process already to begin with.
I'm just saying, just in case, you never know.
So, but, we can always look around and see, but I think our process, we were looking actually at the original list when we started collecting data, some of which goes back to 2012, when goes to regions request, we had like 280, and we looked at the average 85th percentile speed out of that batch, and it was like 30.3 miles per hour, and a good chunk of those go back to a time where the speed limit in the city was 30 miles per hour. So there's a few areas where, yes, you see a significant speeding. And just because you don't have a consistent speeding problem doesn't mean that you don't have the occasional speedster, right? So
What is the total funding needed to complete what's left?
I will have to get back to you.
You want to come back to the next
let's do
commission?
that. And if we're talking your speed tables, the
Well,
traffic
just
circle-
completing the traffic calming plan that we currently have.
let us get back
The
to you.
55 or whatever that we have
Right.
left, just so we have an idea going into budget.
Right, those
Because
are
maybe
speed-
that's something we can try to make a priority. And if you are able to find right now additional contractors who can get the work done, that's something that we can move the money to get those shovel-ready projects done, then that might be a different approach that we can take.
So what I was expecting to hear, that these were significantly cheaper. We're talking under $1,000. So that's what I was expecting. Now, don't forget, we have some of the projects that we've had done or approved, had conditions of approval where the developer had to pay for the speed tables, and those include the ones that are slated to go on Palermo and Catalonia, those are coming from the developers' dollars. On the
Madeira.
side.
Right.
Madeira also has an agreement.
Madeira, yeah, you're correct, that one as well. So, those are, again, opportunities for us to find the funding on projects, is not forget that is something that, although projects are coming in, there's a way to ameliorate some of the speed here. And yeah, I would like to see if we can speed up the process, so to speak. I know that sewer installations are going to add an additional wrinkle to this, which is why I was looking at the temporary ones to begin with, to find a way to, if we're going to be digging up the street again for a sewer pipe in a short period of time, to have some option for folks. But yeah, let's see if we can move this along for folks.
Do you want to, Madam Vice Mayor, do you want to put this on the next agenda again so that the director and the assistant director can provide us a budget number for what's left in regards to the 50 or 50-plus traffic calming areas that need to be addressed?
Yeah, no, we need to do that. We also need to talk sidewalks.
We're going to do it now. We're going to talk sidewalks now.
Yeah, let's talk sidewalks, because, we do need to move that along. I was hoping that we were going to have that
I have it on F6.
on the website to let people know where we're heading next on sidewalks too, because
You want to talk F5, which is your next item, and then we'll talk sidewalks, which is F6?
Yeah, since we have the team up here right now.
Okay.
Past, present, and future city transportation projects, and the latest update I got from FDOT was in response to an email that I sent after our letter went out addressing Bird Road, because a resident reminded me that they had in the pipeline a request for a speed reduction there. The response I got back just this past week, there states that they're pleased to inform us that they're actively addressing several of the requested items by the end of the calendar year: 4 electronic speed signs, 3 for westbound drivers on Bird Road near Segovia Street, University Drive, and Santa Maria Drive, and 1 for eastbound drivers on Bird Road near Alhambra Circle will be installed. The existing posted speed limits will remain unchanged, just talking about Bird Road, but the speed feedback signs will improve compliance with the posted 35-mile-an-hour speed limit. So in my email to FDOT regarding Bird Road, I pointed out to them in one direction it's 35 miles an hour, and in another direction it's 40. So this is what FDOT plans on doing now. Perhaps the feedback signs will give us more data and information to work with. Hopefully it solves the problem on Bird. This project also includes a no left-hand turn eastbound on Santa Maria Drive. So we're moving forward. Mr. Zayas has worked very hard on trying to give us a history, because I know sometimes it seems like we're not moving very fast, but the history of what our city has done in traffic calming and where we're heading. So the floor is yours.
Presentation, please.
So we were asked to put together a presentation about what we've done in the past, what we're working on right now, and the projects that we're going to have coming up. So this slide basically has a list of all the devices and projects that we've worked on within the last 4 to 5 years. We've completed all of the traffic calming, all the speed tables and cushions in zone 1 and 2, except for 2, and those will be completed within the next few weeks. We had 12 speed tables that were installed over at Red Bird. We had a mid-block crosswalk that was installed on Aragon by the museum. We had the traffic calming on Aragon on Girarda, which was 4 speed tables and 2 raised intersections. We had the intersection improvement that was done recently on North Greenway and Granada. We had the speed cushions that were installed on Biltmore Drive, and a couple speed cushions that were installed on Solana Prado. We had the asphalt path that we put in at the golf course. And in addition to all of that, we've also had about 11 miles worth of sidewalk repairs. What I did was I basically divided up the projects that we're working on based on the different phases. So in engineering, you have a planning phase, you have a design phase, and you have a construction phase. So right now, our planning phase that we're working on is on Biltmore Way, the Flagler section, and Benicia Terrace, which we'll talk about in the next.
And before we move on, we're trying to get started on the design from Biltmore Way. We're negotiating a price for design for those improvements. So it's moving in that direction. Flagler section, after we did a whole traffic study that the county requested for the improvements on ponds, they're now asking some additional studies done, which unfortunately we cannot do until the fall because now we're entering into the summer. And then Benicia Terrace, I think there's a separate discussion on that one, so we can.
But we expect, we're going to go into more detail with Benicia Terrace, but we basically expanded the study area because of what the feedback we received from the residents at the community meeting. We requested shield data basically at 25 different locations to see if any of these locations would qualify for traffic calming. So the projects that we have in design right now, we have one traffic circle in Zone 1 and several in Zone 2. One of them is moving forward. The ones in Zone 2 still need to be balloted. We have a raised intersection, and we have some intersection improvements. We have the Alhambra Circle sidewalk and traffic calming, which we'll be talking about, on the next item. The Pisano Avenue sidewalk and the South Alhambra bike lanes. The South Alhambra bike lanes, the design is basically complete. The only issue is that we have some utilities that we're working with FPL to see if we get some help with getting some of the anchors.
There's some anchors that they're out of the way. We're working with FPL to have them moved out of the way.
Those basically wires.
The guide wires.
wires.
Correct.
Right.
That's the only thing that's pending there for us to put that project out to bid.
Okay.
So that one should be starting construction soon. And then these four, the design is complete, but I still wanted to put them in the ongoing design because we just finished design and they're not necessarily starting construction. They're not in construction right now, but they will be starting construction very soon because they're either in the permitting or in the procurement phase. So Ponce Phase 3 and Last Mile Transit right now are out to bid. Coral Way and Granada, we will be going out to bid very, very soon.
We just discussed that earlier today, and I think that one is pending some. Do we have permits on that?
Yes, it's right now with Durham. That is.
And that's a fairly benign, quick. So that's going to go out to bid
very soon.
The next couple of weeks.
Yes. And then Blue Rose Sidewalk, we got the approval from Miami-Dade County. Right now, we're going through the tree permit,
With the county, because Blue Rose is a county road, so we're working that with the county.
But we've already reached out to the contractor for a proposal so that we can start construction as soon as we have that approval. So ongoing projects that we have in construction right now, we have the 600 block of Mendoza.
And if I may add, I'm sorry to interrupt you. These are the projects that either we're working on right now or we're literally just about to start within the next month and a half. Just keep that in mind. So they're just literally on the cusp of.
So the 600 block of Mendoza, we were supposed to be completed yesterday. I still put it on the slide because we were working on it. We still have one left on Mendoza. Then we're going to be moving to the 300 block of Alessio. And then we'll be going back to the 400 block of Almeria before we move into the rest of the traffic calming devices that we have in Zone 3. We are completing University Drive sidewalks. There's some tree plantings and swales that we're working on, and we're going to be milling and resurfacing. The roadway as well, we hope to be done within the next 2 weeks. But we're working out some details with the county regarding some traffic loops that are going to be removed as part of the milling and resurfacing of the roadway. And these are the sidewalk repair locations that are imminent, but it's an ongoing list and we just keep on addressing them and keep going as they get addressed. So future projects that, are currently going to be in the planning phase very soon. DeSoto Fountain, which was one that you guys voted on earlier today. One of the other projects that we have had feedback from residents that they would like to see some improvements would be another intersection on Coral Way, which is Coral Way in Columbus. We've had residents reach out that they would like to see some pedestrian improvements because it's very difficult to cross at that intersection. So, that's one that we've also asked for some additional funds this year in the budget to hopefully start planning and design. The Commodore Trail, that's a project that we're actually working with Miami-Dade County and City of Miami. Our portion is very small, but it's in the planning phase right now. The Granada Boulevard sidewalks. All the sidewalks and projects listed below the Commodore Trail are all ones that we're submitting for this budget season. So it's very preliminary. But
So the Blue Road sidewalks, they're not funded at all?
Yes, this is a different location.
this is
I'm
west
sorry.
of Riviera.
Oh, yeah, apologies, yeah.
I have a quick question. So these future projects, they have the green light.
No, some of them, no. The Soto Fountain, we just got this commission's blessing for us to apply for a grant, which if we do get the grant, that will be the effective green light. Commodore Trail's already been funded. I think everything else, those are things that we're asking funding for through the budget cycle.
And my only other comment or question, and then a comment. Is this available to the public? Because we always get a lot of questions as to, well, the city's not doing this or doing that because maybe in their area we're not, but we are covering a lot of areas. Is this kind of information easily accessible? And if not, can we do something like that so somebody maybe can work on a condensed version so people can see where we have projects?
So some of it is, I think we can make it easier
Right.
to access.
Perhaps on the short term, just email this presentation to all of us,
Absolutely.
and then we'll work out some place on the website to have more ongoing information, because it would make it easier not only for the residents, but it'd make it easier for this entire commission to be able to answer questions that residents have.
Point to that.
And some of those points that you brought up, you said like 18 are currently in the works. If you can give us the locations of those as well,
Sure.
That would be great.
Absolutely.
So is the Granada Boulevard sidewalks, that's from the bridge?
So as part of the Blue Road sidewalks, we're going to be doing from the bridge to Blue. That's going to be something that we just add on while we're there. What we were looking at was maybe looking at bigger projects from Bird to Blue and then Blue to US 1.
So we're not even planning, there's no budget, there's nothing for that.
These are just things that
Proposed.
correct.
Well,
And I think that's a great project, I've said it before, much needed.
a lot of these are great projects, but we also need resident buy-in. When my conversation with FDOT, when I had the meeting with you all present as well, and I had learned at a prior point in time that FDOT was going to put the sidewalks in on Bird Road on the south side. They then added to that, well, we still have to have resident outreach. I said, well, what if we go door to door and we just get signatures? Just keep this expediting and get this sidewalk in, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to get kids to school safely. We're trying to get all these things done safely. So I think it's really important, that we have the resident buy-in, and if we have residents in those areas willing to go door to door and get the signatures, just like we had for the South Alhambra bike lane, it's going to really help move these projects forward, because we can't afford to have another instance where we get a grant, and we are going out for grants for these things, and then reject the money because residents didn't speak on whether or not they wanted it. So, yeah, I think that's important. Sorry to interrupt.
No. So future projects that will be, entering the design phase very soon. We spoke about zones 4 and 5. Those will be entering design as soon as we get this contract that, we'll be that we have out. Columbus Boulevard from Coral Way to Anastasia Avenue, that's actually a project that we got some funding for from the state. It will be a milling and resurfacing and drainage project. The roadway there is pretty bad condition, but we need to look at drainage improvements there, and we'll be doing some milling and resurfacing. So we've already reached out to a consultant for a proposal. We should be deciding, it should be designed very soon. They said they can get it turned around pretty quickly, and then we would be starting construction. And then University Drive sidewalks from Camposano Drive to Pisano Avenue. There's a map there in the bottom right corner. It's basically along Camposano Drive where the sidewalks end. We would be continuing that sidewalk, going around the corner to where the bus stop is. We're going to be reaching out to Miami-Dade County to see if we can get a mid-block crosswalk, and then we would be continuing along the east side of Pisano Avenue, of University Drive to Pisano Avenue.
Yeah, that Columbus Boulevard is a major need. That's probably one of the worst patches of road we have in the entire city. And the edges of the road sometimes have about a foot of a drop into the swale.
Yeah.
So it's dangerous for cars to drive into the swale because of the deep drop.
So unfortunately, there was a time countywide, really, you see this throughout a lot of areas, city of Miami, even here, that for some reason, the practice was you just overlay roads without milling.
Correct.
And then over time,
Yeah.
you got
created a
several
problem.
inches. I did a job in Miami years ago where we actually removed 8 inches of asphalt.
You'll probably have at least that there.
So yeah, those are, and that area, it's and that's the end result of, we don't do that anymore.
Yeah, I mean, from a road raising standpoint, it might seem like it makes sense, but then if you just dump additional soil in there, you're burying whatever landscaping and trees are on the side.
Not only that, you create an issue where now your sidewalks become de facto gutters, because
Yes.
now all the water runs off.
Correct.
And it pools on the sidewalk, and then it creates a different problem altogether. So
Coral Way was like that.
Coral Way is
You
like
needed
that.
rubber boots.
It's absolutely, and Coral Way has that condition.
Then that'll be one road the chicken will never be able to cross. It's just too high. There's my joke for the afternoon.
Okay, so these will be the projects that are going to be entering construction soon. There's going to be some of them on this list are ones that you already saw in previous slides, but the reason that we put them on there is because they're going to be starting construction hopefully this year if design goes through quickly. So citywide traffic calming, we're going to be working on zones 3 and 4. Hopefully this year we'll be in 4. 3 we anticipate will be completed by this fiscal year.
And zone 4, we should start
By the end of the year.
construction towards the end of the year. And at that point, we'll have to make a call. Do we really want to start working during Christmas or not? But, we don't have to make the decision right now. But depending on when the design has the construction available, we can have that conversation.
Columbus Boulevard from Coral Way to Anastasia, the consultant has committed that they would be completing the design quickly. However, we're hoping to start construction very soon. It's a little bit tricky because we want to time it with the times that school's out, since St. Teresa and Sevilla. We don't want to impact that, but
We're actually
we'll
been
try to
talking about
time it.
phasing the job, about maybe doing some areas during the summer and then leaving the rest for later. But just things that we're discussing, a way to make that a little smoother.
You also have 4th of July.
Mm-hmm.
That's something else you wouldn't want to time it around 4th of July.
Right.
Details.
I know.
Yeah.
So Ponce Phase 3 is going to be starting very soon. Like I said, it was out to bid. Last Mile Transit is also out to bid. Coral Way and Granada will be out to bid very, very soon. Alhambra Circle sidewalk and traffic calming, if we can decide on which option we want to move forward with to take to the residents. That will start construction. The traffic calming portion of it is dependent on which option we go with, because the county would like to see where we're placing the sidewalk as part of that project.
So can we talk about that really quick? I know I have it on my item at F6, but we might as well just address it now. What's the next step? Where are we at?
We need to make a call as to where we're going to put the sidewalk.
Okay.
I
So
think that's really...
Have we reached out to the residents?
Not yet. The idea was for us to have this discussion and then reach out to them later. We do have a couple of slides on a separate
Okay,
presentation.
perfect. Then we'll go, wait for the next one.
If we can do that. But I mean, this is the last slide, right? So
Yes,
I think
this is the last
we're
slide.
done.
Okay.
So Blue Road, we're going to be starting construction very soon, just the tree permits. Pisano Avenue, we should be starting construction this year. Just working out a few little drainage details that need to be worked out. South Alhambra, it's just the coordination with FPL that's holding up that project. Valencia Avenue bulb outs, that when the design is complete, we've asked for a proposal so we can start construction. And then we're going to be continuing with our sidewalk repairs and milling and resurfacing that we have.
Good stuff. Okay,
So you want to move on to what, sidewalks, and
let's do it.
let's do it, yeah. 'Cause I'd like to see.
So F6,
Next presentation, please.
That's been years.
I think we have a Blue Road, we've already discussed. Benicia, we've already discussed. Let's talk about Alhambra Circle and Pisano. And Granada we talked about too. I mean, Granada's a no-brainer. There's barely any houses there. It's, since the lots are so big on Granada.
Right.
And I've gotten a lot of residents who are in favor of it. Obviously, you have to ballot them, but a lot of them told me that they're interested in it, and the lots are really, really big. So I think that that's a great opportunity to stretch a nice.
Billy, can we get the presentation?
So, yeah, Melissa, we spoke about, some of the options that were discussed during the Sunshine meeting and the response that the county gave you. Could you fill in the rest of the commission so they're all up to speed?
So we reached out to the county about, and you're going to see option 3, which is basically putting the sidewalk for Alhambra Circle on the east side. That would require a crosswalk at Salvatierra and one on the northern limits of the project. We reached out to the county, sent them an email, and based on meetings that we've had with them and conversations, they don't think that's something that they would approve. They're concerned with the limited visibility that you have as you're coming off of the bridge. And they just don't think it would be safe for pedestrians to have a uncontrolled crosswalk at those locations. So this one's option 1. Option 1 is basically the curb and gutter option.
No gutter, just curb.
Curb, sorry. Type D curb. So the reason that this option was first brought up is because we were looking into potentially narrowing the pavement. You have sections of pavement that are like 23 to 25 feet wide. So if we hold the edge of pavement on the east side and offset and shift the crown of the road, basically you're going to have the sidewalk maybe encroaching a foot into where the swale is at some portions.
And in some areas, not
we
even.
would narrow it down to 4 feet if we have to because of the tree roots. So this would seem to be the least impact to the existing trees since we have mature trees that make it a little bit tricky to achieve the slopes that we would like. We had our surveyor go out in the field, take elevations at each of the tree roots. We calculated some of the slopes. Option 1.
So this is a very similar look to what's in front of my house.
Yes.
Correct.
The same thing that runs
You get a curb and a sidewalk that it's abutting to the curb. In some areas where you have proximity to certain tree roots, the sidewalk may need to narrow to up to the minimum required by ADA based on the need.
32 for a distance of,
For a foot.
Yeah,
But
for a foot.
it won't
36
have to
is
be,
easier.
it won't have to be that narrow, probably 3 to 4 feet. That would be sufficient. So that's one option.
Option 2, we looked into shifting the sidewalk to the right-of-way line. It basically produced a winding sidewalk. We would have to wind back towards the edge of pavement once you got to the intersections so that you could place the crosswalks, close to, where people would have to make a left or a right for visibility and, safety for pedestrians. There was one location where...
Locations.
There was one location there that was kind of tricky, the one where it met the driveway.
Well, yes, correct.
Two locations.
We have two. So one location, and the following slides will show. I'm sorry.
You'll see it.
The age comes
Behind
wisdom,
you.
though.
That's bigger.
Much better.
Those are two different.
So if
You can
look
just
at
give us
tree-
your back.
If you look at tree number 8, keep that in mind on the upper side.
You're assuming I can see that.
Oh, sorry. Is that Tarragona Drive, right?
No, that one's
Salvatierra, I'm sorry. The second tree to the right of Salvatierra.
Okay.
And
On
then tree number 3, right?
Yes.
Which is the third one to the right of Trevino. And then there are going to be some following up slides that those areas are problematic with the roots.
So
See.
this is the first tree that was mentioned. This one's close to Salvatierra.
Yeah, because see that and we talked about, because that area is perfect to do it behind it, because of the property line. You see the property on the wall, you wouldn't bother anybody, and it's just. But then you see that scenario, and you're like,
The issue is the roots. Look at those roots.
and there's nothing we can do with that, huh?
Look at the roots. And then if you look at the red line, the pavement at that location is 25 feet, which means that if we narrow the pavement, the sidewalk is pretty much going to go over the existing pavement.
Where the roots have already grown under the pavement.
So that's one location that the size and the height of the root, it's problematic. And the next one is a similar situation, and we did the same thing here.
That's the driveway where the pitch would be so aggressive.
Correct. So the only alternative would be to cut down that root, which I think Dina will probably
Yeah.
have a conniption over.
Well, we don't want to lose the tree. I mean, these are some of the few that are in good shape.
And that root is so high that to put a sidewalk over, we don't have sufficient slope to meet ADA as we approach all the way back down to the driveway that you see. And if you look at the red line on the pavement, that's the approximately back of the sidewalk. Because again, at that specific location, the pavement is already 25 feet wide. So the sidewalk, most of the sidewalk will be over where you see pavement right now. That does not mean, if we could go back to the previous one.
This is the one that concerns me the most. I mean, obviously, they both concern me.
Right.
But this is such a perfect location to put the sidewalk behind the tree, and we would have been able to run it all the way from the other home if we would have zigzagged.
Right.
This property, and then we could have run it all the way to the bridge and would have been behind the property.
So if we go
behind
back,
the tree, excuse me.
If we go back to the plan view, right, right at the intersection of Salvatierra, I mean, if we could meander around those trees, if the desire is to stay away from the edge of the pavement where feasible. So you have one location by the intersection, and then we could meander back, and then the same thing on the Trevino, right, where we'll have to go on the edge of pavement and then go back with the curb, obviously, because the moment you get closer than 6 feet
Right.
to the edge of pavement, now you need a curb, right? That's the threshold. So, and then the third option, which we wanted to show, even though the county didn't really give us their
Stamp of approval.
stamp of approval when we talk to them, but that will be the option when you get to cross the streets, and the concern is not so much the sidewalk itself, but the location of the crosswalks and the visibility. You have some large trees blocking visibility as you happen to be on a curve just north of that location. So that's really what their heartburn is.
Yeah.
It's just really just crossing the street.
Well, we've had that issue before. When we talked about pathways on Granada, golf course, et cetera, these types of curves, they would not allow crosswalks in those locations. So that's why I pretty much knew what the answer was going to be the moment it was suggested, because of the speed that people come in off of Bird Road there, and then you have that tight situation with the bridge. We have enough problems there already. We don't need to invite more.
So what we liked from the commission is to give us direction, whether you would rather have the option that is just along the edge of pavement with a curb, or the option where we're going to stick to the back
As much as we can.
as much as we can, with the understanding that at some of these areas intersection, we're going to have to go back to the edge of pavement with a curb and then get back inside. And then depending on that choice, we could create some exhibits, ballots. The design will have to be completed, and the county, going back to the question about the traffic calming, the county wants to see what are we going to do with the sidewalk before they give us their final approval on the traffic calming. We will require a Miami-Dade County permit for the traffic calming, because these are not
In the interlocal.
part of our interlocal. These areas, it's difficult to say the least. And then obviously, we'd like to get going on construction as soon as possible, not only because of the sidewalk, but we've been holding off on the milling and resurfacing, which is another area where the pavement is in very bad condition. Because, it makes sense to do them together.
No, it does. It's really bad. It's been bad for many, many years.
Right.
You know, if you ride that on a bicycle, you'll get to feel it a little more, but yeah, it's been needing done.
We actually completed some drainage improvements in the area ahead of this several months ago.
So let me ask you a quick question to move forward. Can we show the residents once again the two options that are feasible? Because now that you mentioned the issue with the roots and the pitch on the driveway, and then you also mentioned the fact that we can't go in the rear on that property, that it makes complete sense because you have the property line where the wall is. That's the most easy one to accomplish, where the homeowner, I don't think, had an issue because they have their fence lines right there.
Right.
I want to get support from the residents, but I'd like to show them both of the final options that we're going with.
So if you prefer, my only concern is that we're gonna get, I don't know, maybe they'll argue on what they want and it's not an issue, but I mean, I think there's only like 5 residents in that area. I mean, we could give them option 1, option 2,
I think that what I would like to see is, send it to them. I wanted them to have in their own, time to review it, and they can resubmit it. They can resubmit it to the city in regards to what their opinions are.
We can adjust the line to show how we're going around the tree in those areas. So we will do some, we will add that so they can visualize it.
So they can understand where it would go, and hopefully we can build consensus and finally get this project done.
What concurrency would you like us to include? 50 plus 1?
What is required?
2/3.
So if you follow, there is a 2017 resolution that the commission passed. But that resolution was intended for a resident-driven process, which, this was initiated by us, right? That resolution has an entire process where the resident will have to go and get some concurrency with the residents, come to the city. That requires a
2/3 concurrency.
A 2/3
and a non-collector.
concurrency of everybody, or return ballots? Do you remember?
Return ballots.
Return ballots. It will really be up to the city commission whether you want to keep that or you want to make it a smaller threshold or.
Well, another suggestion might be, if we're presenting them with 2 options, are we able to do live balloting in person? Where maybe you can have a meeting with these 5 residents, present the 2 options, and have them vote in person?
Well, the problem is getting everybody out there.
Well, I think we got everybody out there last time we met. All 5 homes were represented at one point.
We can try.
I think people.
Sorry, you're right. There was one that wasn't because it was a new owner.
I think people want to review it, take their time, get an understanding. Plus, there was, you want to make it so that it's a situation where they can review it on their own time. Some people have very tough schedules, and let them make the decision. I'm fine with whatever threshold you want to put in regards to concurrency. I just think it's time that we get something done.
So I'm going to suggest that we use the same thing we do for traffic calming, which is 50 plus 1.
I remember a few years ago, concurrency came to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board for this type of matter, and there was a resolution. It was 50 plus 1.
Plus 1.
Back then, it was back and forth, and there was a resolution to the city. So I remember even a board was supportive of that.
It's a public safety item. I think we need to move forward. Yeah.
Couple of weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can do that.
Ready.
Well, just if you can, just through the manager's office, just keep us all aware of what's going on, because I'm getting calls from residents.
We'll give them 30 days to respond.
That's fine.
We'll knock on the doors if need to.
And then it's
We'd rather get a response than none.
Yeah, because I think we've gotten to the point here where we got to move forward with milling and resurfacing and the other traffic calming that's going. And I think that we can build consensus with a sidewalk now from the residents, especially with the multiple designs that we're offering them.
And on a side note, I don't know if any of you have driven by the Tarragona site, just a block south of that location where we finished the seawall, and then Dina with the consultant finished the landscaping. I think came out great.
Beautiful.
We have some really bad weather now. I hope now
it came out so nice.
But I think we had a tremendous a positive response to that. I think that was a very nice project.
It has a nice Dina touch to it.
I think that when you look at University, you look at Alhambra, it's going to be done now. You look at Blue Road, you look at Camposano, you look at the area around Doctor's Hospital, I hope that builds interest in people and say, okay, I can have this in front of my property, I can have this in front of my house. You know, I'm more, but that people are more interested in putting their sidewalks because it's not as, you know, invasive or disruptive as possible. I mean, especially in University. If you look at it really closely, University, it came out really nice, very tasteful.
And I think eventually you're going to have a connection to a brand new park.
Yeah, which is great.
Real quick, with regards to those 5 proper residents, and I may have missed it, we're going to confirm that they received the package, just not.
It's fine.
I want to just confirm they received it.
I think we can mail them, and then what we can do is that we can maybe knock on the door, leave a card.
Or email them or call them, make sure that they received it. That way we don't lose time.
We have emails and phone calls for some of them. I don't know that we have every single one of them, but we can reach out to them and maybe encourage them to reach out to the neighbors just the same.
Yeah, I think it's important to
We
get
can do that.
confirmation that they received.
I don't know that we have every single person's
We're the
email and
government,
phone
we
number,
can
but the
find
ones
them.
that we do, we can absolutely do that.
Okay.
The government.
All right. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have a member of the public requesting to speak.
Okay.
Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Hi, Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, Mrs. Maria Cruz. I have a question. I heard University from Camposano to Pisano. Is that on the opposite side of the hospital, or is that on the side of the hospital?
That's on the east side, on the
East
parking lot
side.
side, yes.
Okay. And Pisano, where is that?
Pisano is on the west side of the hospital, across from UM.
Well, the hospital, who pays for this?
So the hospital is going to pay for the work on Pisano, and they're going to give us $100,000 towards the work on University. I believe that's what the agreement
Okay.
that we had with them.
Question, doing the sidewalks, do you also take care of the street? Because there's a big problem there with floods.
Pisano, yes. In fact,
Okay.
Pisano, and this is why it's taking so long, because
Parallel parking, everything.
Well, it's going to be angle parking.
Yep. Angle, excuse
But
me.
we're going to do a sidewalk. It's going to have drainage, and you know, they have some heartburn about the
Well, the
retaining wall.
side, the university side is higher than the doctor's side.
Correct, and
That's the problem.
correct. So we're going to create a proper crown on the road. We're going to have some drainage, and the entire pavement is going to be redone. Currently, we're not planning to repave the university side of it.
No, it's done.
So
The university side was done, and that's what created the flooding, because it's higher than the other
right,
side.
correct, and you know, with the water puddles, that's where the potholes keep happening.
Yes.
So this project will correct that. It's not just sidewalk project; it's a complete roadway,
Okay.
pavement, drainage, and sidewalk.
And the hospital is paying for,
The Pisano work,
and what about, no Santa Maria, Camposano?
my understanding, if I recall, is that the agreement is that they pay for Pisano and they give us $100,000 towards university. I am
Campusano,
not,
no,
I
they are-
don't
well-
believe that they,
No, the
Agreement
agreement
included
was that
Camposano.
they would have sidewalks all around.
we'll have to double check.
Yeah, the agreement when when it was sold, you know, when they got the parking lot, the agreement was the hospital will have sidewalks around.
I believe
Both sides.
it was the work on Pisano
Right.
and then $100,000 toward additional sidewalks.
Okay, but would that $100,000 take care of Camposano is what I'm asking? Then it's not gonna be all around. There's a side that you won't have
I
sidewalks.
think if, unfortunately, I'm going by memory, but my recollection is that the $100,000 was for the area on University abutting the parking lot. That's going by memory. I could
Well,
be,
I
I could be
suggest-
mistaken, but that's my recollection.
I suggest that,
On Camposano, there's a very small sliver
Yeah.
that does not have
It's
parking.
about half of that block.
It's about half the block.
Correct,
So
yes.
let's take a look to see what was the final, because I remember that at the last minute there, I requested that they pay for all the sidewalks and they include that into the sale and purchase agreement. So let's just look into it, because I don't remember what the exact numbers were. Okay?
because there's no sidewalk on the other side of Camposano, okay? So that will be the only sidewalk.
It will be on the south side.
Yeah.
Right, correct.
Mr. Clerk, anyone else?
That's it, sir.
All right, we'll move on to item F7. Update on police vacancies. Chief, good afternoon. And we thought today was going to be an early day.
Good evening. Technically, it's evening.
It is.
It's evening after 5.
It's evening, good evening.
How's the weather?
It's a pleasure. The Cat 2 left past the fire chief's here in case we want to have to open up the EOC. This is going to be an update on the police vacancies requested by Commissioner Castro. Major Medina is in charge of the Professional Standards Division and runs a background unit from the police side, and Sergeant Major is also with us who oversees. So with that, we're open for questions if you have anything particular that you have to ask.
Yeah, sure. Vacancies are still 37,
Yes, ma'am.
and we had one departure and one hire.
Since last time.
How did that hire come about? Like, what plan do we have in action? How are we recruiting?
How are we recruiting?
Well, how do we recruit that one?
Just last week, we went to FNU, I think it is. It's a university in Hialeah. So we target, or we assist HR with targeting colleges, either presenting a table outside somewhere in the hallway, or we try to actually reach the criminal justice majors in the actual classrooms. And we have another one next month coming up.
How is that going?
As far as applicants from those events, I don't have those numbers. That would be more on the HR side, if we've hired anyone from those.
Good evening, Commissioner, Mayor. So we have an active recruiting process. We go to colleges, fairs, criminal justice fairs, FIU, Miami-Dade County. Applications are not a problem. Just this calendar year, we have received close to 400 applications. And then what we do is on a monthly basis, we invite those who have applied to have monthly orientation meetings in which the chief and the police recruitment staff also attends to obtain their supplemental packages, and then they move on to the oral boards.
I know last time we had spoke about that somewhere in background or in training. I'm not sure what is it, but from those people that were in that process, is that process done? How many are still there, or?
So currently, we have 8 officer or applicants in the background. So each investigation kind of dictates its own animal. Some investigations are quicker, some are slower, some have a lot of background that these background investigators really have to go in. They do a really good job. They go very in depth. So they kind of take some time. Other speed bumps, no pun intended, it's, you're looking at those, they got to pass a physical agility test, and sometimes they don't, so they get a second chance. So that kind of slows the process in that sense. Right now, we have like 5 who are scheduled. They're scheduled to take additional physical agility tests, but we're just waiting. We had one today that actually passed. So we did good there. He's in the process. He's passed his polygraph, passed his psychological. We're moving along with him, hopefully to get him in another body in the next academy, but crossing our fingers.
So the last step is the academy.
Yes, yeah.
So that means he's already passed background.
Well,
So once they go to the academy, they have past backgrounds, and they're officially hired. They're city employees, and we sponsor them, and they go to the academy. And like the major said, we have 8 in backgrounds, and we have 4 scheduled for interviews this week, that hopefully at least 2 will also
oral boards tomorrow. We have 4, and June 13th is the next orientation.
How many laterals do we have now?
In total, or how many have we hired?
Well, how many are we using now? How many are we using now?
Are we losing
How many are active right now?
laterals throughout the department? I'd have to go back, between FHP over the course of the conduct. We haven't recruited the laterals yet because everything is pending the ratification vote of the contract and the approval by this body. So we can't offer what we wanted to do. We have been talked to them actively. Chief Hanlon has talked to a few of his ex-colleagues that are willing to start up, but we can't offer anything until that's done. So that's really kind of holding everything else up. Our advertising campaign is on hold as well because right now Once the contract is, again, ratified by the union, approved by this body, then our numbers are going to change, and that's where our push out would be from there. We continue to, struggle like everybody else does. As of right now, there's a bill on the President of the United States desk, and it's the Bipartisan Recruit and Retain Act, specifically for police officers throughout the country. And it's a COPS grant that we will apply for as well, just to help. Cleared the Senate in 2023 to expand community-oriented policing services to help support the efforts of recruiting law enforcement. So it's a national issue. I think I'm comfortable in the fact that, we're on track, but if you go through LinkedIn, if you look at any social media, every department is doing the exact same thing. We know 30 left BSO, and they're recruiting just as much. This is the ongoing norm, if you will, for police officers at this juncture. Once the contract's done, then things are going to start. Because, we've already gotten to the point recently, and we're going to go to impact bargaining on it, is that we've had to go to mandatory overtime. So, contrary to what the residents have been told by anybody, our staffing numbers are still the same. Our first big staffing challenge is going to be the 4th of July, only because that takes the entire department. And we're not going to be short-staffed by any stretch of the imagination, but the officers are working. The ones that are here are working, and they have to. And we put out the new summer bid, which we're going to continue to do. I've had meetings with the president of the union on labor management issues that we're talking about. And myself and the HR director have been available throughout just to see what it is that we can do. I think the final proposal will hopefully be coming, I think, Thursday. So we'll have an answer from the union on Thursday, and I'm sure we'll be sitting hopefully here to ratify that with you all. And then it's on, because then we have our advertising kind of targeting what we have done before. I can't say enough about our communications department putting out the videos. Like we've said before, our recruiting video was recognized as one of the best in the country. And I think now we're starting to hear from other parts of the country that people don't want to come down here. The only thing that's holding us up to really get running out of the gate is once we know what we can offer starting up and those nuances, if you will, in the contract. But yeah, the officers are getting tired. I understand that. We're all pulling double duty, everybody. But we're still continuing to train the officers. We're still keeping up with all of our standards. Major Medina, Sergeant Major, goes every day, if not every week, to find wherever we can. It is literally like a college recruiting. She'll go to the PAT test, which is the physical ability, and if we see somebody, we're going to go. We're sending people to 2 academies. This morning, Deputy Chief Hanlon was at the brand-new Miami-Dade Community College facility, which is spectacular. Today was the first open house. We're sending people there. We're sending people to Miami. So we're ready to go. And I think by next month, hopefully, all things being equal, if the commissioner, if you want a report on this again, hopefully we'll see more numbers coming in. The laterals will be a little bit faster. I know we have 1 or 2 in the pipeline. The only other lateral we have may be a University of Miami officer that's close by. We've got some of our communications operators. But, like anything else in this job, we have 2 people on restricted duty within the department for investigative disciplinary issues. So it's a constant moving, but I think we're in front of it.
Mayor, if I may, one of the difficulties of recruitment and hiring, at least from my perspective, is that you can get people to apply, but then when they go through the process, and correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of the folks get washed out in the psychological, they get washed out in the polygraph, and not so much in the physical, because we do give them an opportunity to come back. Then the delay of hiring, as the major had said, has to do with the background. Some people have a very in-depth background, lived 5 or 6 different states. I'm not sure if you all use the rule of three when you do your contacts, where they put three references and you ask those three references for three more, and then you ask for three more to get to a person that kind of knows you but isn't connected to you. So it's a rule of three, at least in the federal government, that's what we use, the rule of three. So getting the people in the door, I'm not sure, I think we're getting those people in the door. The process just washes some people out, and at the end, you'll have, if you go through the entire process, and the chief and I sat down first couple of weeks I was here and reviewed our requirements. I wanted to make sure that our requirements were equal to or better than most of the departments around us here or so. And we have good standards and good requirements for applicants. So I think the chief is absolutely correct. It's just the nature of the beast and at the times that we're living in that we're having the difficulty to making sure people make it through the entire process. And pretty much we hold their hands all the way through the process. So, but that's my perspective.
So there's nothing new to the recipe. The recipe continues to be the same. I'm going to give you two examples, okay? The city of Coral Gables has the highest standards. In the last 3 months, I brought two individuals to the attention of the chief. I don't want to mention their names. One of them is working through the process in an effort to hopefully in the next 2 years potentially meet the requirements to be a police officer. They have the heart, they have the interest, and their only goal is to be a city of Coral Gables police officer. A very impressive individual and has the drive to hopefully be part of this great team. Another individual has all the credentials, amazing on paper. I want to be very careful what I say, but the person met every single thing that this city would ever want. We have the highest standards, I don't know if it's changed, of any police department in Miami-Dade County. This person did not meet the psychological requirement. And everything else about this person is exceptional. I was not aware that this was, and they don't understand why. Your team was incredible to give them an opportunity to sit down, explain everything. But when you look at them on paper and you look at them in regards to their education, their involvement in regards to philanthropy, their engagement, they've never had a ticket. They've never had a criminal incident. They're a perfect, stellar individual. But they didn't meet that requirement for one reason or another. And obviously, like always, the chief will not share with any of that information with me or will not share anything with anyone else. But to make a long story short, I thought this person was a shoo-in to be a police officer here. And that person did not meet that certain criteria. So it's tough to see a candidate that you're like, this could be a 30-year police officer in the city of Coral Gables, and college degree, great background, great family, but
I think
didn't come to fruition.
To your point, Mayor, I think we've always had the standards. I mean, we were the first city to require college credits to become an officer back in, I'm going to date myself here, 1991. And everybody else has caught up to what the requirements are. But as you have heard me say, the Coral Gables police officer is a different type of police officer than everybody else. And we are looking for that type of officer that's going to interact not only safely with the bad guys, but protect everybody else. And it's not for everybody. And I understand that. And some people leave for a lot of different reasons. But at the end of the day, I think we have a damn good group of recruits. And I do believe that I would put my life in any one of their hands. And if it doesn't, or if they don't meet that, it's my responsibility or the chief's responsibility to change that. We have made exceptions that I can live with, but we have never changed our requirements. And with an exception comes an additional test. So we are constantly, you can ask them, they are constantly in front of me and constantly with Raquel to talk about what we're doing. So we took a lull when we hit zero because we were at zero vacancies, and the Attorney General actually lauded us for being at zero vacancies. And then everybody decided that, at that 3-year mark that we're going to go. So we're in the mix, but I think we're going to be okay, only because of the hard work of the officers that were here right now. That's the reality of it is.
So there's two restricted, really, there's 39 vacancies.
I'm sorry?
So you said there was two restricted.
No, well, those, so again, if somebody has a disciplinary issue, and it wasn't necessarily a police officer, there's comm operators, there's anybody that falls under my scope. If there is an internal investigation, certain internal investigations will require them being on restricted duty, which doesn't mean they hurt our bottom line, or they're suspended, pending or relieved of duty pending the investigation. Again, we handle all the serious investigations, employee conduct, things like that. So those decisions are made, but we're doing it in the sense that it doesn't hurt the body count. Somebody's still able to do a job. We have maternity leave, we have injured officers, so we use those to the best of our ability to staff those positions, whether it be the desk or whatnot. So, it's an ongoing from day to day. Internal Affairs has texted me twice since I've been sitting here, so I'll see what comes when I get back to the office.
Would you say the academy is 6 to 8 months?
The one in Miami-Dade is a little bit shorter.
About six.
About 6, and then about 7 or 8. And then we have about 6 weeks of orientation, and then 3 months on the road with an FTO, and then the fourth one is actually by themselves. So their probation starts after. So they're a probationary employee through the academy. Something that your police department does which is a recruiting benefit, is they get paid as a police officer the moment they go into the academy. Now, there's certain things that we can do, some reimbursables, which people have paid us. And another department that's a lot smaller than us figures if they pay us the $12,000 before the person even takes the oath, they're going to get that person back for whatever reason. And a lot of those officers have talked to me and come through of why they moved on. And again, for right now, as I said previously, my decision is not to bring people back that think the grass is greener come in, but I'm always willing to pivot, and I will leave that up to the officers. So we are going to start a panel that will talk to people that have left to see if they want to come back when the contract's done. And if that's a recommendation, they can make it to me. But again, until it gets to the chief of police, you don't know what the internal affairs case has. Raquel doesn't know what the IA case is. It's myself and internal affairs and maybe the assistant chief. So you have to look at the totality of the individual, both that we're bringing back and how we're disciplining.
I'm just trying to think of a timeline of when we would see that these vacancies would start filling up, right? So I'm here trying to make it make sense in numbers. So if the academy is this long.
Well, I can't give you a definitive number on the academy. Listen, we're in August, we have 3 coming out or 2 coming out in August. 2 coming out in August. They'll be on their own within 9 months from then, pretty much.
So like we're looking at 2025, maybe.
Pretty much in that now.
If we don't get even more vacancies.
True, and listen, I think we're going to have some vacancies. I've talked to officers that are either moving their families, so I know there's more vacancies coming. I know right now there's more vacancies coming because they've told me, and unless they tell me everything else, I don't know. But the laterals is a 6 to 8 week turnaround. And that's somebody who has done the job, depending on where it is. And that, again, it all depends on the contract, depending on where we start them, depending on what they know, depending on what resources they have. We could cut that down in a process. I mean, we have probably a dozen or slightly less than a dozen people that work for FHP. And, FHP is in the middle of a contract negotiation with their troopers. Traffic homicide, we've talked about traffic homicides. Looking with somebody that has traffic homicide school, which is an 800-hour school. I think once we have an idea of what our lateral recruiting is looking like, and then I think the collective effort of getting people, the younger ones, that timeline will get narrower is my estimation right now.
So I was thinking a monthly update for vacancies, but I think we'll have the same number practically.
I don't think it's going to change much. If you want, we can send to the commission through the manager. I get a weekly report, but if you want, we can If you want, with the crime stat reports that you get, that goes weekly, but every month we will add that monthly report that we have. That way it's public record, it's out there. If anything else changes through the manager, I will definitely advise you as we go on. And I will also communicate with you all when we change up or when we put out our next recruiting video with communications.
Thank you, Chief.
Did you want to talk about it, since we're all here for the exit interview question, because it's kind of the same?
It's the next, is it the next one? It's actually
We
the
can
one
talk about the
F9.
exit interview.
F9.
Mr. Mayor?
Well, we have obviously, we need to, before we move on to F9, we have public comment. Yes, sir.
Thank you for taking
First
the
speaker
time
is
and staying here for
Mrs.
so
Maria
long.
Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, I just have a question from the chief. As soon as you can, actually not a question, a statement. As soon as you can, we need some help by Gables High. It's getting, every morning, I thank God that I didn't hit somebody. They go through
Traffic.
on Lejeune, yes. On Lejeune, they cross the street, they cross Bird in between the cars and the buses, and all of a sudden you see somebody in front of you.
Students.
Bad. And on Lejeune, from Bird going towards Merrick Park, let me tell you, the problem is not the kids. The problem is that, you can make a right turn from Bird to Lejeune. You can't do it when the kids are walking. They start honking the horn. And then if you don't move, they try to cut around. I mean, I'm surprised that nobody has gotten hit there.
We will.
Please, we need
we will. We started a partnership with the school, and we will follow up on that.
They have a
especially-
security guard there.
I know.
He's been listen, they wait across the street till he pushes the darn thing.
Right.
That has been working, but the drivers,
Yeah, we'll use the youth resource officers and some of our traffic guys, and we'll get them in there. Yes, ma'am.
Jackson Holmes.
Good afternoon, sir. Good evening, excuse me.
Thank you very much. About a year ago, we had a confrontational meeting over this issue, and it had, for me, an uncertain outcome where there was a disagreement between the union president, Chris Challenger, who was saying that we had a very serious problem of people leaving, and the chief was downplaying that and suggesting that Chris Challenger himself was encouraging people to leave as I suppose, some kind of bargaining ploy. Then what, 2 months ago now, was it, there was another confrontation, let's say, only this time we knew who was right and who was wrong, who was telling the truth and who lied to you on that very day. And I'm sorry to say he keeps expressing his frustration that I'm calling him a liar. You are a liar. And it's proven on the tape from that commission meeting. He lied to you and to the public about, let me finish.
If I may.
What he said was that the fellow who went to Coral Springs had just moved to Broward and took the job because he needed to be near his new home in Broward. That was not true. He said that that was a reason that the officer left, whereas Mr. Challenger contradicted that by saying that the officer has always lived more or less for years and years and years in Broward County, and that he told Chris Challenger in the exit interview that he wanted to stay in Coral Gables, and it was a matter of pay. I submit to you that what you should do is put in the next e-news a one-question survey, if you will, however you want to put it. Ask the people who are reading it who are residents of Coral Gables, say that the union says that they need a minimum raise of whatever it is, X number of dollars, this to them, as a way of stopping the outflow of officers. Would you support giving that raise to them, even though it means reducing city expenditures elsewhere? I'm asking you to do that, and I think what you're going to find, I predict, is that there'll be an overwhelming approval of that, and then we should do it. His plan does not work. He's part of the problem. The low morale has been recorded by the police union, 80% disapproval of his leadership as chief. We need to replace him because that's one of the reasons that we're losing officers. And we need to raise the pay more than has been proposed. Thank you.
My turn? Mayor? Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I think you may have your facts a little bit skewed, but honestly, I really don't appreciate the fact that you're calling out the chief of police and basically calling him a liar in public like this. I think you just need to do your research and get your facts straight before you start lobbing allegations. But thank you, Chief.
Chief.
Sir.
I'll make it very simple. I apologize on behalf of the commission for what you just had to go through. I attempted my best to try to bring some control to these meetings. I don't have control of these meetings. Okay? At the end of the day, nobody should have to be disrespected like that. And I apologize on behalf of the commission, on behalf of the city. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate that. Listen, part of
You don't
this
have to
job.
appreciate
No, but I do. I appreciate the support. Maybe not of the 80% of the department, but everybody else. But listen, it's part of my job. Disciplining anybody is not necessarily a fun part of it. And if I get asked by this body to investigate the death of a dog because of alien invention, I'm going to do that anyway, no matter who the person is.
I know. I know how it is. Mr. Clerk, what else do we have?
That's it, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Let's move on to item F9, discussion, regarding the exit interview process. How are you, ma'am?
Good evening again.
Good evening.
So HR does have a formal exit interview process. We call it a separation process. So when we receive notice that an employee has either resigned or is retiring, HR sends them. It's currently, for the last 2 years, it's been done via email. So we sent that employee an email either to their city email or to their personal email. And so that contains all the instructions on what to do upon separating city employment, and that a letter confirming that we received their separation, their retirement, congratulating them on their retirement, providing when their last payouts will be, any accrued leave that they are going to be paid out, when that check is going to go out. We also send them out any retirement forms if they're vested, any 401 or 457 forms. So that all goes out in an email. In addition, in that email, there's a link to a separation survey. And so that is optional, and we obviously encourage all employees that leave to complete the separation survey. So it's a really simple separation survey, and it basically asks 8 things.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. We're on F9. It's F8 on TV. This is item F9. Yeah. It was on F8.
I'm sorry, yes. I'm on the right item.
I got it.
I think that was a call.
Yeah, the banner needed to catch up with us.
And so the employee, the separation survey asked the employees that are leaving to rate from 1 to 5 on 8 different areas, what they felt the city's work culture was, compensation, benefits, scheduling flexibility, management, promotional opportunities, training development, and communication of resources. In addition to that, it asked for the separation reasons, the type of separation, whether it was a retirement or a resignation, and the lengths of service with the city. And so that's sort of the city's formal separation process that we've been doing for the last 2 years now.
Yeah, so the questions should be open-ended questions.
We do have open. We both have quantitative and qualitative questions, so we try to make it easy, right? The first 8 questions are just 1 to 5, and then we do have open-ended questions, and they can put their comments, and they can be more specific if they have any specific issues, and some of them do, some of them don't, but it's both.
And usually that survey is to guide your interview, in-person interview, and usually it's not your supervisor, it is a person from HR or a third-party company. It wouldn't be you either, because
we don't do it right now. We do it now via, it's a survey and it's optional, and the employee does it on their own time. That is our current process.
I have a postgraduate degree.
I understand.
In this topic, in this subject, and I had to go back to old boxes where I had textbooks to actually review exit interviews. And in my experience, questionnaires the responses are poor. Okay, and I wonder if people are really frank when they're leaving a written record. I would never recommend using this instrument alone. I still like to sit down and get feedback using questionnaires to guide the interview. That way we really know what's happening. We have 37 vacancies. We need to know where they're going.
We know where they're going.
Well, not only that, we need to know why they're leaving. How much more are they getting paid? What benefits are they receiving? Not only police officers, but everybody in the city. I know teachers aren't getting paid as well, that well either. And the culture of loyalty is not very present right now, and we really need something strategic to guide us through the right path. So I really, really recommend that either we conduct like in-person interviews with somebody from HR, or that we hire a third-party company. I think that would be more fruitful, actually, because the responses would be more and not accurate, but more honest, right? What else was I gonna?
So if I may ask you a question, when you say the word more honest, more accurate,
more candid,
why would having somebody there across from you give you a more accurate, more candid response?
I'm not sure the Commissioner Castro is making that comment. I'm not sure.
I'm not an expert in this. I just want to understand it.
So I know we used to do in person.
Let me just give you a response. So if I have one of my employees come up to me and who's leaving for one reason or another, and they do an exit interview. So if you're doing an exit interview, and I would prefer not to sit down with somebody from staff. I would prefer to sit down by myself and fill out the exit interview, submit it through the proper channels, through the portal or through whatever, where I get a read receipt that says your documents were submitted to the following individual or the following department, and I won't feel the pressure of having you looking over my shoulder and telling me or leading the witness in one form or another. That's just my opinion. But I want to know, as a non-professional in this industry, what's the standard when people are leaving a job? Is it done the way that I do it? The way that I do it in my office is somebody's leaving, they fill out, they finalize everything that's pending. You have your 401k, right. You have your health insurance. If you're going to be moving on, and you have a family, we cover it for a certain period. We give you a severance. We give you your yearly bonus. And then we talk about, okay, I'd like to know why you're leaving. Oh, I'm leaving because I'm moving to Massachusetts. I got a great job, or I want to go to MIT, or I want to go to California. I'm going to go wine for a living, whatever it is. No, I'm leaving because I'm not happy here. And that's happened before. Why aren't you happy? Well, I'm not happy because this is for one reason or another. We provide them with an actual document. That document gets submitted online, and it goes to our HR department. Obviously, we're not a large institution like with 1,000 employees like City of Gables, but we have an HR department, and that gets put into a system, and it gets saved. and then we can learn and refine our approach. I just want to understand, how do you see most institutions of this caliber doing an exit interview and filling out all the information?
I could answer that question.
Well, I want to have an answer from her.
So like everything, you can find studies and different ways of study. But I think in the last two years, things are shifting to more of an online presence, just because the surveys are easier to do. I think the biggest struggle we have just generally, whether it's in person or whether we obtain that information, which is crucial information. We want to obtain that information, right? We do want to know why employees are leaving, right? We want to make sure that we want to retain employees longer. We want to have engaged employees, so that information that we receive from separation surveys are critical. But I think the biggest obstacle we have in obtaining that is that these surveys, whether it's in person or via an email or an electronic survey, is because it's optional. It's very hard to. We probably get anywhere between 15 and 20% of surveys. And that is unfortunately the standard. If you look at studies, that is usually the amount of exit surveys or separation surveys that companies do receive.
Can I ask you another question? Again, because I didn't know that 15, 20%. Is there any way that, or have you ever seen an agency or an entity or a business tie some sort of final compensation or a release based on an exit interview or a review being finalized and submitted? Even if it's a name and that's it, and then the day and they submit it, but at least it's submitted.
No, we have not, and I think that's because we want to make sure for those employees that do submit a separation survey that they are submitting it, honestly, because they want to. So if you tie something to it, first, I'm not sure. We definitely cannot withhold their last paycheck, or that we definitely cannot do, right? But even if you would tie something to it, then I think it would be a little bit tainted, right? Because they're just filling it out because they're receiving whatever it is that
Maybe
they're
tying
receiving.
is the wrong word. But maybe something like, okay, look, you're going to receive your paycheck on this day, the last day. We'd like for you to come in and fill out this document in a quiet room, where you can just fill this out. And then you come in person, you pick up your document, you submit your uniform, your badge, whatever that may be. And then you say, look, here, fill this document out and just sit in a room. Even if you just want to put your name on it and the date, it's fine. But at least we gave you the option, and we asked you, as you submitted your final paperwork, you were given one last attempt to fill this document.
We can certainly explore different ways of doing it. Like I said, this COVID sort of switched everything and shifted everything, and everything became more online and automated. And that's when the city switched to, automated separation surveys. But we'll definitely look into how we can obtain more information, have more of our separating employees participate in those separation surveys, and how they can be more.
My last question: Do we have a list? Do we have a list of cities and how those cities have an exit interview or separation agreement? How do they do it?
I do not have that, but I can certainly get that information.
Just wondering. I just wanted if you had the information.
Exit interviews are typically done in person, and it's to facilitate organic discussions and candid answers. And usually, human resources stresses to the employee that is leaving how confidential it is. I don't think is that being done.
Again, public records would be an issue, right? So any notes that we take, anything, we have to tell the employee that it is a public record. So unfortunately, because of where we have, it is not confidential. Once notes are taken, or an employee survey is done, or when we used to meet with them and we used to provide them the actual survey before, they used to actually write it. It was a written survey. We save it, but if there's ever a public records request for it, it would have to be disclosed.
So you see where this is going, where they're writing down what is happening, and they're going to be scared. And then we go back to the whistleblower policy as well.
But they're leaving.
They're leaving. So.
They're leaving. So, Mayor, if I may just follow up on a couple things. In addition to police, we have vacancy issues in other departments, correct? I spoke to Director Diaz.
I know we've had, I think we have a couple mechanic vacancies in the Public Works Department, but we have.
Can you give us a brief rundown just in Public Works, the types of vacancies we have and the impact on city services?
So right now we have, I think, 26 vacancies. My department, that includes part-time and full-time. I think my department has about 220-ish. I think in total, that's right about the number. So it's somewhere in the 10 to 11% range. Out of those 26 vacancies, 16 are Teamsters potential, and then there's 4 part-timers that will be Teamsters if they were full-time positions. So that makes it about 20. We've recently had some success in hiring some mechanics, but we still have 2 positions available that have been really hard to hire. There's also a supervisor that's recently retired. Right-away jobs, we do tend to have a lot of, what's the one I'm looking for?
We have solid
They come and
waste.
go, especially for some of the night shifts.
Yeah, we have the solid waste, we have
Solid waste, we have some folks who also, tend to go to, some other jobs, other places. Recently lost a plumber, which apparently got paid a significant higher amount of money at the county. So we do have turnover and some positions, especially mechanics, and some others. They are difficult to hire.
So, Manager, I did bring up to you the Teamsters contract, that we need to get moving forward on that. Are we moving forward?
We have negotiations scheduled for Tuesday, and we've actually scheduled anywhere, I think, between 7 for the next month of June, July, and August. I think we have like 3 negotiation dates scheduled each month. We wanted to schedule them. It's easier to cancel than to schedule, especially in the summer months, because it gets complicated with everyone's schedules. But they're on our calendar. I believe there's like 7 dates already on. And our first date is on Tuesday.
Yeah,
If it's not Tuesday, it's definitely next week. It's a day next week.
Yeah, and that contract, to my understanding, is up in September.
Expires at the end of this fiscal year, September 30th of this fiscal year.
Okay, so, yeah, I know we have challenges because you have a lot of competition from the private industry on mechanics, plumbers, electricians, landscape.
We're
I know
fully
down.
staffed on electricians right now, but to hire the one that we had, it took, I will say maybe a year. So there's certain positions obviously that are higher to find, and others now we're gonna be short a plumber. We'll see if.
But Madam Vice Mayor, this
take
goes
us
up
to
and
get
down.
one.
This goes up and down.
Yeah,
Okay?
no.
And
I
the city,
understand.
I promise you, in the next year, you're gonna see a complete difference. In our industry right now, people are letting go. People are laying off people. People are laying off people. So I'm telling you, it's a different market than it was a year ago, 2 years ago. It's already happening across the board. So they're more competitive with salaries, more competitive now in reference to employees. So you're seeing a little bit of a difference, a little bit more of a more hungry work environment. You're seeing there's
some
options.
good news around the corner.
Coming back around to the exit interviews, I remember we had a conversation probably 3 or 4 months ago when there was an employee who was leaving and they thought that they had to have an in-person interview, and it may be because of the changes of COVID. Is there a way to present an option where they can do an in-person in addition to?
Absolutely. The email that we send them provides that information. So
Because
that
for some reason, this person, even though they got the email, they didn't know that that was an option. So I don't know if maybe there's a call from your team that can be set up to an employee that's leaving just to go over the process with them. I don't know if that's already done, and go over the options that they have of an exit interview. That may just simplify the process.
I think we have to be careful when we say exit interview too, right? Because exit interview is not only to obtain information, right? So it's a separation process. There's a lot of information. And to be honest, the employees are mostly concerned with their retirement issues, when they're going to receive their last paycheck, the COBRA, transfers 401, 457. So I would say the majority of the conversation and the paperwork and the correspondence that goes, or the phone calls that happen between HR and that employee are on those issues, right? Obviously, then we do add the separation survey because we want to know why they're leaving as well. But we're very clear in the email, and it does say, if you want to schedule a Zoom phone call, please let us know. We can certainly have these conversations if they don't want to do it via email.
Right, this employee didn't, actually, this employee thought that they were leaving and they were actually, leaving the city and they were leaving on vacation. They were concerned that they would have to cancel their vacation because they hadn't had their exit interview. So, just a simple call from your team might simplify that for us.
Will do.
Raquel, anything else for the good of the order?
Yeah. I just wanted some clarification in as far as what you were saying, that it was a public record, right? Usually in other organizations, they omit personal information as far as something that can identify the employee, right? And the only thing that really has to, in another organization, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, right? The only thing you really need to report is criminal behavior, sexual harassment, incidents of discrimination, or other legal issues. Is that not how we do things?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Is that a public record? I mean, if we do exit interviews, their name doesn't have to be on the interview that we're doing. Their personal information could be omitted. Is that correct?
You're saying if we don't ask for their name on the exit interview document or
This
the
is-
exit
yeah.
survey?
This is for data. This is for us. This is to improve our system, right? Their name doesn't have to be
On the
on
document.
the document.
But then how do you know in the future
Who turned
when
it
who
in?
turned that document in? Everything is a public record. Any document that gets submitted to the city is a public record. So, I mean, think about what you're saying. If you have 4 or 5 individuals that leave in a week and you don't save their names on a document or put their social security number or their work number, how are you going to know who was, how are you going to refer back to that document to be able to take proactive measures to be more effective? Do you like put a 1? Do you put like a secret code name or something?
The
I mean,
subject.
you have to put the person's name on it and the date and
We definitely would need data, right? Because if we're going to use that data to improve and for employee engagement, we want to know, we want to see if there's issues in a specific department in a specific area, right?
Yeah,
So
but
we
the
need to
name-
know that area. And remember, these employees are leaving. At the end of the day, I don't necessarily think they care whether their name is on it.
The name of the employee is not the important, it's the information that they have given.
I agree. And so in our survey, you do not have to put the employee. We do ask for the employee name. They don't have to put the name. It's not a required field. They can just leave that blank. I mean, we do ask not only for we do ask for their name, we do ask for their job classification in the department they work for. Because again, if all of a sudden we have 5 people leave from Public Works with the same issue, there's an issue that we need to address and that we need to go in and, and fix it. So we do ask for that information. That information is a public record, though. If someone makes that public records request, we do have to disclose it. The same thing if I sit down with you and I write down what you're telling me, I'm going to use that data, that information I'm going to use.
That's
That's a
perfectly
public
fine, but you
record.
don't have to write down my name.
I do not.
Exactly.
But let me ask you a question since we're talking about that. I mean, you're going to get that data and you're going to give that data to an employee to use that data.
No.
There has to, no, you
Human
have to.
resources.
No.
Human resources is the person who uses, is
No,
the
but you
department
use-
that uses that data.
But other people, you use that data across the board. Like when human resources compiles data, then that data is used to make changes in the system across the board.
Correct.
So you got to know that the data that you have is actual data, that it's real data, that it's not somebody who submitted 10 documents and says, look, everything is great, everything is great, everything is great. You've got to use it.
Yeah, but you don't.
I mean,
trace it back to-
listen, I'm making Tom Wells laugh. Look at him, he's having such a good time. So my point is that, it's guys, it's data at the end of the day, but it's a public record. If we need to work on the exit interviews and you have great ideas for the exit interviews, let's apply those great ideas, sit down with staff, through the manager, and do something productive. I think that
I welcome those, especially we can
Always, you
definitely
always
sit
do.
down. I mean,
You
it's
always
kind
do.
of awkward doing them here. I really appreciate it. If we want, I can certainly sit down with you, and I value your opinion and any recommendations you can give. I certainly, we have processes, and processes can obviously be improved, and I welcome any suggestions, any improvements that we can make.
Do we have a wellness and mental health department in our
We do.
HR? Okay.
We do, and we have wellness activities that we handle. That we have a very robust wellness event that happens.
send that out. You send that out emails all the time in regards to nutrition, wellness.
We have
It's in
Calm,
our
we have-
inbox.
We have a whole bunch
constantly.
of free apps. We have Calm. We have
We have
Vitality.
counseling. We have counseling.
We have
within-
EAP.
Okay.
We have all of that. Yes, we do have that, and usually you'll see emails go out on a monthly basis as to all the.
Will you do me a favor through the manager, please? Just so that will you send her just copies of all the emails that you have sent out in the last 3 or 4 months that deal with psychology, that deal with nutrition, that deal with workout regimen, that deal with Calm, that deal with all the things, all the offers that are given to employees just to elevate their quality of life and to engage with them. I think that was something that monitored like health and sleep and all kinds of things. I forget now, but I apologize.
Well, we had Go 365, which was the
360.
app, and now we switched to Vitality because they no longer, which is a similar app. We offer Calm free to our employees, which is actually like the #1 meditation app, and it has a whole bunch of other good programs. We have EAP. We have monthly seminars, webinars.
Yeah. So I mean, I think there's an opportunity if you could send those to.
We did the
through
corporate
through the-
run. We do
through the
a lot
manager.
of activities. Bring Your Child to Work Day. Those are just the recent ones.
Okay. Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you Raquel, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Moving on to F8. I think we skipped that one.
Is Jennifer here? No,
Would you like to?
she's right there.
I didn't see her. I was going to say if you
Just
wanted
walked
to.
in.
I was going to see if you wanted to go to F10. That's all I was going to say.
Good evening.
Thank you, Jennifer.
So as you know, we don't send out mail notices, F8, right? Yeah. As you know, we don't send out mail notices for Board of Architects meetings, right? So in discussions with the commissioner, we're thinking about maybe requiring it for whenever application is requesting Mediterranean bonus, since the board is actually granting additional height, additional FAR, and at times additional density. And so we brought it before you to discuss and see any thoughts or comments.
So the BOA grants additional height or just dealing with just design?
As far as the med bonus, yes.
But but that gets ratified on the commission floor
No, the board's actually the one that's granting that med bonus.
based on the design that they believe that they're meeting, whether it's Med 1 or Med 2.
Exactly.
So when something's not by right, I think it would be appropriate that we did provide notice to the neighbors.
So I'm going to, in February, Commissioner Menendez and I sponsored a notice requirement. I have a copy and I can have it, sent to you all again. It's ordinance number 2024-06. And this was about the time that we had, gotten the first introduction, if you want to call it, to the Mediterranean design bonus. And I had mentioned that the Board of Architects wanted some kind of notice to go out. So this hits it at an even earlier point in time. And the additional language provided, an additional public information meeting shall be required prior to the Board of Architects' preliminary review for proposed buildings and structures on building sites of 20,000 square feet or more. The other additional language in here says that the notice shall provide the website and QR code for residents to sign up for all future required notices to the property. So this was in response to the Board of Architects' request, as we discussed, to have individuals informed of these projects at a very, very early stage. You have the neighborhood meetings that happen before the conceptual design, and we can get folks information from that point forward. We have projects like Alan Morris's project that would serve as a very good example of that. Before it ever reached the Board of Architects, and they had the very first informational meeting, people could just sign up to get the rest of the notices. They could stay on board for that instead of having to rely upon an envelope that goes in the mailbox that maybe your husband doesn't give you. I've had that problem, for a project down the street from me. And that way I could have the emails coming to my inbox as opposed to any other way. So we will have the Mediterranean design bonus coming, or I should say the Mediterranean design code. It's not necessarily tied to bonuses per se. Coming back to us, I hope, sometime this summer. Planning and Zoning is working on it right now. This is something perhaps you can mention to Planning and Zoning and get them to weigh in at the same time they're discussing the various levels and design improvements that we had placed into that proposed code. And I'd like to hear their recommendation and bring to them this one as well, because there's a point where we've already covered it. We're beating the dead horse even more. So this is 2024-06. We just passed it in February. And I think it provides some pretty early and robust notice for the exact same purpose.
Is it happening?
Yes, so that legislation is for the additional meeting to happen before it goes to Board of Architects. But only if it's required to have a neighborhood meeting. I think the intent of this is to capture both the Coral Gables by right and not by right requiring commission approval projects.
There's two parts to this one, to the one I was proposing. This is just a discussion. I will be bringing it back next, well, is it next commission meeting? Would it give us enough time?
I think you wanted it to go to planning and zoning first,
Yes.
right? And is this one on, Jennifer, forgive me, is this one on
Right,
in
and
June?
next week we'll discuss it with the Board of Architects as well to get their input.
But will this go June to planning and zoning, or it will have to go in July to planning and zoning?
Probably July.
July.
Is the Planning and Zoning Board going to be covering the Mediterranean design issue at the same time?
In June.
In
It's scheduled
June.
for June.
In June, so.
But we can try and have a discussion with them at that time. Seems
Yeah,
reasonable.
I think it bears being mentioned to them so that they can consider it in conjunction with the language that they're looking at right now.
Yeah.
And remind them that this is in place for the project's 20,000 square feet and larger, and have them weigh in on whether the 10,000 and below should also require that type of notice as well,
Well, any med bonus request.
or med design, because we require med design in some areas
Yes.
without a bonus.
Correct, yes.
So that's my suggestion, that these be paired together.
Yeah, this really came about with a big complaint that I got from a resident in a condo that a 9-story building was going up. You know the story, Jennifer.
Yes.
And it was by right, but then they applied for med bonus, so there was no notification to any of the neighbors. And this is a building that's almost 9 floors. So I think it's pretty significant that if a building of 9 floors is going, 60 feet from you, you should get notified, even though if it's by right. So under the 20,000,
Just a question, because you're talking about mailed notice. Are you looking to also apply the door hangers to this?
we haven't spoken about that. I mean,
Because if you're gonna send it to planning and zoning and BOA for consideration, if you're considering having that, have them consider both
Would
at
you-
the same time.
I mean, if this is something that the commission would have some appetite for, I'd be more than open to it.
No, I have an appetite for it.
The door hangers.
Well,
I have an appetite right now, period.
So currently,
I tried to do something like this 2 years ago, and there was legal concerns expressed on the by right stuff. So we'll have to navigate this. Let's let it go to planning and zoning. Let's have staff weigh in on it. The Aloft Hotel is the prime
I was waiting for you to
example
bring that up.
that I would bring up that should have had notice, because if we would have had input, we could have done a better job. We wouldn't have the building smashed up against Lejeune Road with minimal amount of space to walk. And we might not have a restaurant space facing where the exhaust fumes are from trucks idling and it might actually get used. So, I'm all in favor of it, but instead of piecemeal, I'd like planning and zoning to consider this at the same time, since it's the same issue.
Perfect. Okay. We're ready to move on? Thank you very much, Jim. Ready to move on?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
A member of the public requesting to speak, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
You lost track.
F8.
It's a problem.
He did call me Mrs. Cruz, by the way.
Problem is, we can only do one thing at a time, right?
Oh, listen, there comes a point where you can chew gum but not do other stuff. Okay, Maria Cruz, Mrs. Maria Cruz, by the way, today is my husband's birthday. I think, having gone to Board of Architects many times and listening to people, I think this is a wise move. Because most of us, when we get to planning and zoning, Board of Architects, we hear the as of right so many times that sometimes we really question whether it is a fact or not. I think we have made it clear, the Vice Mayor has been very clear on what Mediterranean bonus should be. And if you drive around the city, you'll find many buildings that have been granted Mediterranean bonuses that look nothing like they're supposed to. So I think this is good, and I thought your idea was very good. Since you're going to do it for some stuff, do it the same way. And that way there's no confusion. If you do it, if you establish this is the way we're going to let the people know, using the door hangers, then everybody knows that they should expect the door hanger instead of doing it different ways. Then, did I get the letter? Did I not get the letter? I thought it was going to be a door hanger. Well, yes.
Do both.
I agree.
Mistakes happen.
That's fine. But I do think that the door hanger is a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay?
Is there any legal limitations to that?
Well, it's just an additional requirement that you're imposing, as always. The more you add requirements to certain requests or certain approval processes, there's obviously, there's a spectrum of potential risk.
And the reason I'm asking is because when you're putting a door hanger on a property, a development that is by right, who's covering the cost for that? That would be, you get what I'm saying or no?
What's the question?
For the properties that are below 20,000 feet and maybe they're already constructing by right, it doesn't have to go through the commission. Who would be providing a door hanger for that?
So currently, under the ordinance that was considered today, there wouldn't be a door hanger requirement for those.
Correct, yeah, the way we're discussing it. I think before we're discussing, staff would be kind of in charge of mailing the notices for the actual meeting. At that point, then we're going to have to add on even more to the med bonus fee schedule to accommodate that extra fee for.
Right, but I think she's asking about door hangers. So the proposal, the ordinance that was considered on first reading today was door hangers for the public information meeting only, not for anything else.
Right.
So what you were discussing was mailed notice for Board of Architects, not door
but
hanger.
Commissioner Fernandez mentioned, well, if we're already mailing notices, we should also consider door hangers for this one. Is that a possibility? Is that something we can mention to the Planning and Zoning Board?
Yeah, we could discuss it.
Yeah, of course. I just think that they're concerned about, having the door hangers remaining at the properties would probably be compounded if the more you're doing it for different meetings and so forth.
Use the A-loft as an example. May make it
By the way,
clear.
how sustainable are these door hangers, by the way? Because we worry about the environment and printing and costs and stuff like that. But I mean, again, the developer's going to pay for it, so let them pay for it. But
Recycled paper.
How sustainable is it? How sustainable is it, though? Jennifer, tell me.
Printing any paper is not the most sustainable way to get out information.
Interesting.
Yeah, but the alternative is we end up with projects that are bad or could have been better.
Listen, I'm not denying that. I supported you on that. I supported you on that issue. But I think there's a lot of other ways that we could. I'm not saying I'm not supporting this. I'm supporting this, but there's a lot of ways that we could do things with with technology.
Right, and we are actively working with the clerk's office.
But it doesn't necessarily work for everybody.
Exactly. It hasn't. That's been the problem.
We can we can always add recycled paper requirement. Huh?
What I would love to do is I would love to be able to monitor if there's an uptick in response. But then again, some projects garner more attention than others due to the size, due to the scope, due to the location. Some areas are more united. Certain areas are.
There could be a way to do it. We have a sign-in sheet in every single meeting. We can have a box. Where did you hear about this meeting? And we can put letter, email, and that'll give us data on how they're seeing it.
So what I was saying was, if you could come back when you address the commissioner's items, whenever we come back with some ideas of how we could track and get an idea of what's working best. I know that the best approach is obviously you having multiple strategies. If it's, our program like today, when you're advertising something, whether it's on the website, whether it's e-news, whether it's an email, whether it's a door hanger, whatever it is, I want to get an idea. I like data. I like to understand what's actually working towards somebody's personal fancy what are the appeals to a certain demographic of individuals, and then we can break it down.
And I think that's
And then we
exactly
can
it.
break that down and say, listen, there's an older demographic or a younger demographic, or, let's see how this works the best. Because then we can potentially, not say remove something, but focus in a lot more on trying to drive, interest. We just got to maybe use that type of technology or that type of print media and see how it can work out. Just an ask. All right, moving on to F10.
F10 is a resolution of the City Commission establishing a historic building maintenance and restoration capital project to be funded with an annual minimum amount of $50,000.
$50,000 really is not going to do much, but this is planting the seed to hopefully being able to contribute more. And the way that this was drafted is so that it's minimum $50,000, and then we can go ahead and add a little more. But this is for maintenance of our historic buildings, the entrances. I think that as it is right now, when like the water tower, I don't know how many $1 million is it that the water tower needs to be repaired. If we would have continued maintenance to these historic sites, entrances, pool, then we wouldn't be stuck in the predicament that we are now. So hopefully this would just be the start to a maintenance program for our beautiful things we have in the city.
No, Mayor. We actually do spend more on that. Having it designated as a separate fund is not a bad idea, but we are, because I did ask, we spent about $250,000 on maintenance. Just taking strangler figs out of some of the landmarks and stuff. I mean, it is a continual process. So I have no objection to this. It just, the reality is it costs more than $50,000.
Yeah, $50,000 is just planting a seed.
But not a strangler fig.
I knew you were going to say that.
It's the hour.
I'll be happy to second.
I'll move it.
You're supposed to do it the other way around.
I know.
Okay.
Trying to move this along.
Do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Okay. Do we have a motion and a second?
Yes.
Rock and roll.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to item F12.
F12 is a resolution of the City Commission establishing a Tree of the Year program.
Okay, so some of the folks that worked hard on this are in the Landscape Advisory Board. Another one of these committees that we have that have the same acronyms of others, LAB. And Ms. Carbonell came to us about a month ago with this idea, and the Landscape Advisory Board ran with it. And it's a contest, and we put it in a rush to get it on this agenda so that we could start right away with the summer flowering trees and the summer trees that look beautiful. We have, by the way, the Royal Ponciana Festival coming up. I think the first event starts in about a week. So our communications department will be putting that out. You want to talk about it? Because I know that you...
Just real quick, Dina Bell, Assistant Public Works Director in Green Space Management. So Landscape Beautification Advisory Board really wanted to do something really special for the centennial next year. So when this idea came from Corellia and through the Vice Mayor's office, they loved it. So they want to sponsor it, and it'll be a sort of interactive program where we advertise on, PR and marketing for residents to contribute their vote for their favorite tree in Coral Gables. The tree will be seen from the street, from the public right-of-way. The tree can be in any public swale, park, or front yard of any residence. And we'll figure out with PR and marketing how they can submit their vote online. And then we'll close the voting period
March of next year, and then the Landscape Beautification Advisory Board members will vote on the winning tree, and they'll announce it at the Arbor Day celebration next year for the centennial. And they'll decide what kind of award maybe or recognition to give the winning tree.
What are the qualifications to earn that? Like, is it beauty, historic significance? Or?
I think this is very subjective, and for the centennial year, I think the idea was just bringing awareness to the variety of beautiful trees in Coral Gables. So the board did not want to restrict the criteria. They want to hear from the public what their favorite tree is. And I think the only requirement is they'll submit a photo and a location, address or landmark, and maybe put a sentence or two together of why they voted for that tree.
This may surprise you. I actually have a favorite tree. It's the tree at the corner of Riviera and University Drive at the corner of the parking lot of the youth center, the big one.
Right.
Because it has carvings. Sally Loves Bobby from 1950s, 60s, and 70s. Generational. You have to go up a little bit. Kids used to go up there and sit and hang out. But you see people who are probably grandparents now with their names going back decades.
No, it's true.
It's really...
It's just supposed to be fun.
Yeah, no, I think it's a wonderful idea. I love it.
Is it just going to be one tree, or are we going to do categories? Like flowering tree? I'm just saying.
Favorite tree
Okay,
and why.
all right.
It
But
could
your favorite
get
tree
really
and
creative
why.
with your criteria.
Just keep
I'll be happy to second.
Okay, I'll
Just-
move it.
Keep strangler figs away. That's all I say.
No invasive trees, guys.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I have a member of the public requesting to speak on this. Is Ms. Carelia Carbonell?
Thank you for joining us, Corellia.
Hi there, everyone. Boy, what a long meeting. I was there this morning. It seems like, a week ago. I did want to thank the vice mayor for running with the idea, and also for Dina loving the idea. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun, especially as we launch our centennial in January. I think it'll really grow on people, pun intended. But I think it's, I believe it's a national program, and through Tree USA. And so I think the city is, I think it's the right moment. And I just heard Commissioner Menendez have a favorite tree, and I think that's really awesome. And I think most of us do have favorite trees. So anyway, I'm looking forward to this. And like I think someone said, it's going to be a fun, especially that, we know how we love our trees here in the city. So thank you, everyone, for approving this. And I think it's going to be a wonderful addition. Thank you.
Thank you, Carelia.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you, Dina. Moving on to item I1.
Mayor, I'm going to ask the Deputy City Attorney to give you a brief update as to where we are in the Charter Review Committee. I also would like to thank Stephanie for all her hard work that she's done in getting the committee going and setting up the town halls and making sure that we're making good progress.
Thank you, Christina. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Just wanted to give you a brief update. First, I just wanted to thank the members of our Charter Review Committee, former Mayor Sleznick, Ms. Betancourt, Ms. Moskovitz, Mr. Pardo, and Mr. Wells, who's here, and I'm sure will want to pop up in a second since he's waited so patiently. So we provided you all with a memorandum summarizing what we've done so far. We have had one initial meeting and 2 town halls. We also provided a list of sort of broad strokes of topics that were raised during those town halls. There may have been some particular proposals made or discussed, but we made a sort of a general list for you all pursuant to the resolution that put together this Charter Review Committee. We are to provide you with an update today, and the next step is to have a joint meeting between the Charter Review Committee and you all as the City Commission. I wanted to, if you'll indulge me for just a second, to put up, if you could, Billy, we did create a website It's under the city attorney's page, charter. If you just type in Coral Gables Charter Review, it comes up on Google, or charter on the city page. We have a brief overview of a presentation we've made at both town halls about what the city charter is, what it contains, what a charter is generally. We have all the transcripts from the 2015 meetings, all the meeting videos from the ones that we held in December and the town halls this year, a link to the charter itself, the resolution that set it forth. We also now have a suggestion box for amendments to the charter. Name and email are optional, but if we will be collecting input provided and providing that to the Charter Review Committee members as we move forward in this process. We've discussed initially, getting direction from you all as a whole, and then we'll proceed through the charter section by section with any direction you may give the Charter Review Committee. So thank you again to the members. The meetings were fairly well attended, I think. We've also received email feedback that we've passed along to the Charter Review Committee as well. So thank you to the city clerk, and we will work on scheduling that joint meeting. And I don't know if Mr. Wells wanted to say anything, but he is one of the members of our Charter Review Committee. So thank you all.
All I have to say is I'm on the team. That's why I'm here. Thanks.
Thank you.
So I did have a couple questions. I mean, the memo itself, I didn't see it on the website, and it's not linked to the agenda.
So we can certainly put it on the agenda. Apologies for that, but the list itself is on there. It was on the PowerPoint presentation given at the last town hall, and there were a few additions since then, but we can make sure that the memorandum is uploaded, of course.
Yeah, and the memo just goes by topic. It doesn't really...
Yes, and so the town hall meetings were sort of to solicit general ideas from the public. We didn't have, I think, even members of the public were not necessarily familiar with what was in the charter itself before they came. Some members were and had very specific proposals. Some people had sort of general ideas, some of which may or may not be appropriate for inclusion in the charter. So there's sort of broad strokes. To the extent that we received specific written proposals, those were also provided to the Charter Review Committee and can be linked on the website as well if they're not already, the packet.
Yeah, so that's some of the requests that I've seen, is that they wanted more of a comprehensive memo detailing not just the topic heading, but, maybe some bullet points on those suggestions.
Sure, we can do that. The discussion of the town hall was very informal, and I don't know that there were sort of specific, it wasn't like, I think we should change this may to a shall and 25 to 35. It was, we should have to have increased transparency in the charter.
Right.
So some topics are easy to distill, some are not.
And as we go through, once the Charter Review Committee actually starts doing its work and we start having the meetings where they're digging into the charter, we will be going, as Stephanie mentioned, section by section. And that's when we can have really robust discussions and specific proposals considered and fleshed out. And so we can work on potential language or changes and tweaks and really get focused on the details during those meetings, where at this point it's more like exploratory and just input gathering.
And there will be public comment at each meeting of the Charter Review Committee, and any member of the public can check on the website and see when the next meetings will be. We'll post the agendas for what will be considered at each Charter Review Committee meeting. So if you have very strong feelings about qualifications or term limits or whatever section of the charter, you can come and make specific proposals at that meeting. We had a mixed bag of sort of specific suggestions about, like I said, qualifications or just sort of general statements, like we need to look at
leases,
condominiums or leases, yes. And so we didn't feel like we had the ability to distill that into a specific proposal because the proposals were not very specific, if that makes sense. We didn't want to interpret somebody's suggestion for them.
All right.
Good. Okay.
I guess we'll be working through the clerk to schedule the next meeting.
Yes, and so we'll ask the clerk to work with the Charter Review Committee and you all to schedule that joint meeting so that you can, in reviewing the videos, the broad strokes, again, Vice Mayor, those specific suggestions that may have been made are all in those videos, and to the extent that there were written ones, we'll make sure those are uploaded on the website as well. And it's the next meeting, according to the resolution, is for you all to give direction to the Charter Review Committee if you have any specific areas you would like them to look at. So that's the next step.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, we have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item, Mr. Rip Holmes.
Thank you.
Is he here or is he on Zoom?
He's supposed to be here in person.
Okay. Let's give him a few seconds. Well, why don't we do this? We have 15 minutes till 7. We have item H5. Take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back and finish the meeting off with H5.
All right.
course, my friend. Of course, my friend. Mr. Clerk, you ready? Perfect. All right. Let's resume H5. Madam Finance Director.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Holmes wanted to make a comment at the last item.
Go ahead.
You're very gracious with
I'm here to serve you.
the public. Let me turn my phone off here. I'm sorry. You're gracious with having promoted the public comments and with allowing people even to speak out of turn. It wasn't my intention. I was charging my phone. So with respect to the last item about the charter amendments, I know I've already said it, but I'm desperate, right? Because I just don't want to fail to stress that if we're going to go forward, which God willing we will, to please try to include the Inspector General thing. And again, the reason being that I think we've lost the ethics department. Mr. DeSantis basically said they can't do their job or that they used to, so we need an Inspector General. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. All right. Madam Director, thank you.
So again, Diana Gomez, Finance Director. So I was asked to try to come up with different percentages, reductions, and what would it affect. And so been able to do a little something. Again, I'm going to give you rounded numbers because it's not an exact or whatever. So obviously, one of the options would be to not increase the rates and leave them where they're at. We would have to then cover an additional subsidy of $380,000, roughly. A 5% reduction to the current rates, so the rates that are currently now in effect, which the early payment rate currently is $804, the full rate is $938. So that's the current rates. A 5% reduction would take the early payment to $764 and the full rate to $891. So a $40 and a $47 reduction respectively. And that would generate a loss or an additional subsidy of about $860,000 on top of the $4.4 million that we're currently funding with general funds. A 10% reduction would take the early rate to $724 and the regular rate to $844, and which would be about an $80 reduction and then a $94 reduction. That would be an additional $1.3 million loss for no other better way of saying it. A 20% reduction would take the early rate to $643, the full rate to $750. So a reduction of $160 for early payers and $187 for regular payers. That would be a $2.3 million additional subsidy. 25% reduction would take the early rate to $603, the full rate to $703. So a $201 decrease and a $234 decrease, respectively, to $2.725 million. So I've done it all the way to 45% reduction. Do you want me to keep going on them? Okay, so a 30% reduction would take the early rate to 562 or 563, and the full rate to 657. So $241 versus $281 reductions, and that would be $3.2 million additional cost to the general fund. A reduction of 35% would take the early payment rate to $523, and the regular rate to $610. So the reduction would be $281.
Can you repeat the first one? I apologize.
Sorry. 35%.
Yep.
35% reduction. The early payment would go down to $523, and the regular payment would go down to $610. So it would be a $281 reduction for the early payers and $328 reduction for regular payers, and that would generate a $3.7 million additional loss. A 40% reduction would take the early payment to $482 and $563 for the regular pay. So $322 reduction, $375 reduction for regular pay. That would generate a $4.125 million additional loss, or again, for lack of a better word. And then a 45% reduction would go to the early payment of $442 and the regular payment of $516. So it would be a $362 reduction or a $422 reduction, but it would be a $4.6 million additional subsidy for the general fund. I think I was also asked to look at a flat rate for everyone with no early payment. So let's just say we did a flat rate of $550 for everyone. It would be $550 would be what would be charged, and it would generate about a $3.9 million shortfall or loss or additional subsidy.
How much, I'm sorry?
If we would do a flat rate and charge everybody on the tax bill, or I guess early, but not different rates, $550, it would cost an additional $3.9 million of a subsidy or loss or additional funding that the general fund would have to fund.
On top of the 4.4?
Yes. All of these numbers were on top of the 4.4 that currently exists.
That's almost $9 million.
Yep.
Wow.
So what is the will of the commission?
Where would we take those $9 million from?
So the 4.4 has already been contemplated. We already balanced our budget expecting that we have to subsidize that. So the additional $3.9 million would have to come out of available general fund or other special revenue fund dollars. So any available dollars in the budgeting process. So it just means let's just say for argument's sake, $4 million less for other recurring needs.
For capital.
It could be for capital, it could be for wages, it could be for operating expenditures, it could be for, anything that we use general fund or dollars for. No unrestricted dollars for. But they're recurring dollars, which means it's not like just one-time funds can be used to pay this down. It has to be recurring. We balance our budget with recurring revenues, cover recurring expenditures.
Yeah, I understand the intent of the commission 100%. I just feel like the burden is going to be so big on the city and so not significant for the resident. And I also feel that we're not being fiscally responsible with this amount of money. I would approve the increase of 38, probably remove the early payment option because we're not getting a discount from anywhere from getting that extra money, and we'll actually be covering a little more of the 4.4. And I would love Commissioner Menendez's idea to provide a grant to the 260 residents, maybe with 50% deduction of their.
So the last time we did the senior relief grant, there's about 260 individuals. That number may go up or down a little bit. Some people of that 260 may live in a condo, so they don't pay the solid waste fee, so they wouldn't get the reduction necessarily, if that's the way it's written. And so then they would, yes, and then we would you're saying to give a grant for whatever,
like
50%.
Like 450, what is it, 450 for something, right?
Right, so roughly then that would be, it would cost an additional about $115,000 maybe
And then removing the early payment would actually make us a little more money too.
Yes.
Because we're not really getting the deduction we're absorbing that deduction is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, we are. We are.
Mayor?
Of course.
The directive that, we've been charged with and this is the second year in a row, that our state representatives have pressed and urged and expressed disappointment that we haven't decreased our millage rate. This is a mechanism to do it in a less painful manner and in a manner in which it gives our budget staff ample time to work with the budget going forward rather than, addressing this on what our first budget meeting is in September when we start discussing the millage rate. I mean, there's months here of preparation. So looking up what the 65-year-old discount is on property taxes, the last amendment on that was in 2021, and at that point, the income requirement was under $20,000 per year. Yeah. That's a very extremely low threshold for folks that are struggling out there, especially considering the fact that, the cost of living just for food can easily eat up. I did some rough calculations on what average food costs are for folks. Is eating up about $5,000, $4,515.48 per person per year. Okay. Medical costs, $5,800 per year. You can easily blast through $20,000 in a heartbeat for just basic living expenses. We've been asked to give relief. This is a way we can give everyone relief, and especially those who need it the most. Expecting everybody to navigate this application process for seniors and seniors only, okay? Because not a lot of seniors need this. So you have families of 4 or families that are struggling to make ends meet on the food bills. We might be a rich city, but we also have folks that are forgotten and are having a difficult time and have been having a difficult time paying these ever escalating garbage fees. And this is a great way to address that population. So, my suggestion, the number that I felt was fair was $550. I still think that we can have that as the early payment option, and if people want to pay it in their tax bill, they can pay the higher rate. And we could discuss what that is, whether it's 100 over or 200 over the amount. So I'll have some thoughts on this. Thoughts?
I guess the question would be, 550 would be what percentage, and what would the correlating?
So 550 for everybody?
It's 3.9 million.
No,
Yeah.
550, and then what would
Early
the correlating
Oh,
late payment be?
So 550, so right, it falls right in between. So let's just say 562, right? And between 35% is 522, 30% is 562. So let's just say 562 as the early payment, and which is a 30% reduction, and then it would be 656, 657 for the regular payment. It would generate a $3.2 million additional loss or subsidy.
But I guess what the vice mayor is saying is rounding it off to 550. Where would that put us?
33% maybe. I didn't do the math on that. I did it in 5% increments. But so if my computer doesn't die, I can try to do that.
So you're roughly, let's see, $85 to $90 difference between one figure and the next.
I'm sorry? I don't, yeah.
I'm just 10 plus
7%.
80.
No, 6.
523 to 610.
So.
You're talking $87 difference between.
68. 68, 50, 68, 50. So.
563 to 657.
50. So, 68.
Or we could just pick one that you've already calculated.
Yes,
563 is close enough.
5 minus 1. So it would be sorry. Sorry. Give me one quick second. So it would be, I guess, a 32% reduction. Yeah,
Yeah,
32% reduction. We have 550 is the early payment, give us 642 as the later pay, as the regular payment. It would be a $3.3 million, $3.3 high million dollar shortfall.
If I may,
You may.
I think it's good that we have more than one option that we're looking at, thanks to your numbers. It's providing a lot of clarity. I'd like to follow up on what Commissioner Castro was talking about, mentioning the seniors, which we mentioned earlier. On that path, there's a way to expand the pool of residents. I did some research, and there are other exemptions that qualify in terms of what we're looking for people in need. So besides senior, there's permanent disability, veteran disability exemption, and exemption for if you're blind. If we added those, anybody who falls into any one of those categories, then the pool grows from the
Sure.
230.
I don't have the population though.
No,
I would have
I'm
to
not saying
request
that
it.
you do. I'm not asking you to
Right
find
now,
it
I don't
out.
know if it's 200 or 10, 500 or.
But it's more than what we have now,
It would
under
be,
the seniors.
yes.
And obviously, we always talk about our seniors, our veterans, always talking about folks with disabilities. And these are things that they had to provide the county with the doctors, verifying that they actually have a permanent disability. So I'm just saying along the discussion that Commissioner Castro brought up, in addition to seniors, if this is something we bring back for a conclusion at some point, next meeting, let's say, I would love to see, your team somebody could do the research, how many residents would qualify if we added those other categories?
You're saying senior, disabled, veterans, widow? Did I get them all?
No, seniors, blind, veteran disability, and then permanent disability. Those are several of the different exemptions that Florida provides property owners.
So I'm going to give you a little perspective. One of the number one things that causes bankruptcy, the number one things that causes homelessness are medical issues, less than a permanent disability. I'm dealing with some folks right now, homeless, and would never qualify under any of these exemptions.
Right.
What we're trying to do is we're trying to give relief to people that need it the most, not give them more hoops to jump through. We're also trying to be responsive to the requests of our legislators to give tax relief across the board. Okay? People with permanent disabilities are usually those in wheelchairs. That's a small microcosm of what we have in our community, and people, trying to put food on the table. This will put some money back in their pocket. It's, less harmful than doing a total budget than doing a complete millage rate reduction, and it's fair to everybody across the board.
But you mentioned people in need. I think earlier there was a discussion that I think anybody could benefit from savings of $100, but there are some folks that it's such a large net that dollars may be going to folks that really don't need the extra 100. And in this situation, if you're filing an exemption for senior, disability, blind, or veteran, that means you file the exemption because you need the exemption. And it's tangible, and you can quantify it, and it's already measured by the county and certified by the county. So we don't have to interview anybody because it's already a permanent record.
Right. how we did it with the senior.
Relief grant.
I got the date from the county to say, as of what date is that role that we need to do it by? And so we put into the resolution the name of the role that they called it, and it was as of that date, whoever had qualified for the senior exemption, they got that senior grant.
So would
Now,
you
I did
prefer?
receive phone calls from residents who needed it, but they didn't qualify under the county's parameters. They were just outside that number. So I see your point, but I also see Tallahassee has been clear with us, and so has the property appraiser. They would like to see some sort of relief provided. This is our way of providing relief without throwing everything out, because a millage rate cut right now is something that the city cannot afford to do. We cannot. If we cut the millage rate, we're going to have to remove money from the reserves. We're going to have to stop making extra payments for our pension, things that have been set in course over the last few years. So I think this is an opportunity that we have to provide the relief, and I'm willing to go on board on 30% if you're okay with that.
What's the number?
That was the 563, 657.
I want to, when you say in the past, people were talking about, I don't remember anybody on the commission before this commission talking about dipping into the reserves and dipping into and underfunding the pensions. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
Nobody said that.
Said in course, it was said before.
Oh, I said that the
about-
commission has worked on before, getting us to where we are today. I was giving you and the former commission
just wanna-
credit. No, total opposite.
No, yeah,
Total
totally.
opposite. I was saying that we've gotten to where we've gotten, let's not take
But we
steps
don't-
back.
But we don't need to take steps back.
No,
So
no.
we don't need to take steps. We can do
Correct.
both. We can do both. We can.
No, we can't. Not when it comes to the millage rate.
Listen to me. We can. There is ways to do it. We just have to, again, do things the right way. We have to be efficient. We have to finally address issues like a $4.4 million shortfall that we've been kicking the can down the curb for years and have never addressed. That across the board, we can lower the millage rate and we can also cut the garbage. Today we're starting with the garbage. So what would you like to do, Madam Vice Mayor?
I'm fine with the 30% at 563. I didn't mean to make.
Why don't we just leave it at 550?
Okay.
You want to make a motion?
So going up to 32%, you're saying?
Would you like to? Would you like to?
I'll make a motion.
For one second. Okay.
Clarification, please.
Yes.
So one, just want to make
But
sure
I have a motion on the floor. Give me
Okay.
one
Oh, I'm
second.
sorry.
If I can.
But discussion wasn't
No,
over,
it's-
debate
but no,
wasn't over.
we're gonna have further discussion. I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Well, we had an agreement at 30%.
You didn't. There's no agreement.
Well, no, the vice mayor and I.
Yeah, no,
So
let's-
But I requested that we can go to 550. I think we're perfectly fine at 550.
what's the difference between
Early.
30 and
Just give me-
32%?
Again, so the difference is that the 550 that I gave you was everybody pays 550, no early payment discount, just 550 for everybody. That would have a $3.9 million hit.
And that's where I think we should be at.
And the 30% reduction, where it's 563, because it's 562 with 80 cents, and 656 with 60 cents, that would be a $3.2 million hit to the budget.
Listen, if I may. We sat here 3 months ago, and we contemplated a $30 million COLA,
$30 million.
28 million and change COLA.
COLA?
Yeah, we did. We contemplated and we voted on a $28 million COLA that would have hit the city for 10 years, close to what, 4-point-something million a year?
Oh, I'm sorry, the retirement COLA. I'm sorry,
exactly-
I wasn't not in my head in
Okay,
retirement.
not a problem. Not a problem. I know it's late.
Yes.
I'm tired. We're all tired.
It's just,
Okay.
no, it's just that
It
it's
would have been-
totally
it would have
off.
been, and I'm going to ask you for a number because I'm probably wrong on the number. I remember it was about 28, 29, 30 million.
If you give me a second, I can pull it up.
And my understanding was that it was close to 4-point-something million a year would have cost the city for 10 years.
Something like that, I can pull it
So
up.
we had the discussion and we went deep in that discussion and we're willing to accept that for 10 years. And thank God that vote required a 4/5 vote. And it didn't happen because the voters in this city would have not gotten a penny. So now, Madam Vice Mayor, I'm in favor of 550 across the board. If you feel comfortable with that, you've been having this conversation. I think it's late. I think we've talked about this. We're at 7:30. I'd like to have your opinion on this is the first time I speak on the issue.
Yeah, no, 550 is where I started. My only concern is if we have to put it on the tax roll, there's a time value of money and encouraging people to pay earlier, helps, I think, the city out.
My question is, to the Vice Mayor's point, educate me. Does it help us? Does it help us pay it early? Yes or no?
I mean, it's a matter of 2 months. I don't know that I'm the effort that has to go into the billing and collection and the costs with sending out 11,000 bills and making sure it's properly, all that, so there's a cost benefit. I'm not saying we do it every year and I'm perfectly fine doing it.
Okay.
I'm just saying that if we're going to move towards a flat rate, we should just move to a flat rate and get rid of the early payment discount. We could give people the opportunity to pay it early and not get put on the tax bill, but the rate should be the same.
So if it's just put on the tax bill, waiting for the money, is it an issue?
That's what I'm saying. It's only 2 months. I mean, because we're going to get the majority of them in November, at the end of November, instead of end of August.
That's the point that's what I was trying to make.
I mean, it's not that much time.
Other than we wanted to mail a lot of goodies with the mail.
Well, right, that's another thing. We're going to be mailing.
But the postage costs money too.
Yes, it does. We already budget for those costs because every year I send out a solid waste bill. So there's no additional cost. That's already budgeted for. So we'd save that money in theory if we just put it on the tax bill. But if we put it on the tax bill, right, so let's technical, right? I love to get technical because there's always technicalities. If we put 550 on the tax bill, technically we're only going to get 522 because if people pay, they get a 4% discount. So
that's why I said flat.
And
flat
the
rate.
county charges me a 1 to 1.5% fee, administrative fee for putting it on the tax bill. So, but that amount that I told you that I would be the subsidy is already factoring that in. So we charge them 550. I know I'm only going to get 522 and so therefore that $3.9 million that I told you the deficit is factoring that in.
And to give the individuals that don't remember or were not aware, how much did we have in debt before we put it on the tax bill when I got here, when I was elected?
It was just under $4 million that people hadn't paid for years and years. And that's why we
had certain people that
chose.
hadn't paid for almost 2 decades their garbage fees. And when we put it on the tax roll,
It forced everybody to have to pay.
10% of people
Yeah.
complied.
Yeah, well, you have to with the tax sale.
But I mean, it was brief, quick.
Yeah, and
So-
we do that right now with the fire fee. It goes right on the tax bill.
Yep.
So
just if I could, so again, flat rate 550, we talked about it, would be a $3.9 million deficit. A $600 flat rate would be a $3.4 million deficit. A $700 flat rate would be a $2.3 million deficit. So just going to also want to throw away different numbers or whatever, throw out different numbers. A 750 flat rate would be a $1.8 million deficit.
So if I may, Madam Finance Director. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Here from the public?
Ms. Maria Cruz?
I did have a question, though.
We'll get into it now. We can be here all night if you want.
You can ask.
Doesn't want me to talk today.
I was trying to talk too.
Yeah. Takes 2 votes.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Several years we've been discussing what some people consider the unfairness that we have with solid waste, the landscape pickup, whatever it's called. When you have a set price for everyone, regardless of size, really, I don't like to use the word subsidy, but the poor people are subsidizing the other people because the people that have larger families, larger property, more trees, more grass, et cetera, use more than the people that don't. Okay, so even though I don't like the word subsidize, because subsidize for me means money from someplace else. When the money is from our taxes to alleviate us, it's not a subsidy. It's moving money from this to this. It's our money that you're choosing to use for something else. Nobody's subsidizing. Nobody's coming in from other city to give us money. It's our money that you're choosing to use differently. Okay. Now, so I say that given this, having a set price for everybody is really the same thing that we're doing now. The people that most need the break are not getting the break. For a person that lives in how many $1 million, because now we have people that live in more than $1 million, lots of $1 million, to save $300 a year is what? Not going to Burger King one day. You know, it's not a big deal. For a poor person, it's a lot of money. And this is what I'm saying to you. I know that it may be too late for this year, but you need to address the issue of charging based the same as the taxes, every other tax, based on the property that you own. That's it. It's a simple matter. You use more services than the people that live in a little house and have no grass to cut. Okay? That's one thing. The other thing is, when you're talking about the exemptions, you need to realize that there are some exemptions that are based on need and some that are not. Okay? Widow is no need. It doesn't make any difference. Senior citizen is based on need. So that's a good one, because when you are a senior and you apply for a senior, you have to show that you're under whatever amount of money it is.
20.
Huh?
Under 20.
120.
No, 20,000. That was my point. It's an extremely heavy burden.
No, because I looked at it and I think there's two senior exemptions. One is based on, one is based on need and one is not, I think. I think you're talking about
196.075, additional homestead exemption for persons 65 and older. Under paragraph A says you get an additional 50,000 in deduction if you've attained the age of 65 and whose household income, not just that person, does not exceed $20,000. It's a heavy burden.
I think that's,
Yeah.
I think that's
Okay, but
adjusted, though.
they're different things. Okay, so you need to consider that because, you know, that $20,000, who can live on $20,000? That's, okay? All right, so you need to consider that. And I'm sure that, you know, the handicap and the blind or whatever, that makes sense. That's not based on need. That means you qualify because you have a circumstance. Okay? So, once again, I think it's time. And the millage, the millage will not help the poor people. The millage, it's like salaries. When you're at the top of the line and you get 10%, you get much more money than the poor person that's at the bottom of the line. So if you own, and remember we're Beverly Hills now, we have lots of people with big price properties. When they get a millage reduction, they're going to save a lot of money. The person that has the house, that's what, we have some people that have homes for what, 300,000? Is that the lowest that we have in the city?
Lower.
300, 400,000.
No,
What do
lower
they
than that.
save? You see what I'm saying? So if you really want, if the mission is to help the needy, the millage wouldn't help them as much as they would help the other end that doesn't need the help.
So proportionally, the wealthier homes or the higher priced homes pay a greater proportion of the garbage fee. How is that true? Because they're filling the delta of what is not the,
If they, but they do not pay the higher proportion of garbage.
yes, they do. Yes, they do. Because if we have a $4 million hole to fill, and these are the homes it has to be taken from, the homes with the less value fill that bucket less than the homes that are worth more.
But you can have as many buckets as you want. For recycling and for garbage, you can have as many as you want. Trust me, I've seen people.
Let me explain it. So the difference, what we're not passing through as a garbage fee, and we're assuming in the general fund, is coming from the general fund, which those
Correct.
properties are paying a higher tax. So if we're moving these 3.9 million into the general fund, those larger properties, in essence, will be paying more for the garbage.
That's fine.
So let's do this.
That's fine.
You have anything else you'd like to add?
Well, I say that we need to move into and consider for the future the possibility of basing fees on prices.
Oh, we'll have to do deeper study to do that. Today, we don't have enough time.
Okay? No, I know. Not today.
Square
but for the future.
footage or number of bedrooms,
Yes.
or we can, but that's going to take some
Whatever.
time.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr. Clerk, do you have anyone else?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Castro.
I completely agree with Commissioner Menendez. I think we need to figure out how to increase the population of the people that are in need so that the people that aren't in so much of a need are receiving this relief. As I said when I started talking, I don't agree with the 550, and it breaks my heart to even say that, but I don't. I think we should still be providing relief in a grant form and to the 260, and I would love to increase the population to the people that are really in need.
Commissioner.
I have no comment.
Commissioner Fernandez.
I guess going back to the early payment versus the later payment, there really isn't that much of a later payment difference because it's taken out of the fees that Miami-Dade County is keeping.
So it's so the amount that they pay, so if we say that the later payment is $500 or whatever, $600, then yes, we're only going to receive at best, well, no, I mean, not at best. We always, 95% of it, because if people pay in November, they get the full 4%. Not everybody pays in November. Some people don't pay till May, and so we get the 100% of the amount that we charge. But there is a portion of it that gets discounted because they have that early payment discount. So yes, and it's very hard to factor that in. So, we don't necessarily, I use round numbers just so that we know generally where we're at. But it's at the end of the day, it's a budget, it's an estimate, it's how much we believe we're going to generate. But it depends, because for whatever reason, maybe everybody pays early this year, and then we're going to get much less revenue than we otherwise would have thought. That 72-28% split is based on historical. If for whatever reason, 100% of people want to pay early, the subsidy is going to be larger because everybody would pay that early payment rate, and the 28% wouldn't pay the full pay. But it has, over time, been consistent at that 72-28.
Right. And I think the argument could be made that the late payment is also more beneficial to the people who have less money because they may be allowing it to pass through to their mortgage because that's divided up into 12 months versus having to pay it all up front.
Sure.
I know there have been years where I myself have found it hard to make that early payment because you have to come up with the $800 at one time. I guess, question for you, would you consider a flat rate of $550 with a 4% fee that can be added to it if it is assessed to your taxes to cover that difference? I mean, credit card fees are charged all the time. This would be the equivalent of that. So it would be $550, but there would be a 4% charge to cover that difference.
It would be a 5% charge because They also charge 1.1%.
5%
Yeah.
charge. if-
So it would be a
if it goes through.
550 or a 577.50 if it put on the,
My request is simple. I'm ready to vote. It's 550 flat.
For everyone.
Early, no late, it's 550. That's it. Simple. I don't want to complicate it. It's real simple.
and so I just feel like I must state for the record again, $3.9 million
I understand.
additional hit to the budget.
I understand
In-
completely.
And what's
Sure.
the hit with what Commissioner Fernandez just said about the 5%?
Oh, I mean, so the difference would be, it'll be a little bit less. It would be, let's just argue, hold on. I'll tell you right now. Sorry. So if we charge the full 550 in theory, or get the full 550, it would be 3.625. So it's just a couple $100,000 different because that's the 4%, the potential of that 4%,
Last question.
or 5%, yes.
Was what Commissioner, I've lost track of all the options. At some point, the Vice Mayor and Commissioner Fernandez were sort of on the same page a little while ago.
Yeah, but I think the paperwork burden, et cetera, it's just not worth it. 550 is the motion right now across the board.
Without the 5% late fee.
Right, let's just make it simple,
So we have a motion.
right?
I'm willing to second that motion. We've had public comment. I think we're ready to take a vote unless anybody else has anything else they'd like to add.
Personally, I would like to push it to the next meeting. It's a lot of money to make a decision when we still can't even totally agree.
I would second that.
Well, we have a motion and a second on the floor first. So let's take it to a vote, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, just to be clear, previously I had Commissioner Fernandez as a seconder.
Right, but I get, well, yeah, I had seconded the
It was a
30%.
It was a different motion.
Right, we had a motion to second for that one.
You're the,
So she would have to.
you want to vote on that?
No, I just want to do the 550. It's, it's late. It's a few minutes of 8, right?
I'd rather defer.
So do you want to strike your motion?
Yeah, we'll strike.
And then we'll move on with the motion that we said before, 550 flat. And we have the Vice Mayor made the motion and I second it. Mr. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Fernandez,
I would prefer to defer.
I'm still torn on that late fee component.
I have a question. If this motion fails, can a new motion be made? Okay.
Yeah, of course. You can defer, you can do whatever you like. You'd like to defer, you're more than willing to do that.
I'm going to vote no because it's not truly 550 because it will be 522 in some cases.
Commissioner
Wait, hold
Menendez.
on, wait 1 second. Why would it?
Because if it's on the
I understand,
tax bill,
but it's on the tax bill, but at the end of the day, it's, the flat rate 550 is,
we only receive 522.
We will not receive the full
If it's
amount.
put on the tax bill and people take advantage of the 4% plus the county fee, we would only receive the equivalent of 522.50.
okay, perfect.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Commissioner Menendez.
I believe we're rushing into this. I would like it to come back so we can think clearly and take into consideration the administration's concerns and find a solution that I think is more balanced. So I vote no.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
No.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
I would make a motion.
If you just give me 1 second, I think that the Commissioner Menendez wanted to make a motion. He wanted to say something.
I'll allow Commissioner Fernandez.
So I'll make a motion at 550 with a 5% late fee.
So
So when
550.
it's assessed in your tax bill.
So 550 if it's paid early,
Correct.
and whatever I said.
So 550 plus 5%.
Plus
Right, so about
5%.
577.50
If it is-
placed on the tax bill, which then they would get
To ensure we get the
they would get a
full
4%
amount.
reduction if they paid in November.
Correct.
Again, still a
3.625 is what you
yes.
said.
No, we understand.
Yeah.
I would not be doing my job if I did not stress how detrimental this will be to the budget. And so forgive me, but I just want to make it very clear
appreciate it.
so we don't have these discussions
I have a
during the budget.
question for you. I
Yes.
know there's a motion. if you had more time, would you be able to, do you think we'd be able to find a way forward to lessen the hit to the city?
No, I don't, there's no additional this is taking revenues out of the original, already existing general fund. Lowering it to any capacity is going to be an additional hit. Could one, could a smaller, like not do an increase, leave it the same, and that's a $380,000 hit? Is that more palatable for the budget as a whole? Perhaps, right? Perhaps. But again, $3.9 million on top of a $4.4 million is a significant detriment to the budget. And I just, again, and I apologize, but I just want to make sure it's very clear.
May I ask you a question?
Yes.
And I ask you just because I want to kind of understand it in the context. You're very adamant about this, and we worked together for many, many years. How come you didn't take that same position when we were talking about over 4 million change in regards to the COLA? You opposed it, but you
I did.
weren't.
My memo was very clear.
Hold on, your memo, but you weren't this public about it.
So I happened to not be here for that meeting. I was on a planned vacation at the time, so I was not physically here. I was out of the country for that meeting. But my memo was very clear that we should not do it. And I believe that was I think we came up with a possible solution because we hadn't fully allocated all of the extra payment at that time. And I chose to not allocate all of it and leave it there in case the commission had decided to pay, I think it was $1,000 or maybe up to $1,200 could have been absorbed. And so that was the direction I believe that the staff had talked about, but then that did not happen.
But we were talking about a 10-year window of almost $30 million.
Not what I was talking about. What I was talking about was a one-time flat payment. My recommendation per my memo was very clear. We should not make this payment. And I am always adamant when I have when I come to those meetings and letting this commission or any commission know that we should not do it.
So like Diana said, she wasn't here that day, but I was standing in for her. And I believe that I was extremely adamant about the impact that COLA would have. When we did discuss that item, we had found an option with one-time funds to give a one-time lump sum payment. And so that was something that was more palatable because it was one-time funds that we were able to identify. But the COLA that was being proposed was something that I believe, I can go back and listen to it, but I believe that I was extremely adamant about our concerns about that passing and what that would do to our unfunded liability.
So I think we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Menendez?
For the reason I mentioned earlier, concern based on the advice of the administration on the impact, I think we're rushing it. I vote no.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. All right. Anything else for the good of the order? Madam Vice Mayor?
Let's see, Royal Ponciana Festival is coming up. What else is coming up? I know there's more stuff coming up, but I got jury duty next week, so.
Okay. Commissioner?
Nothing.
Memorial Day.
Commissioner Menendez?
I do. Do I have my photos up?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Well, since we are family people, I just want to congratulate my daughter Lydia for graduating from college 10 days ago. It's beautiful to see your kids grow up and do good. So I'm a proud dad.
You have many reasons to be proud.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Just wanted to thank our community recreation team, our public works team, everybody who was out at the Literacy Festival this past weekend. It was very hot, but there were a lot of smiling faces, a lot of people who were happy, and I think it was a great event to showcase our community. So thank you to our team for coming out. And we have our Memorial Day celebration at the Youth Center, and that will be, I forgot the time, but it is on the city's website, and it'll be in the e-news this week.
Two quick things. Again, I welcome everybody to the Memorial Day event. It's going to be a wonderful event as always in celebration. of our great country and remembering those who pay the ultimate price. I'm also inviting you to please join me if you'd like for the Miami Community Newspapers Coffee and Pastelitos event on Wednesday, May the 29th, 2024 at 7:30 a.m. Casa Cuba. I'll be the guest speaker. If anybody would like to go, please stop by. You're more than welcome to come by. I'll be putting the RSV information through my social media. I'd like to thank staff for doing a wonderful job today. Thank you for your service to the city, everyone who attended. It's 8 o'clock and we're out. I hope everybody has a wonderful evening.
This was supposed to be a short meeting, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's under 12 hours.